you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Oh, I got a chance to clear my head. Turns out I didn't need as many hours today, right, immediately, so instead I'm going to take all that work time later. Aren't we all grateful? That means we get more AoE4 action. That's right. I was meant to, like, take the day off, sort a bunch of things behind the scenes, but then I done that degenerate thing that a lot of content creators do, where you kind of get that itch, that feeling, that desire, and then all of a sudden I just click live. So, we're going to get that itch out of the way. We'll probably be live for 4 or 5 hours. I imagine I'll like probably aim to go off at lunch, so we'll see how it goes though. That's going to be my warning point of where I might go off. It depends on how flooded I get behind the scenes, because I know I've got a bunch of outreach I still need to do, and on top of that, I need to sort a few other things behind the scenes. But yes, does mean for now we get more entertainment. What's up, Arcag? What's up, MSN? How's it going, buddies? Dinky as well. Big progress. We got in just in time for the Aussies to catch us. That's always my goal in life. That and to do a Shui with them one day. I'll have to figure that out. But yes, so we have got some BC versus Louis to open up. We've got some Kiljardi in mind because he had some games against Wham. We're still not going to pay Wham for casting all of the games. Sorry, sucker. That's just how the free market goes. Might try to figure out some more show matches. I know some people are asking about how they can donate. I have set up the coffee. I need to create a panel for it, but the coffee is down below. I'm weighing up whether I want to keep coffee and Patreon or just keep coffee. I'd like to have Patreon for some other functionalities. Like I think I have coaching in there. The coaching is a bit dear at the moment. I think it's $50 for a coaching session. But I need to figure out what people want from that. If people do have ideas of what they'd want, what would get them interested in actually donating or whatever, then be sure to join my Discord, !Discord. That one is totally free. And then let me know. Because I want to know what you guys want from a Patreon. Maybe what would be intriguing on the coffee side. I imagine like anything. Like I feel like coffee is the one where it's like just give me money. Patreon's usually the one where it's like get something in return. And then we obviously have that charity stream on Saturday. We should be live by 1 p.m. I'm probably going to be looking at 12:30ish. And then we'll be going between 4 and 6 hours on that stream. But still coming up with ideas. Some obvious ones that are going to be in there. Shots, 8 times casts. Cast someone else's game that they can choose. Those sort of things will be in there. So that should be pretty entertaining. And of course, it will all go to a good cause. Might want to cast that BC vs. Louis game. Already was planning to, mate. Basically swore to ban Biz until it gets nerfed of that. Okay, yeah, dude. Spoilers. That, because, like... I mean, maybe he wins. But usually when someone makes a comment like that, always be careful. I don't like spoilers. I like to avoid. I go out of my way, actually, to not know the outcome of games. Well, you haven't completely given over the game. Usually when someone says something like that, you get what I mean. It was Louis It was a weird name. Wait, what do you mean? No, it's Loue you're thinking of. Louis MT is like literally the best player in China. He's a known commodity in the scene. Like, that guy can clap Beastie's cheeks fairly consistently, actually. Like, Beastie does not enjoy the late game against Louis. And that's hilarious because anyone who knows of Beastie, has watched Beastie, understands that guy doesn't care about late game versus anyone, right? But the kid prodigy from China is the exception. You've beaten him? What's your win rate against him, MSN? Do we have to get the Beastie number thing up again? 100%? Really? What, against Louis? Is that because you've only encountered him once? Yeah. We'll dig to the bottom of this. This is like the fact that I have a 100% win rate versus Supreme that was a very good Dota 2 player. Because I queued into him once in a pub game and destroyed him. And that counts. In fairness, he was playing Medusa, which is like one of his signature heroes, so it definitely counts. You beat Beastie once and went on to lose that series? Yeah, because you didn't want to win anymore. Because you were like, oh man, this is way too easy. The list of pros that are going to ban Biz HRE before any other civ is going to get longer. I hope that translates to a good balance patch. No, because Roos will still take priority. Roos is still more desirable of a ban. Roos is more applicable. Roos is more oppressive. Roos ends the game even faster in some cases than Byzantines and HRE. So don't mistake this. Roos will still get banned all the time. Like, it's going to remain #1 ban. By far. You're a Roos main, you wouldn't mind nerfs? I wouldn't mind a rework. I think the bounty system's dumb. I think it's completely outdated and doesn't make sense. In fact, the way they've designed the bounty system handcuffs unique designs of maps. This is the thing you have to be careful of. Delhi do this as well. Like, they completely handcuff a lot of creativity involved in maps because of the elements that get interacted with, right? So I've said already what they need to do with Roos. Like, Roos's game system, the hunt, it should be when you gather food, you get some gold. You could even have it potentially do that for sheep, right? And I don't think that would be, before anyone thinks that's going to be OP, I don't think that would be OP, right? Because it would really be no different from the idea that Japan gets 20% stone when they gather gold, right? You could argue you don't have as much use for stone, but then again, I'm watching Castle Age rushes every single game with Japanese players, so I think they've done fine finding a use for that stone. What's up, Gangster Jeppa? Do you play AoE for yourself as well, or only casting? Because I've never seen you play any games. No, I don't play. I just cast. This song, I love this song. This is Howling Andromedic. Here you guys. I'll give you the playlist so you can enjoy it on your own dime. Those are my copyright-free songs, so I don't have to worry about getting DMCA'd or whatever. But so I don't play myself. I might change that if I can get a PC sponsor. I'm hopeful. I was in talks with someone about maybe making that happen, but I don't know. If anyone's got any links, any contacts, or works at like a PC company themselves, I actually want to find a meaningful partnership there. My PC's just not good enough to play while recording. It's way too laggy. And on top of that, you know, it's like, I think I set this whole idea of like, if we get enough, if our community continues to grow, then I will do some sort of like, you know, Road to Conk builds with just Onobagisha or something like that. But yeah, it's like, the nice thing is there's no tilt, there's no frustration over X, Y, Z when you cast, right? You just get to enjoy the game. That's another really refreshing thing. That is like bullet dodge in some cases, because I know the type of player I am, and I work hard, I play harder. Everybody does. No, the point is like I go hard. I wouldn't stop. And that's dangerous. For your sanity anyway. So yeah. Alright, so let me have a look here and see what we've got. So we've got... We've actually got 2 games. We've got one on Rocky River first, English versus Chinese between Beastie and Louis. That's what we'll be opening up with. Something I need to check is whether Marine Lord was streaming last night. Because I may have a way of watching some of his games. But if they are fully private scrims, I will not touch them. That is my rules. That's how I work. It looks like Marine Lord was live last night, though. Which means those replays, kind of fair game. That's my rule. Everyone's got like your what's the word I'm looking for? Your morals or your whatever. My brain is fried for some reason. I'm a very big believer in that. It's like I respect scrims. Scrims are holy, but if your ass is gonna stream the scrims, that's a completely different matter. That's when I will happily seek them. So we'll start off with Beastie Louis, and then we'll get into some M Lord. I believe he went up against Louis as well. So it's going to kind of be a Louis day. Only Pigeon funds when? I mean, we haven't got Only Pigeon funds, but we have got coffee down below. If you look at the Patreon link, there's now coffee below. I think I put a minimum of like £2 commitment for anyone who wants to give money over. I'll probably like review the money coming in, see if it's possible to get more show matches going. We have got that $100 from Brocktree. I think what we'll look to do is we'll look to start setting up some semi-regular show matches. Maybe do like a winner stays on. I quite like the idea. So maybe we'll look to get like Voldemar versus, I don't know. Let's immediately get him down to never winning a game. Let's put Voldemar up against Beastie. No, but like those kind of ideas, I like bringing that back. But I like having the more unique format of having Smack Talk, having the people have to be in a channel of each other. So that will be a required element of the show matches. And I will probably have like some caveats where if I feel like a person is genuinely just not even, if I suspect a person has muted the Discord, won't invite them back. Because what I'm looking for is entertainment, right? And you guys want entertainment. I want to do something different with that. So we'll probably look to do like play all 7s or play all 9s. Maybe $100 a pop. Maybe we can get a little bit more runway out of that. I think I know some players that are willing to do it for like $50, which works. Change your mind? Yeah, I found a little bit of spare time. I mean, Freya is always going to you either way, all right? I'm giving you time with the most adorable child in the universe. Should be grateful. Devs nerfed the unique extra range for Springles a year and a half ago, saying it was a band-aid fix to replace it with something else, and it's still there. What, you mean the Roost one? Yeah, but I don't think that's actually an issue anymore. Roost dominated the game before it even gets there. Sent you a video of her saying words. Okay. Hey, Sassy, how's it going? We'll get into game in a sec. Let me check this video quickly, guys. I'm just giving people a chance to funnel in before we get into the game. I wouldn't want them to miss the fun. So, I don't know if you guys can hear this.
Pear. Banana. Nana. Biscuit.
What was that? That's weird, it cut out.
Your nose. Freya, show me your nose. Where's your nose? Where's your eyes? Eyes.
She knows where her nose is.
Where's your teeth? Teeth. Where's your hands? Hands? Good girl. Where's your feet? Freya, where's your feet? Yay.
She knows them. She's staring at them straight away.
Pear. Banana.
What was that? My son. I have a door, mate. This is my little Freya. What's that? Okay, why is it not loading? She's impressing me with how quickly she's learned to count to 10. She skips 8. She hates 8. She'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then instead of saying 8, she'll say 9, 10. I was like, why do you hate 8 so much? Okay, the second video just ain't gonna load. Yes, my daughter is goddamn adorable.
Your nose. Freya, show me your nose. Where's your nose? Where's your eyes?
Okay.
Nose.
Yeah, no, Mum, we've seen that one. That one works fine.
Pear. Banana. Nana. Biscuit. Say dog. Cat. Say cat. Cat. Meow. Pig. Say strawberry. Strawberry.
Yeah, you kind of reach in there a bit. What? Yeah, she's freaking adorable. But yes. She's starting to say a lot more words now, which is good. I think, what was it? Yeah. Like, the best part is how it started with kind of noises. My favorite one still to this day is just going ooh, ooh, ooh at her, because we just call her a little monkey because she climbs everywhere. So she's like, ooh, 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 ooh. Drongo 2.0. I'm not sure. I can't remember which one of our kids is older. I think mine might be slightly older, if I remember correctly. Yeah, actually, mine, I'm pretty sure, yeah, mine is definitely older. I'm almost certain of that. You want a game not with the English or H or E? Oh my god, you clearly queued into a diamond. Need to learn Ilalu? Hell no, no child of mine. No self-respecting child would learn Malians. Get out of here. They learn Japanese. They learn Jeanne d'Arc. Because you gotta have a strong, powerful woman role model. And then I'll also accept Order of the Dragon, HRE, French. No, I think that's all I'm okay with. Roos, actually, yeah, Roos, because they'll rebalance Roos by the time she's old enough. I actually was a Roos main when the game first came out, not for the reasons you think. It was mainly for the mini game of bounty hunting, because I'm quite good with my fingers at microing. You know, being a MOBA player, that fits my skill set. So I'd always just get a huge edge in games by just doing that. Rurik Kremlins not be able to spawn the Kremlins, but actually have it replace your spears with Kremlins. Maybe. I just think, like, in general, there's a big issue around Feudal Age defensive landmarks. I'm trying to think if there's like, any bad Feudal Age defensive landmarks. Maybe the Malian one, but that's mainly because they don't need it. But Kremlin, really good. Like, Kremlin, honestly, here's the thing. You want to know what would just make Kremlin good enough? Defensive landmark, which basically buffs any lumber camp or TC with the wooden influence by default. You don't need a new wooden fortress nearby. That works. Boom. There you go. I've solved the problem. Take the gremlins away. I think the gremlins matter that much. I think the emplacements on it and the range do. The range needs to come down a little bit. All right. Shall we get ready for a game, though? Thank you, Goblecki. She is absolutely adorable. Early bounty was good. 25 gold, 15 sheep. I think, like, the sheep thing, I kind of get why they took it away, but it just, like... I don't know. The whole system is flawed. And they've agreed before. They've genuinely agreed before and said they'd work on it, and they still haven't. So, they enough the range last patch by 1. Still feels very, very big. I don't know. I think the thing that is quite insane about it that people don't quite clock is castle turrets. Castle turrets is really, really ridiculous. When is next game? We're now getting into it. We're just finishing this conversation. Because people continue to talk. And I am, first and foremost, an interactive streamer, I like to think. Alright. If you wanted to just catch a cast with no interaction with you, then you could go to like an ESL or something like that. Right? Because that's the pro casting. I've decided recently, like, I like this idea of taking a more conversational approach in these casts. Just because... Actually, let's start this game. I decided recently I really like the idea of taking a more conversational approach in these casts. Simply because if you just want to have the no interaction at all, you could watch that on an ESL or PGL, any of the big tournaments. You watch me do that in the big tournaments. The other reason is it's a Chinese-English match, so I'm probably going to need you guys to entertain me for about 20 minutes before anything meaningful happens. So we've got Louis MT going up against Beastie here. Another reason why this could very easily end up in the late game, because both of these players love and adore the late game. For example, we know that Beastie is no stranger to it. He thrives in that late game. He doesn't seek it, but it comes quite often. On the other side, Louis is so phenomenal navigating that early mid-game. He naturally finds himself hitting that late game time and time again. And, well, of what we've been watching recently between these two, I'd say Louis looked like the better player. Like, the matches we've caught, at least, when these games go 40-minute plus, Louis seems to just have an insane win rate. I think if I had to spitball a number off the top of my brain, maybe it's like an 80%, 70% win rate. Insane to think about here, right? Like this 21-year-old kid up against what I think most people would agree is the second best player that Age of Empires 4 has, right? I don't think anyone's going to disagree. I don't think he's going to feel insulted by that. Statistically, quite simply, Marine Lord is by far the most accomplished player in AoE 4 right now. And I love that we're still talking about reworking Kremlin. No gremlins at all. And unique text for wooden fortresses. I mean, what do you want to do? Give them the ability to build cannon? Oh god, no, I don't want to give ideas. And this map isn't a bad map for trade. It's a little bit more tricky. I wouldn't say it's a good map for trade. I say it's a reasonable map for trade. The reason is that it's not an absolute corner spawn, so you do end up a bit exposed. The thing that can make it fairly decent, though, which I think is what we're getting out here from Zuby, is the logic of walling. It's so easy to stonewall this map to hit that late game. And the interesting thing is that if you do the maths, stonewalling an entire map, on average, compared to where you're spending elsewhere, you're probably spending about half what you would to stonewall the entirety of Rocky River. Now, the curious part is whether this is just going to turn into a TC boom, because the detail of these players aside, we are talking about a matchup where the English now, with this King opening, easily can just go for a 2TC while distracting you. And while the King isn't exactly going to kill too many units diving, say, hand cannon slits and a Barbican, I gotta say it's a lot more impactful than the initial Knight that a French player gets, because French players absolutely hate these two civs, funnily enough. Like, any French mains in the chat, any Jaune mains in the chat will agree with me. These are the two nightmare civs to face, because you can't dive their town centers. You just take way too much damage on your Knights. So even though this King will take a lot of damage, the cool difference here compared to, say, a French opening is you already have your chivalry built in, right? So you're going to heal the moment you get out of combat. So the idea isn't necessarily to kill as much as it is to continuously idle. And a lot of respect being shown straight away here by Beastie. He goes immediately into the Barbican. No surprise here, you kind of need to. If you go Imperial Academy first, the Barbican's going to be a little bit too late, and you're going to get idled off of your Golden Stone. I think what Beastie is fully aware of is this game is going to turn into a 2TC, 2TC. In fact, we already see the stone gathering going on from Louis. Beastie didn't scout this, by the way. That's an interesting detail to think about here. He instinctively knows the way this is going to go because he understands that even if it's not the 2TC build, he won't be able to get his own if the Barbican isn't first. So great read there. And I love the way he's optimizing it where it's just one villager building it up so that he can try to guarantee the Imperial Academy isn't too delayed, because that's one really sucky element right now. Whenever you have to go Barbican, you feel like you're kind of behind because Imperial Academy is insane right now. It's already built 80% of the time first, and ever since the buff where you get the 35% discount now, it's hands down just the brain-dead simple choice to make. I just love all the talk about nerfing Rus. What about these guys, huh? Like China, English? Now, I don't think English is too insane right now. The English Abbey of Kings build looks really broken when you watch it in play, the same way that anything new can. Right? Like, what you have to realize is this isn't just a brand new Civ where people are making mistakes all the time. This is a Civ that's been fairly ironed out, that has been given a new shine on life. And that has multiple layers of effectivity. For a start, people don't know how to address the King. The follow-up is actually people got so comfortable with what the English were doing, which was consistently Feudal Age Lombo spams, that they're not used to these new permutations where you rush Castle Age, or you go 2TC, or you play Mass Cavalry. These are all weird elements of English that just seem like fragments from history, right? Like, if you remember back when the game came out, actually Castle Age rushes happened quite a lot with the English. You had a lot of Feudal Lombo rush games, but then you had the Castle Age rush games where they'd go for the relics. I think especially Viper in the early days was a very big fan of that particular type of build. But in more recent times, I feel like this Civ has been relegated to just do one thing and one thing only, and that's send Lombos and Feudal, don't think about Castle. So, Imperial Academy now up. This has to be... Wait, this is just Castle Age? Okay, that's kind of wild. I didn't expect that. That is intriguing. What a choice out of Beastie here. And, you know, this is him now going off the beaten path of what's expected of him. Like, he's basically playing against the flow of what his Civ is meant to do here, right? He's seeing the game, he's seeing this 2TC, and he understands that right now, like, Louis, this is feigned aggression. This is exactly what I'm talking about solutions to this problem of English, right? When they go for this feigned aggression, sometimes the worst thing you can do is just play into it. So you have two choices. You either go your own greed with 2TC, or alternative play here is you go for Castle Age, then you can take map control and you can go for relics. And I've highlighted this to people time and time again. It's always an interesting question that comes up, is this idea, you know, what's better, Fast Castle or 2TC? Think Fast Castle, because the value in Fast Castle is if you know you can get all the relics on the map, and you know your opponent's likely to want them at some point, that's a double up advantage. Now, it's unlikely that Louis is going to cry a river because he misses out on relics, because he is going to have enclosures late game. But it's going to bolster your income to match the difference. And the cool thing is, because Beastie went Song Dynasty as well, he's already slowing down the lead that Louis would build up here. add in the Imperial Academy and its Imperial officials, all of a sudden you have a situation where if he's quick enough on the mark with 2 or 3 Lancers and then goes into Monk Gathering, he can still fall back to a TC later and not be weaker than Louis for it. Instead, he'll be much stronger. I love how like Roos are just catching so much shade right now. Guys, like it's not a simple Civ. They have to build the Kremlin. They have to, like, guys, you have to really think about how difficult it is for a Roos player. They have to find where their stone is, and then they have to click a button and then drop a landmark in that right location. And then they have to push another button to get a mining camp. And then they need to put some villagers on the straggler trees. That's very and then they need to find a good location for that TC. Very difficult Civ. Okay, I'm gonna get so much flack from Roos mates. Not in this game though. Astronomical Clock Tower now on the way. Stables is being dropped. There's another really kind of impactful element of Chinese play here. What you're likely to see from Beastie is a supervision on the stables to get 2 to 3 knights out, and then you supervise a temple. I actually really love this build. Like, people don't think to use this one because 2TC is just a brain deader, right? More brain dead than the idea of Roos going 2TC. But this is a smart read. I think this is someone that gets slept on a lot because it's quite easy to forget that supervision works on practically any production building, bar landmarks and TCs. All right, tech up complete. Love the move out onto the ball by Louis, by the way. That's a really cool element to try and get him to catch up. The question mark now is whether we're going to be seeing White Tower or King's Palace, because it's interesting. The idea of King's Palace here doesn't feel ultimately punishable, because although the Lancers are on the way and they are being supervised, you have the King to buffer them away. You still have TC Fire to whittle them down, and then you could still easily drop double racks right now and start producing spears. I think just for safety, though, Louis is going to be going White Tower. Likely we're going to see it, what, I'd say here, and then you can build a few farm clusters, or you put it at the left side and then build your farms out to the left side of the TC. Okay, he's actually going to go for the safer choice. Yeah, I thought he might try to leave that opening so that he could easily just build the farms in the center, but makes a lot of sense. It is a little bit inefficient for farm usage, right? Because the White Tower is not going to be able to protect more than, say, 2 farm clusters. 3 when you eventually get rid of the wood line. But by the time you get rid of this wood line, you shouldn't really need the White Tower to protect the farms anymore, right? You should have walls up. Outpost up over here. It was only 5 villages. You know, that's an interesting evolution of the meta with these ball plays, right? We've been seeing this a lot out of Civs, especially that have a knight or something similar early on. They don't send out 8 villages. They just send out 5 and then the outpost. Order of the Dragon have been doing this a lot. I actually think, you know, for Order of the Dragon and how terrible they are looking in competitive right now, one big revolution they've done for competitive is this idea of 5 villager pulls. It's not something we were seeing often before. King is going to be able to stand his ground here, so it looks like the TC fire is going to be good enough. And you see exactly what I was talking about, right? Like, this is insane just how much damage the English Town Centers can do. Lancer is going to be able to return fire. King gets taken down, though. And Beastie, it looks like he caught Louis being a bit too greedy in this game. Oh, man, this is a big mistake. Louis, he needed to pull 10 villages to rush this up. Instead, he took his time about it. It's definitely hurting him because behind this, we should be seeing Beastie now dropping the monastery and playing for the relics. Yeah, really good timing on this. And yes, Beastie doesn't have the +2 ranged armor because if he had the +2 ranged armor, he wouldn't have the monk. So you make a choice here, right? Like, you've got your opponent pinned in his base. You don't really need to dive his base anymore. You hurt him for the tech up a little, you idle them out, you slow them down, and now you just need to restrict them out. And while you're doing that, you can make bank elsewhere. Yeah, don't be baited by the idea of +2 armor as if it's going to save you, by the way. Like, if he got +2 armor, he'd have 1 less Lancer coming in, so his timing would have been off. And then on top of that, yes, maybe you delay Louis by an extra 20 seconds, but in return, he's going to be able to rush relics, which is what he's trying to do. Another cool element here. White Tower is a stables. Not just any stables, guys. It's a stables that kind of offsets the power of supervising the Chinese stables. Yes, you can get these guys a lot quicker, right? But at the same time, this is double production. Knights coming out every 18 seconds for Louis. And what a crazy play here. He can't supervise monasteries, right? And I think he's fully aware of what the build is from Beastie. It's supervision to get monks out in 12 seconds. So what does he do? He double monastery drops before he even has enough gold to double produce. That's a bit wacky. Now, interesting thing, actually, is you might think, GG, that's kind of over. What's the point in the double monastery? But he's got knights out now, and he's got a king. So if he catches Beastie split at all, Beastie can't fight him. If he finds Beastie with equal number of knights, Beastie can't fight him. And then when you start to forfeit ground in those areas, as Beastie's likely to have to, it's going to offer up opportunities for stuff like this. Easy snipes on monks. It's going to be an easy peasy 150 gold down the drain. Maserate going to come in. Still only the +1 ranged armor. No textiles, a little bit surprising. I think Louis, with the way that he's playing loose with knights here, I actually rate textiles incredibly highly. Just because it's logical, it's simple, it's expected that you're going to lose 3-4 villages across the course of the next 2 to 3 minutes. Next, now looking to roam in. Remember, this is just one TC right now for Beastie, but I expect that to change soon. I feel like you can easily just move up. In fact, he was gathering... Oh, wait, he has got... I'm blind. This TC's right in front of me. You know what I was doing? I was looking on the map, and then I was looking at the TC. So he did go 2 TC on a delay. This is now a problem for Louis. He needs these relics. If he gets less than 3, he's going to be behind. If Textiles only saves 1 villager already paid off, that's an interesting point, Wim, but I've changed my mind about Textiles. I think Textiles has to save 2 villagers to pay off. The reason is that Textiles cost 150 resources as well as costing you 1 villager production. So you have to equate an extra cost to it. Now, you could argue the scalar point of, like, over time, that extra villager, just 1 villager being lost will add up, and I agree. But in the early phase of the game, especially pre-15 minutes, anytime you make some investment somewhere, it's something else that you're sacrificing, right? You're giving something else up to get something in return. Louis. I know, I can't believe it either. This is going to be a free relic game. He shuffles off from the center. He's got the one at the corner. The double monastery delayed monk play has paid off. And I can't help but feel Beastie, to a certain degree, handed it to him. I think this was a bit too much monkage, and it became a bit monka-esque. If he went just 3 monks, I think he has a very aggressive timing here, and he has additional lancers to constrict the map. But now he's in this awkward situation where Louis has the higher quantity. And now Beastie has to hunker down. Wolves go up, Spearman being built. All of a sudden, Louis now with full dominion over the map. And you know what I'd love to see here, guys? Imperial. Just go Imperial. I think that's what we're getting as well. It's a pretty smart read if that's the case. We haven't got any Raxes being added in. We've got more farms. It sounds really greedy, but what you have to realize is if you can actually beat the Chinese to Imperial Age here, Wingard Raiders are insane in this type of matchup. Even actually the idea of Wingard Footmen, because your opponent's going Spears and going Lancers. You can handle those with Footmen every day of the week. Another problem as well is although there is gold back here for Beastie, if you're doing it to the late game as the Chinese, you munch on a lot of gold, right? When you think about things like Hand Cannoneers, Nesta Bees, all the tech ups along the way, Palace Guard, you might have taxation, but 12k gold on the side isn't going to be enough to keep you in this long term, especially with the English and the enclosures they get. And yeah, both of them are lacking blacksmith upgrades because BC only want blacksmith techs for the dive, and Louis doesn't care. Like, he's going Imperial Age. There's no reason to focus on blacksmith techs. Blacksmith techs are only really valuable when you're playing the Age or you're playing Turtle. So the reason they're valuable in Turtle is because your defenses with Steeled Arrow benefit. But the cool thing that Louis is doing here is he's manipulating the expectation of a Civ. Right, Beastie realistically could have spammed Lancers and tried to dive. It could have worked. But he doesn't want to because it's a white tower and it's English TC fire. It kills you really fast. So instead, Louis is now taking advantage of that to get away with a more greedy play. Farms now coming in. So this is the uncomfortable point in the game for Beastie. The problem is in this matchup, you know, the English thrive on this opportunity to get the farms online, especially if they're rushing towards the Imp, where you'll get the extra gathering rate as well as the glorious gold trickle. So Blaze McKay is asking, can you explain on why if you're Chinese, you do 3 farms together? The idea is that your central farms are going to mostly be buffed together, right? So you're going to get, on average, I say like if you do it this way, you get 15 to 20-ish% on most of your farms. If you split them up more, the issue is you might get some like additional drop-off points, like drop-off efficiency, shall we say. But 1, you are going to end up not getting as many overlaps with the 10%ers. And 2, you're going to have a lot more space to have to find, right? Like, one of the big reasons why I think, on average, Chinese players settled on this formation, either a line or a free stack together, is that it's very rare that you have enough safe open ground like this behind your base that you can spread out full. There are a few kind of diverting ideas. I know, for example, Voldemar, the kid, he loves playing the Chinese, and he always does the one granary setup, which is an interesting idea because the one granary setup, if you supervise, you get the effect of 3 granaries. That's an interesting way to think about it. This I am not a fan of. I think Louis was worried about being attacked. Berkshire, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I think Berkshire is terrible now compared to Wingard. Oh, not terrible. It still has its place, but it's just not the go-to choice it once was. All the options now, the Footmen are incredible. They're just better men-at-arms. The Wingard Raiders is a great way of zerging Imperial Age. Even the Rangers actually are pretty impactful if you can scale up into them in the right matchup. So yeah, to me, whenever I see Berkshire now, I just feel like a player is a little bit worried they're going to be attacked. It could also be he's worried about Chinese bombards blitzing him down, but I think that's kind of an afterthought logic. You should be more focused on the fact that you could have actually had an even more dominant control of the map right now. I think what was happening here is actually he was expecting Beastie to maybe play Pocket Eco and rush towards the base. So in the event that he does, now he's protected. At first glance, Louis Wolves looked like a bronze player. What do you mean, dude? He's just protecting his wood. You kidding me? A bronze player would never do this. I know conk players that don't do this. If you have space, the T granary setup is still better than the straight line. Yes, because you get more overlap farms, right? And they centralize where they're dropping off. It also, the other reason why it's nicer is it's kind of better for like taxation and supervision switch. Because let's say you've got a tax drop-off location on the south side, you can easily kind of like eke around on the T point, grab, come back a bit quicker. I do still find Voldemar's build quite intriguing. The one where he just goes for the one granary though. I kind of like that idea for, wait for it, Zhu. I think the build that you see from Voldemar is very smart as Zhu because they have so many extra Imperial officials. So supervising one granary can feel 100% worth it. You know what we need to see, guys? We need to see someone wall their granaries. So you have one central granary, you wall the other ones on the outskirt, and that means everyone takes their food into the center. Boom! We've evolved it. That sounds janky, weird, but in some way, oddly efficient. It kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? Because the logic is, you know, if you're going for the approach that Voldemar takes, you add in the other granaries to buff the outskirt farms, but they can't drop off there. So you always get you don't just get the 30% on the central granary. You're essentially getting like 40% on average. Oh my god, wait, did FabLob just say that? No, dude, Fab, I didn't even look at the chat while I was thinking about that. Bro, I already knew this stuff, okay? Like, did you guys know that when the game first came out, I misread enclosures? And after watching a bronze level player build palisades around his farms, I then went and built palisades around my farms for enclosing? I don't need your help figuring out how to use walls on farms. Bronzes have been teaching me it for years. Beastie now just starting to stockpile up, so we'll be heading into Imperial Age. It is indeed going to be the Great Wall Gatehouse to protect the farmlands. I mean, I can't believe I'm so shamelessly pointing out that I've done that. Look, for real, I remember I played, when the game first came out, I played like a 2v2. Actually, I think it was in beta. I played like a 2v2, and I saw a guy, he literally was building palisade walls around his farms. I was like, huh, that must be the way it works. Ooh, nice key drops. So it looks like on a delay, Beastie is finally playing out onto the flanks. This is really important. The big stones could allow him to get stone walls up. We said this map often turns into stone walling and then potentially trade. Not anticipating trades much here, but the stone wall is critical. On both sides, actually, because at this stage, there's always a risk that Louis with this many men-at-arms floods around, but the bigger risk comes the other way. Palace Guard at this point in the game, especially once Yuan Dynasty is triggered, are absurd. It's impossible to gap close upon them. So Louis needs to find his timing here to clean up these flank raids and then push the hell in before he reaches a stage where he's like a fat kid chasing after a car. Second side getting locked out as well. Where do you lean here? Left side from Louis is going to be big, right? He's got the 10k gold remaining. University is going to be coming in, so it looks like we are going to be getting into Eat. I kind of like that that's the acronym for Elite Army Tactics. You know, because when you get Eat, you get more chunky, right? Like you've been eating more. That has completely changed everyone's outlook. Now, you might be wondering, like, how does that relate to damage increase as well? Well, one, if you've ever had a big kid sit on you. But two, clearly they disarm themselves with their swords and replace them with giant baguettes that are 2 weeks old. Anyone who's tried to eat a 2-week-old baguette has explained to their dentist why it was such a bad idea. So Beastie's playing that classic corner camper mode that we've seen out of English and Chinese alike. I love the fact that Louis is just taking advice to explain it the correct way. What I don't like right now that we're seeing out of Beastie is this fact that he's playing very hard into pass guard. Nesta Bees is going to be the backbone solution to try and keep him alive, but you can already see that Louis is prepping the correct answer for that. I don't think Beastie's going to die from a Men-at-Arms flood straight away. He's definitely going to buy time with us. But the Stonewalls are now coming up, and that's a bigger problem. So Louis is going to be delayed further. He's just going for a raw Men-at-Arms count at the moment, which I think is a little bit one-dimensional. I get the logic here, which is your opponent doesn't have the movement speed to flank yet. But you're not setting yourself up for what happens next, right? Like, you can't easily dive because you're up against Nesta Bees. I'd argue that Chinese are one of the better defenders up against this comp, because Armor Clad is usually ridiculous. Nesta Bees don't care because they do pure damage. Speaking of those Nesta Bees, looks like actually Beastie's going to march out with the siege to make a move. Dangerous choice here, but does he know that all these Men-at-Arms are waiting here already? Because that's only a palisade wall, so that could be a flood in. Men are marching in now. These Nesta Bees could easily be grabbed. Elite Army Tactics isn't in, though. I don't know what's happening with Louis' economy. There's a clear mismacro here. Elite Army Tactics should have been prepped about a minute ago. Instead, it's now going to flood in. Nesta Bees, unguarded. Asgard is going to try to move in, but I think it's going to be a bit too wide of a spread here. Knob shot's coming out. And just about gets the line formed in time here. So a few MA are going to try to flood through, but mistakes most definitely made. I think that this is a blunder coming out from Louis. He has the attack speed buffer on his side. He has armor clad on his side. He has a keep on his side. But completely drops the ball by not getting Elite Army Tactics. Now the castle should be enough to keep him alive here, right? And the fact that he has defender's advantage. But BC's just been given an opportunity he does not deserve here. But deserves the wrong word. He shouldn't have been given, I think, is how BC will feel about that. Dive now comes in on the other side. Looks like he's looking for the farmlands. The problem here is it's so hard to shut down the granaries permanently when they've got the protection of the Great Wall Gatehouse. If you think those Nesta Bees were massacring the Men-at-Arms before, this is a better one. As a Brit, it does feel weird saying Nob's going to take its shot, but that's where we're at. And oh my god. This shouldn't even be possible. Elite Army Tactics should have been in by now. Instead, Louis now continues to take what is a losing fight. The crazy thing is, like, Elite Army Tactics would have made this a balanced fight, right? It would have offset the Imperial buff, which 25 extra health for the Palace Guard, the Battle Hardened. Instead, look at the mile-long difference here. An extra 72 health, a little bit less armor, sure, but the damage increase as well guarantees that BC is never losing these fights in equal numbers. In fact, right now, what Louis needs to do is force a fight near the network of Citadel's buff. He did at least get that, so the 40% increase might make it a bit more balanced. But that's the stupidity of this, right? It shouldn't be balanced. It should be a complete wipe of the PG. Wow, I just realized China really is adult-themed, isn't it? Nobs, PG. Wait, what does PG mean by itself? Does anyone know that? I've never actually, like, figured out what... I hear... It's weird now that I think about it. You hear all the time, like, PG-13. I don't know what it stands for. Parental guidance. That makes sense. Well, I can step in on the parental guidance here now and say, I'm going to provide a bit of PG to my daughter when she grows up. She will not be allowed to play China. So the walls have been carved up. The problem I'm seeing here still, though, is that Louis got beaten to the punchline. This is dangerous. The fact that your opponent got the walls up as the mobile unit, that's the difficulty for you, right? Like, Palace Guard will always out-mobilize. Louis needed these walls. I can't believe he didn't take the opportunity when he had map control. But, you know, you can't discredit Beastie. This was a fantastic timing down the center of the Nest of Bees when he knew that Louis was looking for a way in. And the damage that was done was negligible at best out of those men-at-arms raids. It just didn't do enough. Crazy to think, once again, how different it would have been if it had had elite army tactics behind it. You know what I've learned from asking that PG question? My chat's a bunch of smart asses. Look at you guys and your big brains. I bet you beat Beastie in 10 minutes flat. I mean, in fairness, Twitch chat does have a combined elo of 55,678. Imagine if that number was actually right. Palace Guard should be looking to just flood in. We've now got the transition to hand cannoneers. What I don't like is Louis is still doing the brain dead strat. I can see what he's aiming for, though, and it is an intriguing idea, because hear me out. Right now, it's just PG versus men-at-arms. So you will win that. And Louis is just going to keep spamming MAA until he gets reaction while building up a reserve, because this is a cheap comp, right? He trades well, he doesn't die fast now, and he's able to build up a reserve. The idea is he's waiting to see Beastie make the move first, thus draining Beastie's resources, and then Louis will look to make the transition on a delay. That's usually a bad thing, right? That sounds really bad. But I actually think that's a beneficial thing when you're in meat grinder fights. When it's a clear, oh, this can win me the game straight away, bad to be the second person to the party. When it's a tug of war like this, actually doing so on a delay gives you the reactionary phase, the counter pick, and you have the reserves to pick correctly. That being said, I am coming to hate him a little for the lack of stone walls to this day. He has at least kept the openings for himself, and it looks like raids are coming in. A big one here on the stone, actually. So decent damage is going to be done here. In return, it looks like the castle is going to get burned down, though. So Louis, all of a sudden, having to forfeit over, what's this, 7K gold? Now, the good news is Beastie's not going to claim it straight away. The bad news, however, is you only have 3K gold in reserve. So if this now does turn into a hand cannoneer pivot, you're going to be disadvantaged. You're already going to have a hard time because your opponent has more range. It's going to be even more difficult because of a lack of long-term goal. This Nest of Bees as well. Am I the only one that feels that it's dumb that you get gunpowder by default? You know, I was thinking about this, like a lot of the outrage of Nest of Bees. I don't know if it's just the late... I feel like it's probably more the late game, but even the way that you can easily scale in to them and easily defend, it feels like a part of that is enabled by the fact that you're doing quite a lot of damage extra, actually. By having gunpowder, you're getting extra 18 damage coming out of these things. Berkshire might actually prove useful after all. Not really. I'm just going to say it. If he wanted to spam men-at-arms, he could have went Wingard. And half of these would be footmen. I'm not going to let this go, dude. Every time I see a Berkshire build that's unnecessary, I'm going to shake my head a little. Like I said, I forgive Louis' logic behind it. It makes sense, right? Is that he thought that BC was going to attack him for teching up, and that's why he needed it. That's where scouting is very valuable, though. Like, you know, you've got a white tower that... Oh, wait. I just remembered. That's still a thing, isn't it? I have raised this to one of the devs. You can't build scouts out of keeps for some reason to this day. No one knows why. Berkshire's just good to have, would always go with that one. I don't think it's necessary anymore. Like, not if you're being attacked, sure, but if you're not being attacked, especially if you've got White Tower, I genuinely think you go Wingard. Unique units which are better, which makes you more pop efficient late game. And also it gives you a Zerg factor out of Stables units. It's so powerful. There will be a point you get attacked, sure, but you've got White Tower, and you can even build an extra castle. Thank you for the raid, Talanos. You have good enough... So Core is representing how he plays English, which is he's never leaving his aura ever, ever, ever. I'm highlighting a new build, which I have seen work, I know works. The Canadians have proven it works time and time again. Wingard Raiders are critically underrated. in. Louis does still have the mass advantage, and it looks like we are finally seeing a massacre on the flank. So takes out the PG on the left side, starts to deny the stone. And the cool thing about this is if you get enough of these bad boys together, you can easily blitz through these castles as well. It's going to be more difficult now with the port architectures in. I also do still have to give a lot of credit to Beastie for controlling the short flank towards the base. And that's a problem, because if Louis can't take control of the center chokes and rule them, playing Men-at-Arms Flood is very difficult, because you have to go all the way around, right? Yeah, joke's on you, Core. It's not 15 tiles, it's 14.5. Get wrecked. Berkshire is officially trash now. That's building up. Louis now finally adding in the bombards, and there it is, guys. That's exactly what we were waiting for. The delayed pull on the trigger. Hand cannoneers being queued up. And remember, he's still got a lot of gold to work with. The intriguing thing about the timing on this, if you're wondering why did Louis take this approach, Men-at-Arms are expendable to build up the reserves, but Men-at-Arms are also expendable to send raiding. If you send the hand cannoneers back here and they kill 20 villagers but die, that feels painful. If you send Men-at-Arms in, they kill 10 villagers but die, you shrug. So pretty cool read there. It means that Louis is now starting to starve the map a bit. Beastie is finally going to resort to his safe gold. He's got 8k to work with. The problem is, when you get into the long term of this, you may have taxation criticize the Chinese, but this is where the English really kick you in the teeth. Mass farms can easily float all the gold they need. And we're not even at cap right now, right? The farm count is sitting up at 45, but once he's done exhausting the gold on the map, more of these villagers are going to be shifted across to gathering food. Break on the wall in the center, though. Beastie trying to move now while he's got the numbers in his favor. 14 hand cannoneers are scaling. Okay, that's actually really cool. We never see people doing this, but he's using the Berkshire to produce Men-at-Arms. Oh, that's so cool, man. Most players just forget to bind these in, right? They ignore them entirely, but that's double racks from the White Tower and Berkshire. So just giving a little bit extra push behind this. And looks like we've got a trade underway. Louis is rushing into the back of the base as Beastie tries to make a more permanent assault here. Double bombard. Almost done with the Berkshire. Bombard fire in return, though. Look at this, it's big! Funnel shot's not going to come out. But the health is not looking good here. Only 2,000 HP on this keep, so Beastie's going to exhaust all the stone to try and get up to half HP. In the meantime, the Men-at-Arms are getting deeper. They're not finding many eco kills, but they are achieving idle time. So now, if Louis can mop up this big wave, Beastie's going to struggle to reboom the losses. Dude, what a crazy exchange. I'm always in awe of how good players have gotten at making this cool. If you think just like a year ago, so often players would see a move like this being made, and they'd panic, react, and come home. Louis didn't even blink. This boy should be at a poker table right now playing for millions, because his poker face was impenetrable. He saw this play, did not shy away from the trade whatsoever. He gets a lot of damage down the backside, has been mopped up, but now look at the eco situation. BC was up to 140 before, now down to 105. His food income is abysmal, has been for the last 2 minutes. And Louis, because of this strategy he played where he didn't rush into expensive units, he's always been floating insane amount of food to keep him alive here. It means the Men-at-Arms spam is now going to go up to another 60, and all of a sudden, BC, he might be able to match that initial number, but afterwards, there's a giant fat question mark. Now that is interesting. U60 just pointed out that Chinese knobs aren't affected by chemistry. Are you sure about that? I think what you've highlighted is a bug that the Byzantines have, because the +2 is chemistry. The +2 is 100% chemistry. So that means you can get 12 damage Nesta Bs for the Byzantines, because they're getting double chem. That's kind of wild, actually. Love the fact that we just got bombards to snipe out the knobs. Louis going pretty hard in that siege now. Hand cannon near mass is building. Beastie has got a big reserve of gold, but you're noticing the problem now isn't gold for him. All of a sudden, it's food. So yeah, you guys heard it here first. If you like Nesta Bs, you need to be learning Byzantines. That's actually insanely busted, if true. It's interesting as well, because I feel like most players just don't get chemistry as the Byzantines, because you don't have a reason to, right? Like, the Streltsy builds aren't very popular now, and you don't really build hand cannons. That's wild. I believe they get the extra shots, right? Because foreign engineering company adds in additional effects. So I believe you do, indeed. Actually, Chinese Knobs having +2 as well with the chemistry. That's because Chinese get gunpowder, they get chemistry at the start of the game, right? I can show you that on the menu afterwards. Like, I'm pretty sure it's written underneath in the Learn tab as one of the perks of playing China. Keep. Not going to last long. I think Louis got this in the bag, really. Beastie, while taking a miraculous fight, I don't see a way of recovering. So this Nest of Beast play is kind of a dual dire. And for those wondering why you've only got the +1, not armor, it's damage here. The reason we only have +1 damage is, remember, the hand cannoneers do not benefit from ranged attack increases. The way you can tell this is if you ever look on a blacksmith's, it'll tell you what it buffs, and it says arrows and bolts. So here you go. Increased damage of all arrows and bolts. Yeah, there's literally no reason why he'd want the +tex for ranged play. In fact, I'm kind of surprised he even got the +1. Things slowing down a bit here. Gold is running out fast though, folks. Beastie may have 8k in reserve, but that's pretty much all he's got now. Taxation is going to give him a trickle, but nothing compared to what the English should now be capable of. Sneaky bugger. Beastie actually going to the back corner to try and gather up some wood. It also looks like he's paranoid that we might be heading into potentially trade here. Love the fact that he's getting an outpost down to prep for that. How does Beastie win this now? It looks like he's just trying to play your classic PG spam to shut down the farms. That's very difficult from this position though, right? Like, Louis built up such an insane reserve that losing 20 or 30 villages doesn't kill his game. You need more. You need something a little bit more permanent here. So I'm hoping we see a continued scale into the hand cannon near mass for a big fight. And yes, the damage increase, you are correct, does affect emplacements. We talked about this yesterday, actually. Is you can take a Springald and increase his damage by 3 by getting the ranged attack upwards. But actually never prepared for Louis, a little bit surprising here. So it's going to allow a little bit of a flood in. White Tower is still in the area. Farms are now starting to be torched. But the problem now, whenever you start to dive like this, once you slow down to do things, whether it's for some reason torching a farm or attacking villages, the English men-at-arms can catch up. And with a network of citadels, they can absolutely destroy you. If they, you know, get it and it doesn't bug out. Why is this still a thing? Why? This bug has been in the game for like over 2 years. I actually think this game may have been, this bug may have been in the game since release, where sometimes Network of Castles buff just doesn't trigger. Is it a new bug? I swear we've seen this one before. Maybe it's like an old bug in new clothing. We've definitely had issues with Network of Castles before. Usually the issue comes when you upgrade from Network of Castles to Citadels, it doesn't reactivate. Or when you build a new Aura Influence, it was like it wouldn't overlap and read the new range. We've definitely had these bugs before. I like how we're just repeating history. Are we just now in the Battlestar Galactica universe? Yes, I've been watching that recently. I've turned into a nerd for it. Definition of insanity is playing English and getting Network of Citadels buffs again, and getting bugged again. And oh my god, I think we are repeating history here. We've got mass siege coming in. So you gotta keep in mind, Beastie for years has been building himself up into immunization against siege. He's been using it for so long that he can hold on to it, it cannot hurt him, it cannot touch him. But, you know, even that strategy of ingesting a little bit of poison has its limitations. I think we may have reached it here. Bombard's moving in. Snipes out the Nest of Bees. Mango's behind it now to clear up the hand cannoneers. And I think that surely has to be the end of the road for him. I mean, rebooting all these lost hand cannoneers is going to drain you dry. And remember, gold is now just trickling in. The difference is on this side, Louis could realistically just resort to mass men-at-arms and win due to the aura spamming. But he doesn't just have that, right? He has the siege advantage. That is insane. Dude, what a sick fight coming out from Louis. The fact that he used the Sacred Site, the Outpost as well, the choke point, the keep assistance, all these details to ensure it couldn't be a win for his opponent. Then you have to remember that this read to go into Mangonels is not something you see this late in the game, but it's insanely powerful due to the adjustable crossbars and the network of Citadels, essentially giving you a 65% attack speed buff. Beastie now is finally going to be going for the Imperial Palace. And you are correct, Guts. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for this sooner. I think the logic from Beastie is he thought he could win a direct fight. This is him now resorting to just flank raids. He can't take a direct engagement. The problem is he might be a little bit too late now. Because Louis, he's coming in for the kill. He's got enough bombards to guarantee it as well. Outpost crawl continues, so the network of castles influence will be here. And now the logic for Beastie is just get enough troops together to run around the flank and kill off the siege. It's the only way he can win this fight. And fair point from Dubalina. There is different attack speed increases per units, right? I think Men-at-Arms is the most pure one. They get the full. Lombos, I think, get like 15%. Crossbows get 12%, something like that. Can anyone remember how much Mangonels get? It's still an insane buff because you've got adjustable crossbars for the 25%. And then I'm assuming at 40% Citadels, you at least get 20% attack speed buff. I mean, these guys are attacking every 4 seconds. It is absurd. Oh my god. And he catches Beastie sleeping at the wheel. Bombards continue to blitz through the base. Beastie, he's put everything behind this. He's going up to 100 Palace Guard. Is he going to go for the landmark snipe? This could work. And this is why. The Imperial Palace is nowhere near. And it's not known, right? So, if you catch it quick enough, I could see it working. Unfortunately, Louis was quick on the repair here. Berkshire is back online, so it's not free landmark victory condition now. It's the full fort. One thing I would say I don't like from Louis here, it's kind of underrated to do this at this point in the game, is get the king. You've got an army that is mainly healthy, but has some injuries. This is the thing that I've noticed players do in the late game. They completely neglect the king, even though it's just a free aura. It's healing on the go, right? And when you're not fighting, when you're waiting for the fight, it's huge. But talk about a huge surround coming in. Louis is unable to guard on all sides, so Beastie will get the full surround. Most of the siege is going to be going down. The problem here, however, is after the fact, you are stuck Palace Guard up against Men-at-Arms that also have the attack speed buff. A good fight coming in from Beastie, but ultimately a futile one. Louis just has way too much power behind him, economically and militarily with his aura. Looks like most of the siege is at least going to be mopped up, so Bombard, a handful of Springles and Mangonel left over, but the problem is Beastie has drained himself dry again. Food income, even with it being at over 3,000, he cannot afford to queue up more than 6 units. Now, the only thing that I think is missing is Louis needs some 4 Raxes. So that's the only thing I'd like to say I'd like to see different here. He's sending troops all the way home to abroad. If he had a bunch of proxy Raxes here, this would be a quick reboom to go in. So, as a result of that, Beastie is going to survive for another minute or 2. But ultimately, the problem I'm seeing in this game is Louis just got way too much military. I know a lot of people are trying to highlight the eco. It was a great raid, right? That's the past of the Yuan Dynasty. But the issue is, look at Louis' reserves. He can afford to queue up another 70 Men-at-Arms before draining his current food income. He still has over 2,000 food income despite the losses. I don't actually think Beastie killed Louis by doing that raid. If anything, he helped him. Because now Beastie looks and goes, oh, that's fine. Now I've got 150 military. This is what he's so good at, by the way. If you wondered why I hyped this guy up getting into this game, why I was saying that Beastie might have a hard time, that he has been having a hard time, Louis thrives on this exact same strategy that we know Beastie leans into. This whole idea of collecting thousands upon thousands upon thousands of resources. And then when all the map is gone, you throw away your villagers, you build a bigger army, and you GG your opponent. Louis used one of Beastie's pristine strategies against him here. This is what always impresses me with Louis. He understands late game AoE 4 so bloody well. Beastie fast running out of landmarks now, fast running out of places to hide. Remember when he had 8,000 gold in reserve? Not anymore. That's a distant memory. And I think this will be a recent nightmare coming in for Beastie. English and Louis a little bit too strong. Sick read, sick execution. And the Chinese kid, I call him the Chinese emperor, once again showing you why he's to be feared in the late game. Can you change camera perspective? Maybe it would be better if you see more. What do you mean? There's like you can't see more. What are you on about? That is the camera POV. Yeah, Cascade. What you have to be conscious of is the fact that Louis has eco power because he's built up thousands and thousands of reserves. Use Zoom hack, I guess. Of course. Let me just, we're all about China right now, so let's go buy into that. 1 second. Are there more games? Of course there's more games. No, that's it, guys. I'm leaving. Bye. No, of course there's more games. I just need to quickly name that game because I think that one will make it onto the YouTube side. I'm trying to think what I call that one. The pad ones become the master? I don't know. What are your thoughts about Beastie staying in Song Dynasty, not going Yuan? I think he just forgot. I think he maybe just forgot and was very focused on the direct fight. I think it could have made a difference for sure. I do think that Louis was greedy and not stonewalling for sure. But, at the same time, Louis was putting so much pressure on Beastie. It shows you just how annoying, overwhelming, and distracting that type of attack is, right? That you just can't track what you need to do. I don't think you go Ming, but you go Yuan for sure. You go Ming if you're going full hand cannon near Palace Guard down the center, sure. But, your best way of winning is the fact your opponent is not stonewalling. Alright, there we go. I think what I might call it one is he doesn't need stone walls. Zero stone walls versus China. Alright, there we go. So, I think there was another game between them that we wanted to check out, which was a Byzantine game. So give me a sec and we'll load that one up. The bug talk reminds me you had an infuriating bug. Had a massive longbows against your early knights. Cool amount of position. A moved them to clean it up. Went to micro the TC, came back, and they ran around the mass without attacking. What's that about? Are you sure you didn't actually accidentally double click? So you A-clicked and then clicked again? Or did you maybe A-click on one of the longbows? Because if you do that, they'll go after that longbow. They're like, that guy! Yeah, you! Go back it! Right? It's that type of effect. So yeah. That might be what happened. Alright, so we got another game between the two on Rocky River. Byzantines versus Chinese. Byzantines versus Japanese, rather. Yeah, honestly, I think there's a good argument that Ming and Yuan should be swapped. Then again, maybe it doesn't matter because of how good their eco is. They get it so quickly late game. And then after this, guys, what we'll do is we'll do some of the Marine Lord Louis games. Because he streamed the scrims. So in my eyes, that's fair game to cast. Because it's not privated. It's not offline. Alright. Looks like we're caught up in chat though. So let's get ready for this one. This game apparently led to Beastie stating that he believes that Byzantines in their current state needs to be banned. every game. Curious to see what's going to happen here. That's at least what I was told in chat. That Louis, after facing off against the Byzantines of BC in this one, BC had some very strong feelings on the state of the former glorious Roman Empire. We're going to see exactly what had him tilted in that frame of mind as we hop into Rocky River for a Japanese-Byzantine game here. Now, this is an interesting matchup, actually. I think it's one that favors Byzantines anyway. That's my feeling on it more recently. I just don't really see a clean way for the Japanese to execute. Because the problem is, if you turn it into a castle on castle rush, you're going to get pressured by Limitane and Javelins, and that counters your opening Mounted Samurai play. Then if you reach Castle Age, it's one of those weird things where the Varangian, in theory, should get destroyed by the Samurai. But my problem that I've noticed is somehow, some way, the Byzantines always just seem to have more units. And I think it really is this increased gathering rate around with assistance in conjunction with the olive oil pump. So when you add mercs in together, all of a sudden, you're quite often seeing Japanese players struggle. Add in the fact that we're probably going to be looking at Western contract here, actually, and you get a nice layering of Varangian and Landsknecht. All of a sudden, that Adachi tech doesn't feel that sexy when you're getting cleaved in return. So yeah, that's been my take on recent matchups I've been watching. I don't think it's impossible for the Japanese to execute against the Byzantines here. I do, however, think it's difficult because of just how economically superior they are straight away. Like, here's the crazy thing, guys. I talk about how great Tawada and Takazaiku is to get a 50% increase in field age in your berry gathering rate, which is better than the Abbasis in Delhi. On the other side of this, though, your opponent is going to already have a 10% gathering rate increase on practically their entire economy from minute 1. Then they're going to scale that up to 14% by minute 6, 7. And on top of that, when they gather from berries, they may not be getting such an insane buff, but they're getting an extra 20% of an entirely different resource together with that, right? So it's a tricky element. I think we haven't really seen builds yet that impress me in this matchup for the Japanese since the buff to the Byzantines. I'm wondering, actually, if this Civ might be better suited to the idea of playing feudal. The issue, though, is anytime you play feudal, Byzantines just build into Javs. I think what could possibly work is if you go 2TC Japanese and then you spam Yumi. Because the thing that's quite interesting about Yumi versus Javs is although the Javs have great armor and they do counter range units, they overkill Yumi a lot. And then, of course, you follow up with Horseman afterwards, and easy peasy. Or Onagigisha. You know, the more I'm talking about this, the more I'm convincing myself that the way that Japan beats the Byzantines is in feudal. Because if you build Onagigisha, what do? Right? Like, if you go, say, Yumi Onagigisha, what does your opponent build to counter that? I don't think there's an answer for them. Is this a show match? No, this is not a show match. They just queued into each other on the ladder. We will be checking in on some Marine Lord versus Louis scrims after this one, actually, that happened last night. And I wouldn't be surprised if people were getting tilted Recon's Byzantines. I think Recon might actually be ahead of the pack about something here, which is Recon leans into the idea of cavalry a lot more with the Byzantines than any other player I've watched. It's not even a case of going Hippodrome, by the way. Like, a lot of players do Hippodrome into Horseman. He'll do Stables Horseman with Grand Winery, which I genuinely think is being slept on right now. It's a very powerful build. If you go, say, Javelins plus the Horseman, or go Lombos plus Horseman, you can do a lot of damage. Lombo Horseman, especially on maps like Cliffside. So, tech up complete. Level 2 assistant coming in. And I'm wondering, are we going? Yes, we are. As soon as you see the outpost being dropped like that, you should know for sure it's going to be a fast castle build. It's quite a nice spawn, actually, for going fast castle for Louis. I'm not surprised he jumped on this the moment he saw it. One outpost pretty much protects the entire investment here. The problem now is, like, when you go for the castle like this, the Byzantines can actually match your timing quite easily. They can even exceed it. And they can also still apply some pressure, right? So, like, you could easily see some Javs or Lombos coming out. I'm poking at this gold to slow it down. Same with the food. And the crazy thing about this Civ, once again, is that they aren't spending a critical resource to get those units, right? They're not spending food. They're not spending gold. They're spending this magical extra resource they generate. I just realized that I was in such a chill mood, I accidentally left the music on the entire time for that one. Oh no, that's going to make... it's going to ruin the recording. Anyway, double outpost coming up. I'm not a great fan of this. Double outpost feels really overkill for Louis. That's expensive when you consider how good the Byzantine economy is. And when you consider their win condition quite often is to get Castle Age as well, right? So the fact that you've just burned an extra 100 wood and then you're probably going to end up burning some stone and gold as well, not the greatest fan of this. Rax is actually getting added in, so it looks like BC's going to try to send it. Yeah, Limitane coming. Probably going to be Western Contract. I'd be surprised if it was anything else. Yeah, there we go, confirmation. The reason why Western Contract makes so much sense here with Limitane is now when you arrive in the enemy base, when they tech up, great. What do they do with it, right? They're going to want to open with Mounted Samurai, and they won't be able to attack you. You need 2 outposts against Longbow. That's true, but Core, like, he hasn't seen confirmation of it being Longbows yet, right? That was my thought process. He might suspect it, but, like, is there a possibility this is Fast Castle? Because I think Louis' scout wasn't checking on it. He was at home. So it's like one of those things where I'd say, even if you feel like you need it, it's better to know that you need it for sure, right? One thing that is worrying me as well is now Louis is in a situation where, with Siege Engineering being rushed like this, you could easily be looking at around a clock before you secure your attack up. In fact, the Limitane already moving across. The Limitane detail is looking smarter and smarter out Beastie, right? Because this gives him a way of setting up a ram super early. Not just any ram. Cairo siphons that are going to make it difficult for villagers to rush out and burn them. No, I think there's like a fair point to the Byzantines in general. They are insane right now. I'd agree that this Civ is absurd. They got overbuffed, for sure. The early game feels way too good now. And the other problem is, like, you don't know what you're up against on the other side until they spawn it. I think that's another stupid element that spits in the face of design logic in AoE 4. Tell me of, like, other examples where you have a building that you commit to like, tell me of a game, a situation, other than, say, like, a landmark such as Farimba, where you have this situation where you don't know what's coming out of it, right? Like, when I see a Rax, and I'm in Castle Age against Byzantines, I know it's either going to be the Varangian or it's going to be Limitane. At an early point in the game, I don't know what's coming out of this building until it's in my face, right? Is it going to be Keshiks? Is it going to be Lombos? Is it going to be Javelins? Because depending on the answer to that question, my reaction is going to be drastically different. For example, if it's Keshiks, I'll go, oh, thank God, I thought I was going to lose the game. Hey, Lombos are now here, Limitane as well. It looks like the Kara Siphon clown carring begins. Wait, Louis, not again. No, Louis. Okay, no, guys, I'm gonna save you from this. If BC did call the Byzantines broken after this game, I disagree. It's just his opponent built Temple of Equality. Not as broken as you thought. I know Louis has been finding great success with Temple of Equality, but dog, this ain't the game. I really don't think this is the one. Oh my God, he's not going to be able to get the troops together whatsoever. And does BC know? He sees it now. I can already hear BC's voice, Kek W, immediately in response to this. I'm shocked by the choice. And also archery ranges afterwards. So he's going to try to mass Yuumi to counter the Lombos. I've actually said I don't mind Yuumi against Lombos, but the problem is you're playing from a disadvantage already. And if I'm not mistaken, that TC doesn't protect against the edge. So yeah, if BC just walks in here, he can camp the production. Oh no! The double deny! An immediate shift to the north side. The extra group of Lombos could easily block that one out as well. I cannot believe this game. Just a tiny wall could have done what he needed there to stop that rotation. But now we're going to be looking at a second Kara Siphon being built. And also a game where you need wood. This is the thing. He just saw that your build is Yuumi. So all he now needs to do is just camp both of the wood lines. And this is a stupider part. The Kara Siphons are going to keep taking out the lumber camps, so you get no value there either. Oh, this is done, man. This has to be done. Veterancy is coming in from Yuumi. He just about has enough gold for that. Has the Sealed Arrow level 1. The Kara Ciphers are now hitting in. And the Lombos here, you're going to have to sacrifice villagers to keep yourself alive here. I can't believe this game. What an absurd game. I just don't know if I can upload it because the music was playing at the start, which is unfortunate. I don't know how much that music was coming through. So what we're getting at here, guys, is Byzantines are so OP busted that they melted Louis' brain and made him build Temple of Equality Yuumi. That's the thing, isn't it? He never would know. This is the crazy. I think Louis is in experimental mode, and he's getting a little bit too overzealous with Temple of Equality as the win condition. Every single game of the Japanese have cast of Louis at the moment is using Temple of Equality, and the kid is onto something, dude. He's figured out some things that other people haven't really figured out yet. There are some amazing builds you can execute. I think especially if you get into the late game, the whole idea of playing into Nehan with a Sohai Sutra is incredible. Like the, oh, not Sohai Sutra, sorry, the just Nehan itself. Sohai Sutra is pretty good for the debuff, but the Nehan conversion, just giving you the movement speed and attack increase, is insane because if you use it in the right position, the Monk is going to get sniped. If the Monk gets sniped, you can then pick it up and buff again. The problem is you need to be at a point in the game where you can use that. We are not at that point. We are at the point of defeat, though. Golden Horn Town now on the way. Oh, goody. We've applied Sohai Sutra to this limit sign. Oh, man. Yeah, this is looking over. All the farms have been disintegrated. Turns out Rice is super flammable. He's once again trying to gather on the only wood line he can access, but the Lombo's already shifting again. I think Louis, once the tech up completes, he'll likely call GG here. The only reason he's holding on is he thinks that maybe this is an all-in. But I don't think I've ever seen a player with so little building in his base at 12 minutes in. Not even a HRE player. Like, this is absurd. The amount of destruction in this game from just 2 Kairos Siphons. Well, 3, right? He lost the 1. Going fast castle should be absolutely punishable in this fashion. In some ways, I'm inclined to agree, but here's my point. Like, how many civs can actually punish you like this? This is Byzantines. I feel inclined to say that the Kairos Siphon buffs were good enough. 40 gold less was a pretty big booster. I'd still say they should probably be 10 gold, maybe 20 gold less. But I think, judging by what we're seeing here, Kairos Siphons are in a decent place. Tech up complete, veterancy now on the way, and I think Louis, the moment that he sees his vet Lombos, he's got to be calling GG. I mean, it's even worse than that, right? He's gone for Yuumi, and now Varangian are coming. That's the thing. The Kairos Siphon has nothing left to burn. It's like, my job is done. I'm confused. Like, what is my role in life now? I was born to murder and kill, but what do I do now? You sit back and watch someone else murder and kill. Veterancy, and that is going to be the end of the road. GG gets called. Well, this game may have made Beastie say that Byzantines are broken. I just think the thing that broke this game more than anything was the landmark choice of Louis. What does Beastie's name say? I don't know. Anyone want to translate? One second. Just had a message bump through. Let me quickly check it. Oh. Inverse landmark switch. Yeah, dude, that was definitely a funky choice being made by Louis. When's the next Meat Grinder FFA planned? It depends if we have enough people, really, is usually the caveat. Usually I don't even check at this point in the day because there's just not enough people around. Most of the people watching are at work at this given point, right? Like, whether you're in Europe or you're in America, you're either getting ready for work or you're already at work. So it's always a bit tricky to get those Meat Grinders going. But I'd say hang around. Usually when we do the longer streams, the ones that go past 6, I'll check when I come back from eating food whether people want to play Meat Grinder. It's a little bit tough because I've noticed like it feels like there's not enough people interested at the moment for some reason. And I think it's mainly because the quick match free-for-all. Like, for example, when we cast 1v1s, everyone's tuning in. And then when we do free-for-alls, the numbers trend downwards. So it's a bit of a weird one. I think it's because most of the people who were playing in them previously, or a decent amount of them, or that were willing to, are now just searching for free-for-alls on the ladder. Even though free-for-alls on the ladder are 100% worse than the Meat Grinder mod ones. 6 p.m. UK time, yes. Let me catch up in chat. Dr. Jarman, when have I been starting the streams? So we started this one about a little tiny bit past 12. So we've been live for about an hour and a half-ish. But quite often you'll see me live. Sometimes it'll be a little bit earlier, like 11, half 11 UK time. But I should usually be live by about 12 on days that I stream. And most weeks I've been streaming Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Sometimes we do change it a bit when we are streaming on the weekend. For example, the original plan was to not stream today because I streamed Sunday, but I spontaneously decided to just say screw it. We will be streaming Saturday this week because Saturday this week there is going to be a charity stream. Oh, his name translates to "Hey, squat down" in Japanese. Okay, interesting choice. Seems the wrong way around there, because if anyone was taking a squat on someone in that game, it was Beastie taking a squat on poor Louis. Right, so now, I think people want more 1v1s. We can do Marine Lord versus Beastie. Wee. No, sorry, not Marine Lord. Louis versus Marine Lord. Sorry. You wish you had Beastie versus Marine Lord. Nah, Louis versus Marine Lord. Sorry, it's because I was deleting Beastie's name from the title, so my brain was in two places. Marine Lord versus Louis. FFA streams are becoming so boring? What do you mean? My FFA streams? Have you watched my FFA streams, Marco? I'm guessing not. Are you talking about, like, the other players? Okay, yeah. Mine are fire. Mine are pure fire. I like, you know, full thumper on the table. I'm just saying, we have the best free-for-all streams you'll find in AoE4. Because we do all these funky formats. We do the Meat Grinder mod, which is every X minutes someone dies. We do the micro map ones. We have cool mods that add new units to the game mode. We do 2v2v2v2. Not exactly free-for-alls, but kind of, you know, in that lieu. There's loads of different formats we do. And we also use maps that actually make them interesting. So we have a lot of mini-maps, which are essentially maps with 8 players on that are sized somewhere between 4-player and 6-player maps, so that it's not as campy. Do a poll on what I change to next. I mean, you can change the background. There's a way of doing that, you know. There's point redemptions. Used to watch them to learn 1v1. I mean, I think FFAs can be quite fun. The problem is that FFAs are just too slow. That's why we do the formats we do. The first 20 minutes of FFAs are pointless. They're redundant. They're dog crap. The problem that you have in free-for-alls is there's nothing pushing people to do things, right? In fact, if anything, quite often you get rewarded for not doing things. Now, the Dominion mod, where you get an extra 50 pop, is meant to balance that out, but quite often it doesn't have the intended effect. There's still an optimal element of like, oh, kill one player, and then boom to a 200 population of eco and gather the resources, right? You don't have 1 hour to play one free-for-all? Yeah, have a look at my channel. You'll like what you see, Marco. On my YouTube channel, you'll see some of the examples of what we do. We have 20-minute free-for-alls, and I can enforce that. I have a way of setting the maximum length of a free-for-all. How come you only cast games? Because I guess that's what people want. It's the content type, Ned Stark. I'm a commentator for a living. I'd like to think I'm quite good at it. I've said before, like, if the stream keeps growing, I will consider doing some play streams where we'll like do a road to Conk and whatnot, whatever, right? Has anyone ever done a Feudal Dark Age locked FFA? No, Battle Team, because not in the kindest way possible. I think you've got AoE 1 brain there a little bit. Calm down, son. We don't need to go there. No, I don't think that would improve the problem. Did / do you play Apex or cast it? I've played a lot of Apex. I've grinded all the way up to what was it? I didn't quite get Apex Pred. I was just shy of Apex Pred the early seasons, because once you get to basically being in Apex Pred lobbies, it's always free stacks, and I was never pre-stack. I was always random. I used to have my memeful saying was kill Shiv, then immediately die, and that was on repeat. But yes, I've also cast Apex. I've cast some small online tournaments. I actually want to do more of it. It's just difficult. I offered to get involved with the Challenger circuit, but got passed up for whatever reason. Don't know why. But then on top of that, I have cast ALGS. Yo, what is up, Wembley Hog? Thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub. Welcome to Swarm. Don't forget those Primes in, guys, so you don't have to worry about stupid ads getting in your way. Because I think I saw someone complaining earlier about ads. Sorry, bud. I can't do anything about that. I'm just figuring out what background we're going to change to, guys. You know what I'm feeling? Are we a Castle Gamer? Castle Gamers rise up? There we go. Vibing. Yes, Baltoon. Apex, to me, dude, I remember... So this is the thing that kind of is heartbreaking to this day. Is I was starting to break into LGS when they were increasing the amount of talent they had. Well, sorry. Just after they increased the amount of talent they had. And then after that, they decreased the talent roster by half. So I had no shot basically of hanging around, which is unfortunate. And the thing is, like, I know that they lead with the idea of casters first. And when I worked the LGS Stockholm event, the one thing I didn't get to do, and it broke my heart, was casting. A little bit behind the scenes. Basically, one of the other casters' throats was destroyed from the hype casting. Had that grand finals gone any more games, they were going to sub me in. And I was so ready for it. But heartbreaker, it didn't happen. And I'm still proud of what I done that tournament. Like, I literally just had a newborn child. I had not had a chance to catch up on the most recent LGS league whatsoever. So I had to go into that completely blind and unsure of any of the details. By day number 2, I felt like I was carrying my weight and then some on the desk. So, you know, Apex is one I still to this day love to get back into because I think it actually has the best esports scene. Like the competitive format does so much for it as well. I do agree that the controllers, like aim assist, is just too strong in general. One of the big problems with aim assist and why it's so ridiculous in both Call of Duty and Apex and all these other games, I think is genuinely the flinch mechanics. Aim punch makes it so that you get a bigger advantage than you already have when you use controller. Watch other people play instead of suffering against Jean d'Arc and Biz. Yeah, instead I'm cheering them on the ladder, right? Perfect. What's up with days since last Voldemar win header? Because he always comes in and complains about it, so then we do it for another day. It's like, you know when you watch like Simpsons and they have that little thing on the wall in Homer's office where it's like days since last meltdown or whatever. It's that type of thing. Do I have a college degree? If so, in what? I have a college degree, or I assume you mean university degree, right? 'Cause over here we just got university degree. I have a university degree in computer games design. It's a bachelor honors degree, and I can wear it as a paper hat while casting. Yeah, so I capable of game design. There we go, put it like that. So yeah, I have a bachelor's arts in computer game design with a specialty in programming. So my dissertation was on AI and pathfinding solutions and creating essentially a giant playground of RTS-like AI behavior. So yeah, I know a few things about video games. Let's put it like that. We'll get into the game in a sec, guys. I'm actually just enjoying having this nice little fun discussion. Dissertation, you have a PhD? No, you just do dissertations in your final year. I feel like a lot of degrees do that. No, it's not a PhD, it's Bachelor Arts with full honors. So, Floodplain. English versus Malians. Ooh. Wouldn't mind watching KP play for a change. I mean, if anyone knows a PC hardware sponsor that would be interested in maybe sending a PC out for some long-term sponsorship, then we could explore that. I said earlier, though, I won't even try with my current PC spec. I wouldn't be able to record the games. Even streaming the games, like when I'm streaming and recording these games, I'm noticing how dicey it can get. But like, I think we've played some free-for-alls on stream a few months ago. And I remember, like, there was one game we played Japanese where I spent the first half an hour complaining about frame rate. It was because I'm very sensitive to those things. Like, dude, I'm a guy who like plays FPSs at a higher DPI, far higher than most players on average play. I'm a guy who played like Overwatch years ago grinded to like the absolute top of the ladder with 6,000 DPI, which is absurd. It's like I notice all those small things. Frame rate is not a small thing. Frame rate is such a noticeable thing. It's insane. What CPU, GPU? So I've got a 2080, and then my CPU is the 3700X. So third gen of the Ryzen. Dissertations for higher degrees? Well, what can I say? We just do smarter things now. No, I don't know. I'm trying to think if every degree does dissertations in final year. I think most of them do. But the cool thing about like my degree is more practical. Most degrees are pretty lame for like teaching you how to do the thing. They teach you the theoreticals. It's like something I learned after I was done with uni and I got a job in blue chip software development in SharePoint, is that they talked about all these things like the pillars of object-oriented programming, and I didn't know them, and I was confused by them. And then when someone said them to me, I was like, oh yeah, I do that all the time. So like what had happened is my degree was all practical based. It wasn't in a book theoreticals. So I was just doing the right things, right? So although I didn't know what these things were called, I knew how to do them. There's an interesting edge I had over a lot of these different degrees. Like I basically knew how to program better than a lot of comp science degree graduates. And the reason was that a lot of their learnings was not practical, right? It was theoreticals and book. That gives you less hope for trying to stream on yours? Well, I'm trying to like do a good high quality, right? And I'm recording as well as streaming is the thing. Play AoE 2 then? Oh god, no. And yes, this is from Heroes of Might and Magic 3, not Age of Mythology. This is Castle. What was my sense in Overwatch with that? I'm saying 6,000 DPI effective. I think my mouse maybe was on half that. And I can't remember what the in-game sense was at, but it was really high. I could spin like a Beyblade. It was nuts. My degree was computer games design. Did you need to teach yourself the skill of public speaking casting, or did you take some public speaking classes? I think it just naturally came to me. So actually, as a kid, I was a mumbler. As a kid, I was very much a loner. I just kept to myself. So I didn't, I wasn't like boisterous on the playground. Actually, I was always looking to fight. I was quite the brawler in primary school. But especially when I got into high school, I mean, dude, I was the outcast kid. So that built into mumbling, and then years later, I kind of discovered streaming when I was doing the blue chip software job because I hated it. And then what I kind of discovered from that is like, I like the entertainment value. I wouldn't say I had good public speaking skills. What I'd say is I had this unhinged element about me. I still remember when I was a kid playing console games, playing Call of Duty 4 and whatever, people kept telling me I should make YouTube videos because I was very good at raging in a creative way. Let's just say you guys have heard me use metaphors a lot. I used a lot of metaphors when I was raging. So that element was always there. But yeah, I never perceived that I'd be a caster. Like even when I was doing content creation, the name Killer Pigeon, like it came from Call of Duty 4. It has a story behind it. But the whole idea behind it was that it's a great name for a content creator. You remember that name, right? Terrible name for a caster. It's like in this immortal moment for you to be part of it. It's like Killer Pigeon. Casting the grand final is like, oh, it's kind of weird. So yeah, I always say when I started in casting, the fact that I've been streaming for 2 years helped me. It gave me the skills to then move into commentary quite smoothly. I'd say seamlessly. I had to go 4 years back to find my Apex content. Your hair game has improved. Damn right, dude. Like, should have done, like, what was I doing back then? I think I was playing it safe. Shaved around the sides, not too high on top. Yapping Pigeon. I mean, people are enjoying it. An ability to simplify the advanced concepts that are going on for the ignorant such as myself. That's because I got a simple brain. It's funny as well. Like, I always find it comical when people highlight that because I was a play-by-play. So, not play-by-play. So, like, you think play-by-play, you're probably thinking about why you're doing what Drongo does. Like, RTSs don't really have the purest form of play-by-play because you can't. A pure play-by-play would be a very lame experience in RTSs because there's too much downtime. You need to have a kind of a color commentator as well as an analyst, right? So it's quite weird coming from Dota because Dota 2 is all play-by-play. in one role, right? One's all play-by-play, the other's analyst. Like, you can literally just have your entire role occasionally asking a question to your analyst and then just talking about what's happening on screen. Because Dota is at a pace where there's always something happening. Same with Apex. Like, actually, FPSs are an interesting polarizing experience and alternative, because in those games, you're more often going to have double, like, play-by-play or, like, play-by-play color, right, instead of play-by-play analyst. So I'll just catch up in the chat, and then we'll get underway with this. This map is, in fact, going to be the floodplain map. Which, what are they practicing this for, actually? Like, what is there an upcoming tournament that has floodplain of all maps in it? Because that surprises me. A4's a piece of cake. Yeah, that was the interesting thing. Is it War Chief Club? Thank you very much, Baltine. So that was quite an interesting thing. Is like when I talked to my mum originally about switching over to A4, I was like, it must be very hard to follow this. She's like, no, this is easy. Dota was confusing as all hell. This is simple. I was like, oh, okay. And yes, this is going to be Marine Lord versus Louis. So let's get to it. I think this was one of Avali's creations as well, right? I won't say, but I'm almost certain Avali created this one because we tested this in a free-for-all once. Free-for-alls make this map look very different than intended, but very entertaining. Though it's probably one of the most complex games there is. I actually think it's the most complex competitive game that exists. I can't think of any esports scene that has a more complex game. Some people are going to be tempted to say League, but I disagree entirely. And don't take that as Dota's better than League. I'm so beyond that. I get bored of that argument every day of the week. That's like so 2012. The reality is that Dota 2 is more knowledge-based, whereas League is more mechanically based. As in, like, you know, there's a lot more... How to put it? Dota is closest to what I'd say is an AoE4 situation, whereas League is closer to almost a Smash situation in that regard, in that there's a lot more intense micro mechanic involvement at points in that game. Both League and Dota are really accessible for outside watchers. You know, that's the whole point of them being team games, and that's exactly what RTSs have been doing wrong now for years. RTSs continue to focus on 1v1s. I notice people in chat going, I want to watch 1v1s, I want to learn 1v1s. The fact that RTSs focus on 1v1s is a negative, in my opinion, not a positive. Because you might marvel at how amazing it is that one person can overcome another and the purity and the skill. But, okay, I'm actually going to start recording because there's a really good discussion coming on. I think 1v1s are critically overrated in RTSs, and here's why. There's an amazing element to this one-on-one, just pure skill. Who's better? Who makes the least mistakes? But from a spectating perspective and also a participating perspective, it's so much more wondrous when you add 2 players in, 3 players in, 4 players in. There's more points for failure. There's more points for success. There's more marvel in the journey and the experience along the way. And also, just as a casual player, it gives you someone else to blame. But there's going to be no one to blame here. We are going to be on Floodplains, which I believe was one of Avali's creations here. This is Scrimwatch, Louis MT going up against Marine Lord. These games were streamed by Marine Lord last night, which is why I am willing to cast them. I have a rule. It is, you know, my morals. I like to stick to it. If I see that someone has left their data open, but it's a custom game that was clearly scrims, I will not cast it. Unless they have already streamed it somewhere else, in which case it is fair game. So thank you, Mr. Marine Lord, for putting these all up for the public to see already. Abbey of Kings coming in, Manticore on the other side, as we are going to have an English-Malian matchup. Quite an interesting one. Already someone's going to ask the question, why is no one fishing on this map? It's because there is no fish. That's right. The water is just there as kind of a dynamic to invest in. You can even technically use ships to try and win fights, but there is no eco advantage to going to docks here, which is why both players are rushed towards Feudal. Malians versus English, though, this is a matchup that just a few weeks ago, if you saw this pick, you get 2 minutes in, you GG, go next. I don't think that's the case anymore. This Abbey of Kings build now has made this a 50-50 matchup. I think it's skill-based. And, you know, I was noticing Reno was saying similar recently, like when the chats were in, he actually dropped the comment after I was defending the buff to Kings and saying it needs to play out. He's like, I think this has done a good thing for the Malian matchup. It doesn't just make it one-sided anymore. And I am inclined to agree. This early King timing gives you so much flexibility to play a full Feudal, to go double TC, to go fast castle. And what it does is it forces a Malian player to react. That's advantageous. If you compare it to the alternative where you had to build a council hall that's one-dimensional and is already counted by Malians, it's very easy for the Malian player to reap. But now, with this detail of being able to go Abbey of Kings, all of a sudden, the player has to react in a different way. They have to build into racks, they have to build into Donzos. And the English player on the other side is just going to be going for a TC. That's an insane advantage. Because if you think about the maths involved in that, that's going to be racks plus, say, 2 Donzos. All of a sudden, that's half the cost of the TC that you've put into defending yourself, and they've got this king for free. Swap mortar texture. You know, one thing I was kind of realizing recently when we were playing on the generated world map, I do really wish there was more flexibility with the textures on the map, right? Because you choose a biome. I wish you could actually have kind of a hybridized biome where you can mix in multiple angles. Because, like, for example, the world map especially, it's quite the gutter that you can't have a snow biome at the bottom. And then, like, you know, a kind of Saharan biome and then a North European one. That would be amazing. Winter Muffins asks, has the English become too powerful with the King of Abbeys option? I do not think they have. I think it just hasn't been figured out. You're looking at an entirely new build. Remember how OP Zhone was in everyone's minds just a few months ago, and now we're regularly seeing Zhone get crotch stomped by a lot of unexpected civs? It's kind of similar there, right? Where when you give people time, when you let it cook, people have to come up with solutions. This happens every time. Something new gets introduced, something gets changed, and all of a sudden, oh my god, OP. The crazy thing about this particular civ is they function a very specific, clear way time and time again. And now you have to change your strategies to overcome them. So you need to learn new strats to win. That's all that's happened here. I don't think the king is too powerful. I don't think the Abbey of Kings giving it for free is too powerful. I just think players need to readjust their approaches. The way of kind of thinking this is, imagine if all of a sudden after all these years, French had the Chamber of Commerce changed to give a different unit type. Like, it wasn't a trade building. Let's say it was a different military building. What I'm suggesting there is now a situation where French players don't just open up knights. It completely confuses you. Like, the game is off. Your game sense makes no sense. What you've been learning from Beastie Cuties guides and what you've been learning in Voldemar's coaching sessions all of a sudden is different to what you're experiencing. Actually, I don't want to discredit Voldemar like that because he usually tailors his coaching around different things. But, like, there's going to be things he taught you about what you do in a matchup that don't apply anymore, right? That's what's happened with Abbey of Kings. You just need to reassess your approach. And what an interesting approach out of Louis. Going into the stables for the sofa. He's already got triple mill, though. Like, this is a really smart play. So he's getting 2 or 3 sofas out. He's going to try to harass. What on earth is this TC? I just noticed this. Guys, you know exactly what I'm going to say. That right there is a Marine spawn. He got the deer and the boar in the island. I think he did shove some of the deer in, right? Wait, can someone, like, check me on this? But did the deer start here? Did this mad son of a gun push the deer all the way across? He might have. No, the icon's here, right? Like, if he pushed the deer far, the icon disappears. So he genuinely did get a Marine Lord spawn. Deer and boar on one location for the TC. What a jackpot. Louis is quickly learning why actually Malians suck on this map, by the way. Can you spot why you might not want to pick Malians here? He only has a single gold vein that's going to be fully houseable. Everything else is terrible. It's like Cliffside? No, it feels worse than Cliffside. I feel like Cliffside sometimes has a bit more mercy for you, because like Cliffside gives you 2 golds, which you can fully surround. You can't surround 2 golds entirely on this map. Unless you get some godly luck. Like, even the situation like over on the other side, Marine Lord, some of it is going to be blocked out, right? So, yeah. For anyone who ends up playing this in the War Chief Club or anywhere else, do not recommend picking Malians here. So, King is going to have to back away. Other cool detail about having these sofas, the sofas are quicker than the King, so they can actually chase him down. Especially when they charge. But not going to be worth it for him. He's going to back away. In the meantime, Marine Lord is actually adding in troops. So we've got Horsemen and Lombos coming. Really? Louis liked the Malians because you didn't need any space for farms. That's an interesting idea, Baltoon. I don't mind that idea, but I think like the gold sacrifice is kind of wonky, right? Because now I think it means it's a little bit harder to scale into gold-based units. So you can kind of make surfers work, but if this had turned into a Javelin Spear game, it might have been a little bit more of a predicament. Rancher should be filling up fairly quickly here. 2TC is starting to build a notable lead though, right? We're now 7 villages up from Marine Lord. He's adding in multiple layers of troops here. So this is pretty cool. He's trying to force Louis to commit more. He's already done that by getting him to go into spears and sofas. But you want to see him now add in jabs. And the reason you want to force him to do that is that once you reach the castle age, you can switch over to men-at-arms knights, and the jabs don't really have much value. And by forcing Louis to do it now, you're keeping him from castle age, but what you're also doing is you're ensuring that when he techs up, he has something he doesn't want. So yeah, pretty cool little detail there. And you might think, oh, building horsemen against Sofa KV, that seems dumb. Well, it's not just because he's got spears that it makes sense. It's because actually with the King aura, you can easily break away with Horseman and King and heal off the damage. Any damage done in return is permanent. Like, that is the thing that I think borderline people are going to feel is OP about the King over time, that they're going to realize here. Everyone right now is struggling with the fast castle 2TC builds. I actually think the more broken build you'll encounter the English is Prolonged Feudal. And the reason is because they have healing. Anytime you introduce healing that's so easily and freely accessible, it's going to become a problem. Like, if you think about it, if there was any element that we could criticize about Abbey of Kings, because someone asked, do I think it's OP? And I said no. If there's one element that will make it seem OP, it's this. What other civs compete with this right now? Joan can do a Divine Restoration, but that's limited. And outside that, she herself only heals. French Knights can heal, but that's one unit type that can heal. The more expensive unit type on a civ that doesn't get as free of a safe eco escalation as the English do, right? Delhi. When was the last time you saw a Delhi player pulling all of his scholars to heal? It doesn't really happen anymore. Not since the herbal medicine nerfs a few years back. It's like a lot of civs just don't have this same level of power, let alone have it on a unit that is this fast. A raid attempt is going to work out. Grand Fulani is on the way up, and Marine Lord, well, he should be seeing this. Instead, he's going to go for the stables. So M-Lord is getting ready for his own tech up. This is smart. He's just denying the wood line and then also denying the production. And you can see that right now the second tree line is quite far away. So Louis is going to prep additional stables. This is going to put him down on production count. So it's quite interesting, actually, because a while ago I proposed a buff to Abbey of Kings that I think would have worked a lot better, which is that you would use a targeted ability called Divine Intervention or something like that. And the idea would be that a small area on the map would start to heal units in range of it that were outside combat. So it would have been a replacement for the old campfire attached to Abbey of Kings. Devs decided to go a different way about it, though. And I'm wondering if they will have to change this element. Because, like I said, I think that the opening of the King and how it forces you to react is something people are going to have to adjust to. It's, over time, the thing that's going to become more absurd is indeed the kingly presence. So, nice burn down, pit mine taken out. Both of them, in fact. Louis doesn't have any gold. I'm looking for a sneak point. I don't see one. He's going to have to fight for it. Marine Lord has got the Mass Horsemen together. Lombo's going to snipe down the few Donzos that are here. Donzos that haven't been upgraded, by the way. The Sofas have been prioritized, but that's a problem. They can be countered from an age behind. That's now the problem for Louis' comp, and I love the way that Marine Lord read right through it. If M-Lord hunkered down and just stayed at home, Louis MT would be in control of this game right now. But because Marine Lord pushed it, Louis now has a problem. These spearmen are in position to do damage, not just defend. And it means he can't choose his fights. He's forced to commit to them. And that's a problem when your only solution is Sofas, because Sofas will get countered by feudal armies, right? This is quite often why we talk about the idea of, is men-at-arms, is Golems better, right? Like, how many times have you seen me cast Ivids recently where I'm like, Golems would have worked better here? The logic is you're giving your opponent a way of fighting and beating you from feudal. Men-at-arms don't allow that. The problem in this game, of course, is playing as the Malians, you don't have men-at-arms. This is the only thing you can do, and this thing is not working. Marine Lord, full orangutan mode. The monkey is attacked, and the spearmen are looking unbeatable here. I think Louis made a critical blunder here, guys. This is crazy. Just think how different this game would look right now if Louis had upgraded the Donzos instead. But he was paranoid about additional Longbos coming, right? And all of a sudden, you now have a game where Marine Lord, he's going White Tower. He's going to be 20 eco ahead. And although you've got this Fulani, I feel like you're possibly going to lose a few of them. Like, Marine Lord could easily dive in and take out 3 of these ranches right now. Instead, he's going to back up. Happy with the fact that his opponent has practically got no gold. In fact, where is he getting his gold from? Did he trade? I'm trying to figure out where he went. Because there's no way Mance is giving that much gold. He must have traded. Huh? Oh, well, I guess he kept coming out, right, and then running away. So he's getting intermittent gold spurts. Surfer Raid is not going to hit either. Walls are already up from Marine Lord. Another nice thing about this whole map being shallow, right? You can wall everywhere. How many villages is Fulani equivalent to? I think someone done the raw maths on this before, but you've got 86 food a minute coming from these farms, right? And then you get an extra... How much? Extra 20 food. So it's... I'm trying to remember what the numbers were. I think it's about 4 villages per farm, if I'm not mistaken, for each ranch full. So you're getting about 20, right around 20, 24 once you have the 2 eco upgrades. But then remember on the other side, Marine Lord has got farms. So he's getting increased gathering rates on his farmer villages. And then outside that, he had deer, he had boars, so he had other ways of kind of offsetting this advantage that Louis has. Well, low temps coming in, not going to work out. That's problematic. Louis needs these relics right now. Marine Lord's already pulling towards them, but the other issue is that Louis doesn't have great gold access. Feels very exposed still in this game. And if you're wondering why the hell does Louis have Warrior Scouts, it's because it's all they can afford. Like, dude, I can't believe what he's done to him in this game. I don't remember the last time I saw a Malian player at a critical point feel so gold-starved. Sure, he's got gold access again, but you can already see the impact it's had when he's built almost 20 Warrior Scouts that are still Feudal Age variety. He's upgraded them now, but into Mass Spearman, this is, to say the least of it, a not-so-desirable comp. I think that's the polite way of referring to it, because the alternative is just calling it absolute. Archer upgrade now coming in as well. I mean, why not, right? Your opponent has built into Musafadi. You've got spears already to deal with the cavalry. Funnily enough, like many an English game has been in the past, spearmen and lombos is the answer to everything. How did the Malians now win this? Louis... I don't know if you want to go Imperial. This is a tough one, right? Like, your opponent has White Tower. He's condensed himself nicely. It's at least not Stonewall, so... Maybe the Musafadi spam build could work if you play double flank, because then the Lombos won't be able to react, right? And the Lombo count isn't there yet. He only has 1. Because I don't think you want this to go into Imperial Age. Imperial Age most definitely will favor the English because of how much better their farms get, because of the fact that the network of Castle Citadel buff is insane. And also, your biggest booster as Malians is now, when the Fulani comes online. As the game goes deeper, you lose that advantage. Especially 2 TC versus 1. Break through common walls. And I think this is what the perspective of Louis is like the idea of the Warrior Scouts, you got to start building it because of a lack of gold, but now also, similar to the Musafadis, you can raid the flanks. You can avoid the problem. White Tower double buff was White Tower double production was too much of a buff. I think I already I feel like I might have been the first person to go over White Tower being really good. Because the first player I saw using it rather was well over a year ago. It was State. State had this sick build with White Tower on Prairie against HRE that completely killed HRE. Because HRE would Castle Rush and go Regnants and just go for relics. And then with the White Tower, after going Deer on Prairie, you would just pump Knights and kill them. Because they couldn't match your production rate, right? They just lost out immediately. So yeah, like the power of White Tower is pretty strong. It is underrated, just how good getting a Knight 18 seconds in is. I think people have started to revisit it, not just because of the buff to the King, but also because of how powerful we've seen the Japanese be with the triple production rate from Euroshiro. TC, getting torched down, is going to fall here. Still, that is a pretty healthy 30 villager lead for Marine Lord. 2-2 relic split as well. Looks like the third one is at least going to go the way of Louis. Marine Lord almost did recover that, by the way. You can see the commitment. It was well played by Louis. If he chose to fight with these units instead of just torching, he never would have got through the town center in time. I do love it when someone's like, I was doing this thing before it was popular. I see you, Invictus. I love the hipster logic because I'm one of those people where it's like, I don't want to find the meta today. I want to find the meta 5 years in the future. It's like, I'm not saying that I'm better than Marine Lord, but guys, I do this build that I know they're going to be doing 4 years. I was actually that type of person in Dota 2. I do like Ursa, POS 4, I do Wraith King support. And I just had such a big smile on my face when a few years later it appeared at basically the equivalent of World Cup for them. It's quite comical because, you know, like the funny thing is whenever you commit to the whole idea of like, I was doing this first, you have to realize that somewhere out there on the ladder, there's a bronze guy that was also doing it around the same time you were doing it. I mean, if you think about it, statistically, with the amount of players playing Age of Empires 4, it's true. So does that mean you copied a bronze? Raid's coming in. The problem is now as you start to move close to Marine Lord's base, he can react on the flanks much quicker. And it looks like M-Lord is prioritizing a castle timing here. Food gathering is fantastic at this stage. There's nothing left on the map for him, right? Like the sacred sites have been locked in, but Louis holding this for 10 minutes is going to be difficult. Cool play here, though. 4 of the Huntress already in the way. He's going to pull the trigger first. Now, I do genuinely believe that the English have better value out of their Imperial Landmark here with Wingard. Wingard is going to give you a surge point. What Wingard does is it allows you to kind of do what the Marlians do in Castle Age, which is flood. There you go. See, Shuckle just pointed out. He remembers facing a gold guy on Armor and Release who was fast Imperialing and building Mass Great Bombards. Yeah, that guy, I'm not going to lie, anyone who's won a tournament game and won money playing Ottomans should be giving 10% of their winnings to that bronze guy. Or sorry, that gold guy. I was talking to an energy drink company yesterday, and what was the idea I gave them? I was like, you know what, like toffee apple would be a sick idea for a flavor. And then I just kept lifting off flavors. Like, by the way, if you implement any of these, 10% of earnings goes to me, okay? I'm the idea police. And what an idea out of Marine Lord. Well, you look at that. Wingard Palace coming in. We had a game between Louis and Beastie earlier where I remember we were having a little bit of debate with Core where he's like, yes, but you still have the Berkshire to defend at all times. And I was like, I don't know, dog. You watch the highest level players, they're going to be doing the Wingard Palace. I don't think you can think of a higher level player right now. Marine Lord on the top of his game. Wingard Palace coming in. In fact, the top two, if you think about it, right? The two people who won the most recent tournaments, you've got Marine Lord and you've got Wham. Both of them do Wingard builds. This landmark is insanely powerful. We're probably going to be looking at Radius to open up just because it gives you flood. It gets your numbers up. Actually, at this stage, maybe even just Footman. He's almost at pop already. So spamming Footman, getting those numbers together could be good. It's just a little bit weird when you're already against Musafadi. Rangers could also make a lot of sense. It just depends on whether Marine Lord wants to take a very slow approach to this. Ray's still coming in. I'd love to see Marine Lord just get a little bit of stone from the corner. In fact, yeah, he does know about this. A stone wall on this west side and then the east side would just allow him to focus on the center. Because right now, Louis is dancing around the problem. This is exactly what Marlian players try to do. It's why we've seen Marlian players recently finding a lot of success against Chinese, against the Jeanne d'Arc faction on maps like Dry Arabia. Because the map is so wide and all these exposed points are available to them, they just flood you. They overwhelm you because you can't put out the fires, right? While you're busy just getting the hose and getting ready to stop the flammables just exploding, all of a sudden, this annoying little Marlian kid has set fire to 5 different things, including your cat. I hate how they always go after my cat. M-Lord prepping the volley. Love this. Everything you're up against gets countered by Lombos. I do not love the fact that he's not building Wingard Rangers. I mean, they are just better archers. It seems like he's forgotten to bind them in. But Archers most definitely is the MVP. Archers plus Spearmen, funnily enough, just wins this game. You don't want to build Men-at-Arms because you're against Musafadi, and also Gunners will wipe them. You might as well just have Spearmen that will just be kind of a cost-efficient tank. The only weakness of this build for Marine Lord is if the game goes on too long, wood's going to run out. So he needs to be conscious of that. Food and gold units tend to make more sense in late game for English because they can generate gold ad infinitum off of their farms. Raid's coming on the side. Marine Lord is getting forced together, and it is indeed going to be the Footman. Interesting choice. Yeah, I've got to say, not really many Ranger players at the moment. Wingard Raiders seems to be the most popular, then Footman's the follow-up, and then it's Rangers, and then Wingard Army. Wingard Army is very rarely built anymore. I just think it's too slow. The meta has moved away from this very slow siege slog to a more rapid pacing, and Wingard armies just don't fit that pacing. They take too long to come out, take too long to scale, and Trebs himself take way too long to attack. Torches are in though, and it looks like Louis MT is going to start losing some valuable production while he's in the middle of a Musafadi gunner scale. Raid on the other side is at least going to block out some of these buildings, but the problem is the keep is stopping him from diving any deeper. Great read by Marine Lord to get this castle up here, just to block any raid throughs, because he already had the white tower on the fort, right? So this was a weak point in his formation. The only downside I'd say still is that Marine Lord has not stonewalled. It's just such a value play at this stage. But the reality of the game is he's so strong, he knows he can do more damage on the other side. This game is looking pretty over, guys. Louis just doesn't have the production to match this anymore. He's behind by 30, and it does feel like a full 30. I don't care what Fulani does for you, and compared to English farms, it's not going to be close. Spearman. Ooh, just about not going to be able to get it. So it looks like wave number 1 from Marine Lord will probably get pushed back, but the problem is you can see what's coming over the hill. It's a monster and a big one. We've got Footman getting added in. Weirdly enough, after I just threw some flame the way of Wingard armies, Marine Lord has queued them up. I wouldn't read into this too much. I genuinely think at this stage he could build anything and he'd be winning the game. Farms. Or other ranches now also being sniped down. Imagine Louis and his perspective on this game right now and how he feels, right? Like, he's like, oh, nice, got rid of him. He's been reset. And then you see this coming your way. Okay, that wasn't as intimidating as I was hoping. And then you'll see these coming your way. 12 Footmen already ready to rock and roll. Those long-range Trebs were actually Mangonels. Yeah, I remember that. I distinctly remember casting some of the finals back in those days. Do you guys remember the tournament, the Golden League tournament, where Viper was doing an English-only challenge, basically? I think almost every one of his games was English, and then the final one he may have picked a Bastards or something like that. But he was going to win one of the Golden League rounds just playing English every game. And every time, it was layer in the Trebs, showering projectiles it all down. None coming through. You know what would be interesting to me, actually? I don't want to say it, because everyone's going to hate that I'm suggesting a buff for the English. I mentioned that Rangers doesn't get built that much. If it was food and gold, I think you'd see Rangers more often. That's the problem here. Because they cost wood, right? And wood is genuinely the thing that English are going to run out of in games. It's not gold. I think the gold would make it somewhat more affordable. You guys want to know the Warrior Scout's health? 155. He hasn't got any university techs, I don't think. Let me double check. He hasn't even got a university, right? Okay, no, he has got one. It's somewhere. Here. Yeah, only incendiary arrows. No elite army tactics either. Alright, this is going to be one-sided. EAT just came in, and that means he's going to eat the Malians. He already had incendiary arrows. He's now also got the extra health on his spearmen. I'm struggling to see a way that Louis claws back into this now. Bombards have moved up. 4th Huntress is now under siege. And all of a sudden, you now see the difference, right? Like, before, it was a trade. Marine Lord went in, Louis went in. Now, Louis not making any moves. It feels impossible to move out quick enough. I'm impressed by the fact that Marine Lord never needed those stone walls, by the way. He's just relied on Palisades this entire time, knowing he could trade better every day of the week. I love that scouts have to go for the Treb because they can't reach the Bombards. I don't think that matters. That Treb is kind of irrelevant. The Bombard's going to break the keep here. Yeah, interesting choice, though. I'm wondering, like, Louis, is the farm space save really worth what's happened here? I don't think so. I think Louis learned a lot from this initial game on this map. Because if the logic was to save rooms so that you don't have to worry about farm space, Marine Lord has just played one of the civs that does farms the most, right? English love building farms, and yet he is looking on top of the world right now. 37 farms isn't exactly an insane late game, but he has got more room up here if he needed additional farms, right? He's got more room down here for 1 or 2 farm clusters, so I don't think you need to worry too much about the farm state, unless you're a Civ that booms to a ridiculous degree. Maybe Byzantine's late game would struggle here, but then again, Byzantine's early mid game would easily dominate this map as well. So yeah, Marlians to me, the fact that you lose out on the pit mines in exchange for this logic of not needing as much room for food doesn't really make much sense. Can't play China on this map. I think you could actually. This space here is enough for granary transition, and then you build your production on the side. I think granaries, while it wouldn't be like the fattest and flattest of plains, is feasible on this map. Because like, look here, right? You cleared the initial gold, got all the room in the world for granaries. I think granaries could work on this map. I don't think the farm limitations are as big as you think. What I will say is I believe civs that have better production rates will have an edge here. GG cool though, Marine Lord showing you that actually the English aren't hard counted now by the Malians. Don't focus too much on the map choice here, folks. Mark my words, no matter the choice, Dry Arabia, go cliffside, wherever you want to be, I think the English actually now have a clear capability of beating their biggest African enemy. Whew. Seems like a map Japan would be amazing on. So yeah, Japan could possibly work. Like, you know, that's one where they get so much value out of the farm cluster around the start that I could see them working out quite well. I genuinely just don't think the farm limitation is as big of a deal. What is a big deal is if you have armies that are just meant to come out of 20 plus Raxes, that's where you might struggle. The thing that I find intriguing on that map is actually the ability to just reboom an army straight away isn't as easy due to lack of space, which I find better. Because I think it's quite silly when you get to the late game and it's just like a non-stop slog of units and who has the better economy. All of a sudden, the way that map's balanced, it's almost like your choices matter a bit more, right? What do we call that one? Maybe I just call it remove fish and water is interesting. I don't know. Something along that way. Do England have to deny gold for Malians, otherwise you still lose versus Donzo Jav? Not necessarily, because if they invest in Donzo Javs, you've still gone for your extra TCs. The logic is like they have to make a move. Malian players don't like being forced to make a move because they're a defensive civ in Feudal Age. So when they have to come out their base, it feels really uncomfortable. Especially when you're up against a civ that can actually match you, like the English, right? They have Longbow Premium, and they have Men-at-Arms, which are also a premium. So if you end up running into Longbow Men-at-Arms, you will be pushed back either way. All right, so let me have a look and see what other games we can cast here. Because I know they played a bunch of Scrim games together. Regions. Zhone versus Abbasis is a really weird one. I have seen Jue almost destroy Zhone before. I think, I'm trying to think, was it against Beastie or someone? It was against a really good player. Where he basically just kept massing military to overwhelm. So that could be intriguing. Alright, one sec. Okay, one sec, actually. I'm quickly going to restart my game. Because I'm noticing everything's lagging out when I'm alt-tabbed out. To an insane degree. AoE4 is definitely having a heart attack and a memory leak, so let's quickly restart. Remember H3 getting 300 gold per relic? Oh my dude. Why did we ever think that was sane? Right? Like, the funniest part is everyone was castle rushing to get relics already. Like, it's crazy to think about just how much gold that was injecting into the game. Holy crap. It's funny as well, because you can kind of see now, in hindsight, how absurd that was when you watch like a free-for-all and an H3 player gets 7 relics. You're like, what? This doesn't seem very well balanced. Trade used to be insane. Yeah, the trade trick was disgusting. A lot of people, like, well, not a lot of people. There are some people who still think the trade is, like, OP or ridiculous. I don't feel that way about it. I feel like it's reasonably balanced now. I think it's calmed down. And Delhi Sacreds, yes, with the... Because they used to be able to get it in Dark Age, right? But that wasn't the stupid part, actually. The stupid part for Delhi was that they had herbal medicine in Feudal Age. That was the dumb part. That was broken. I still remember casting games where a guy had like 20 scholars healing underneath a TC and nothing would die. That crap was insane. Game used to be so badly balanced. Yeah, I know. And like, this is a sad kind of reality of what happens when a game whiffs on the launch because of that detail. It's very hard to recover your player base. I'm always marveled that Apex managed to climb the way it did. I think Apex has some issues around the pub experience right now. It definitely needs to address big time. But like Apex, there's no doubt they recovered hugely. The problem is a big part of recovering from that type of slump is getting your marketing right. And I can say, as someone who's like sat here seeing what you guys see, and also just from someone who sees things behind the scene that you don't see either, the marketing and communication around Age of Empires 4 is really bad. I think that's the reason why you're not seeing it reboom to new heights. AoE 4 is in such a good place. Don't get me wrong, like it's got a decent player base, but I think genuinely if Microsoft, Relic, World's Edge, all these people got their marketing together, aligned with the content creators and also aligned with the public, and then communicated the good things that are happening, this game could get as big as StarCraft within a few years. Maybe that sounds like a bold statement, but I don't think it is. Gaming is a constantly growing market. Age of Empires 4, compared to some other RTSs, is a bit more casual friendly because it's not as micro-intensive. There's a lot of reasons why this game could grow to new heights. And God knows I want it, right? As a content creator trying to make a living, I kind of need it. Because I can tell you, there's like room for maybe a handful of people to make a living off of content creation in AoE4 right now, and I'm currently not one of them. I'd say like I'm able, maybe between the content creation and casting tournaments, no, probably wouldn't be able to survive on that alone. I still need more on the side. But like, I'd like for the scene to grow so that I can, make a living off this and do something that I love. And then obviously we'll get bigger tournaments, more lands. Like these are all the knock-on effects. But really, the buck stops at the developers. If they're not making the right calls, the right moves to market the game, to communicate the marketing of the game as well, then it's just not going to work. What is happening? My OBS is kind of cursed, right? Okay. Are we good? Are we lagging on stream? I just want to make sure we're not before we hop in the game. Slummy used to abuse that. Yeah, no, Divine was the biggest abuser that I recall of the herbal medicine. That guy, whew, some insane stuff. Hello, Mr. Raccoon. How's it going, buddy? How you doing? You feel it need to become cheaper than it already is? Well, this is one thing I already suggested was free-to-play. Some people are so aggressively against the idea of free-to-play with cosmetics, though, and it baffles me. They're like, it'll ruin my immersion. It's like, that's why you have a toggleable option. So that if you don't want to see cosmetics, you can just turn it off. But for people who want to have their Pimp Daddy, Lowrider, full neon light blitzed ram pimped up while it rams you down, let them drop the $10, King. Let them help keep the game alive. But yeah, that's also one big issue I've taken with the idea of paid DLC. Something I always have disliked about paid DLC is that when you have paid DLC, you run the risk that you create pay-to-win civs. I remember highlighting this to the devs because they had this huge problem with AO2 before. I think everyone remembers the Kumans, and when they released, they were completely busted. They were not even remotely reasonable, right? So those are the kind of things you can run into. And the issue is, like, as a developer, in a way, you're encouraged to do that, to design that way, because it gets more sales. That's just a reality, right? They may not want to, but subconsciously they realize if they don't make a DLC that sells, then they could be out of a job. It's a weird balance nowadays. Time for more Scrimwatch. We've got Marine Lord up against Louis MT here. With quite a funky matchup, actually. Abbasid's going up against Zhone, and we are indeed going to be on regions of all maps. You know what? I've actually not cast a regions game in over half a year. That's crazy to think about. Nice to see it. It's kind of refreshing. This is an interesting matchup, though, because Joan, I don't think she has the funnest of times against the Abbasses. And the reason is that the Abbasses can very easily go 2TC. 2TC condensed into Castle Age is very hard for Louis to dent quick enough. And the problem is if you now try to say, okay, if he's going to go 2TCs, I'll mirror it, you'll always be behind the Abbasses due to the fact that the Abbasses, A, get insane gathering rates off berries, and then B, on top of that, happen to have that quirky little element in their mill of fresh foodstuffs to make everything cheaper. Very powerful. And so's this spawn. Dude, what is it? So, you know when someone starts saying something's OP, and then you're more conscious of like something looking OP or being OP, you focus a lot more on it? I'm trying to figure out if that's what happens whenever I watch Marine Lord games, or if he does just seem to get ridiculously good spawns all the time. Because the community kind of has the saying Marine Lord spawn, right? Like, we quite often see Marine Lord games, and we're like, oh yeah, that's a broken spawn. That looks insane. This one looks pretty insane. The deer, fairly defendable. You could easily just wall this right side and then TC drop the front, and you secure the second berries, and you need to be moving out this way anyway for the stone. Like, this is a pretty good spawn, especially considering on the left side, he's got all these tree lines to kind of encapsulate himself, right? He can easily just wall around here. So I'd say this is a relatively good spawn, actually, for the Abbasids. I'm just not sure if I'd say this is an insane spawn, or if I'm feeling it's that way because I am looking at Marine Lord. Other side of it, Louis spawn, not too bad, not too crazy, right? The deer's okay on the side. It's not very close to the TC. Like, I actually kind of feel like Marine Lord's is a bit closer. And also the tough part is the boars are so far out on the flanks, right? But I could see a world in which Louis plays this left side for boar and deer. I think that's the value play you need to be looking for. Because in this matchup, you're the aggro player, right? You're going to be able to flood the map with knights and with Joan in military form. And the Abbasid player is expected, at least, to be going for a second TC, which means he has to give over the map. Used to happen with Viper. People used to say and joke that he had map packs. He always run the scout fights. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, when you see a player starts doing something well or whatever, there's this almost, your brain starts thinking about it twice. Like, I don't want to shine a light on it again, but like, you know, a while ago we had an example of a player where when people now see him do things, they still go, whoa, did something happen there? What did he do? How did he know that? It is kind of one of those weird things. Like, it's something actually as a commentator you try to avoid entirely, where even if you're just trying to use it to say that they're a good player, you never feel good going, is he cheating because he's so good at getting all this stuff, right? Sheep of the Mining Camp new meta? Hey, dude, if Marine Lord's doing it, there's got to be a reason for it, so we should all learn from this. The reason is that what happens is your villagers gather from the sheep, run all the way back to the TC to drop off the food, and that means they're more athletic. So that means they basically can run better. So when the knights come in, they run away. Okay, I'm going to stop now. Stone gathering on the way. We are going for that second TC. The cool thing about this military wing play, by the way, the reason why it's so important here, is Louis' opening knight will not be able to stop the TC from being dropped here. Or here. Usually, that would be a death sentence, right? Because School of Cavalry gets rushed up, knight comes out, GG. But because you've got these double spears, double archers, there's no way one knight can get in. And in fact, I think Louis already accepted that. You can see that he's gathering on the stone, but he also only went for Joan as a build-up. Whenever you see a Joan player only building up with one villager, there are two possibilities. Possibility one is they're going to TC. Possibility two is they've never played Joan before. I feel like those are actually the two options. You might occasionally see players half build with just Joan and then assist with two villagers afterwards. But the meta is pretty much settled on this idea that at some point, if not the entirety, you're going to want 3 villagers roughly to build this up to get an optimal timing. Because the alternative is, although you can quickly, or rather efficiently, shall we say, get level 2 for Joan, you're going to give over your night timing, which is such a crippling element to early play for French and Joan. So second TC likely to be dropped out on the deer over here. You can already see that Marine Lord is laming it a bit. Now, the funny thing is on the other side of this, Marine Lord with a military wing, his reaction is perfect here. He sees that his opponent isn't going to be able to harass him. He's not trying to stop the TC. He's now got these 4 units. What do you do with these 4 units? Push the deer in. And unfortunately, Louis didn't even try to snipe down the deer. Spears have done too much damage, so well played there. Sends one spear to chase, gets the rest back to pushing. Really important to keep one of these spears participating in the shove-in because the spears have a lower aggro range, which means they can get closer before the deer move away. The reason that's important is you can more accurately shove the direction you're looking for compared to if the deer reacts too early to, say, an archer. And that is exactly the type of TC I think I didn't want to see in this game from Louis. You have to realize that TC placements, it's kind of like what you order at a restaurant. It says a lot about you as a person. Okay, no, I'm not going to go there. You know, well, actually, it's like going to a McDonald's. What you order says a lot about you as a person. If you order a McFlurry, you're probably a very bouncy person that quite likes their sweets. If you go for the hamburgers and smush them together instead of buying a Big Mac, you're a very cost-efficient person. If you go for a salad, I question everything about you. Similarly, in Age of Empires 4, where you drop your TC tells your opponent a lot about your build. Dropping a TC on a deer pack tells you there's a lot of flexibility there to play long feudal, to go castle still. Dropping it on just a tree line tells you your opponent is going to be playing for a late game. Dropping it on the gold tells your opponent you're going castle age. Louis has already given up the game on what his game plan is here. And I don't like this because I think the rough issue of what you've done here is you've pretty much unlocked a very strong point in the game for the Abbasids. I think Abbasids really start to shine in early castle because of composite bows, boot camp, and their production rates, right? Like, this game is going to get scary fast. I think Marine Lord is likely to just go for castle. We're probably going to be looking at the influence wing here, just because he won't get many eco techs before he's upgraded. And then he can easily just spam into spears and archers to GG. Fillet of fish means they're a psychopath. There you go. See, you guys are getting in on this. You understand it now. If they order a milkshake and a Coke, honestly, at that point, I think they're just trying to make a bomb. I wouldn't trust it. Yeah, you guys noticed how expensive McDonald's is these days? It's kind of crazy. I was thinking about this like the other day when I was ordering one. I was like, oh, let's get a McDonald's. That'll be cheap. 16 pounds! I used to just go in and I'd order a bunch of hamburgers because they're like super cheap. They used to be, I think at one point they actually were 69p. Nice. Now they're like, I think almost a pound. Some people are like, oh, that sounds like a lot. I go out and I order the best steak possible. Yeah, but like, actually, if you think about a percentile increase, it's insane. Used to cost $4 and now 20. Dude, the whole world is falling apart. Everything is too expensive. I can only afford to get takeaway when Brocktree, my pizza guy, turns up and drops a hundo. Which is why I need you all to go right now and click your Prime sub buttons to get me my liquor. Because let's say we decide to do a longer stream today. I'm going to need my alcoholics milkshakes. And Bailey's ain't expensive, but ain't cheap either. So Castle definitely looking like the target. Notice that Marine Lord's already building his spears. That's because A, he needs it due to the Knights, and B, this is a unit that will keep value. Louis is now getting baited into a rough build. Going Archer plus Knights here plays into the hands of the Abbasids. They're already more eco-efficient with Golden Age plus the fact fresh food stuff is there, so spending less on villagers, they're getting more per villager. But then on top of it, their army upgrades very well, because now if it's Spear Archer versus Archer Knights, Zhone has to win the game in Feudal. Or drag the game out so long that you get 25 to 30 Knights. That's not going to happen here. Marine Lord is going to look for that timing before you even have 10 Knights to trigger the tech up, and then just spam spears to survive. And after that, he could easily just add in archers with composite bows to win the game. The real alcoholic milkshake has vodka and Kahlua. That is a lie, sad boys. I do the real alcoholic milkshake. And that, my friend, is Bailey's, Malibu, Amaretto, and milk. Can't believe you would try to replace Bailey's with Kahlua. That's not a milkshake, that's a latte. Get your facts right. You can actually add vodka to mine as well. It'll just give it more of a kick. Culture Wing down the way. So once again, I see this conversation coming up a lot. Why Culture Wing over Eco Wing? You go Eco Wing if you've already played a long feudal, because if you've played a long feudal, you've got all your blacksmith upgrades, you've got all your eco upgrades. if you're aiming for Castle Age quickly, you're not going to have your blacksmith upgrades at all. So it makes no sense to sacrifice this opportunity to save insane amounts of money over time, right? Culturing into Pork makes a lot of sense, especially at this early phase where there's still a lot of resources on the map, so that you don't have to rush farms anyway. You could easily plant berries, and there's a lot of them over here on regions, right? So that's why he's not going into Eco Wing. Because also at this stage in the game, when you go fast castle, having to then convert into mass farms is a quick way to kill your game here. Especially when you know that Louis has the capacity to play Pocket Economy wide, right? He should actually be playing it wide. I'm a little bit disappointed he's played berries instead of the deer and the boar. I think that's the negative the farms down I give Louis here, is he had great map control. I just don't feel like he's used it at all. He's taken a very hunkered down, atypical I like late game approach, and I think that's a mistake. Kahlua heavy cream vodka and chocolate sauce. Yeah, you don't need heavy cream though, dude. I think you're overthinking this. Sad boys, I'm going to take a punt and guess you're American because it sounds like you need your milkshake to be extra thick. It doesn't need to be. Kahlua, Baileys, and peppermint schnapps. That's a funky one. Well, here's the thing, guys. Baileys gives you all the different tastes, so I'm going to nail it here for you. I use a lot of white chocolate Baileys. All right, enough talk about the... Nah, I should keep talking about the alcohol. God, we look like we're an AA stream now, right? This is AA Twitch. People came for the games, but stayed for the confessions. And I got a confession to make. Louis is about to get floored. The Spearman count and now Lancers as well as the Camel Rider. This is a sick detail. One Camel Rider, irrelevant factor here, right? Like it makes a giant chunk of Joan's effective army irrelevant, is the words I was going for there. I'm too busy thinking about the alcohol. All of a sudden, your knights can't beat Lancers. This is the insane thing about Abbasis that I think has been slept on for a long time, is just layering in a camel here or there. We used to see it all the time. In Abbasid Mirrors, it was basically mass horsemen with a camel archer behind it. That's all that mattered. It's similar in this matchup. And the crazy thing is Camel Riders are insanely tanky. 270 HP, 10 archers aren't taking that down, 6 knights aren't taking that down. Instead, Louis is the one getting taken down because he was trying to save up for the Castle Age after investing into additional knights. Spearman looking to cut him off here. Marine Lord is going to get the surround. Pinches everything but Joan. And Louis, he's rushing home now with the knights. Worst possible thing, the walls were already up, so he had no way in and no way back. A fierce and fast GG. And Marine Lord showing you your clear answer to Joan is so simple here. Go that 2TC, force her to do the same. And then, as has been a typical solution for quite a while now, rush castle against her ass. I'm American milkshakes here are very, very... Dude, I freaking called it. I can tell. I could just tell by the order. I was like, the moment you said you need heavy cream in there, I was like, this guy is American. I've had American milkshakes. They food coma you. That's the difference there, though. Like, your drink is going to... It's going to get you a little bit... what's the one for? A little bit peaked, but then you're going to be food comed. My milkshake will not food coma you. I can drink 4, 5 of those milkshakes and still keep going. You'd be fine. It's a lot of milk, don't get me wrong. You might... Depending on, like, if you've got some lactose intolerance, end up on the toilet in the morning. But you'd be having a good time. Well, it's me priced in Europe or in USA. I'm not sure what the exact price would be. It's not... Is it maybe like... I don't know. Have I got any UK people in the chat? Like, if you go to Aldi's, is it like £4-5 for 20% fat beef or something? Right? My milkshake brings all the knights to the yard. Damn right. But is it better than mine? That's what I need to know. Yeah, I've got... So it's actually pretty cool because I've got... I was talking to an energy drink company. They're sending me some product. And I've got some mango latte flavored powder coming, which I found very interesting. Because like typically energy drink companies are all fruit-based. They're all very sweet. But these guys are doing something pretty intriguing. So I'll check in on that and let you know if it's good. If it's good and I like it, we'll look to get a code. And then if you guys hold out after we test it, I'll be able to get you a discount. Poland McDonald's was always premium food. Oh, dude, I learned that when I went to like Ukraine, not for food, but for clothes. because my luggage got delayed. So I went to order some clothes, and the TO was like, "On us, get yourself some clothes. You need clothes." I walked into Adidas. I know Adidas isn't like insanely cheap, but like my thought process is Adidas is a decent quality of clothes, but it's not like I'm walking into a Gucci's or anything, you know? I was like, this will be okay. And then turned out they told me afterwards, like, I think that was the most expensive shop you could have went in the entire supermarket. And the entire mall, rather. I was like, really? Oops. Yeah, you know what Poland's really good for? Dude, I love Poland for the chocolate. The white chocolate caramel in particular. White chocolate caramel, Polish white chocolate caramel is good. There's also the marshmallow things. The marshmallow things are incredible. The marshmallow things, whether they have like chocolate on the outside, stick them in the freezer. I also loved it for alcohol time because when I went to Poland, we were at the airport getting ready to leave, and I bought some alcohol because I noticed this brand rather called Hankey Bannister, which I think is a Scottish brand of scotch. And I noticed the price on it, and I'd done the conversions, and like the price was like, I think it was something like £12. But then there's a price next to it that said non-EU. I converted it, and it was like £6. And I went, hold on. My friend was like, what? Brexit? We're not EU anymore. He's like, that's not going to work. Take it to the counter. Sure as the sun in the sky itself. £6 for a litre of scotch. Not bad. Not bad at all. I think I also grabbed some of the Polish vodka, the raspberry and lemon flavored one. I haven't tried that yet. Really need to, actually. I love raspberry and lemon. Okay, so let's see what else we've got. We've got some bridges between Louis and Marine Lord. There's also Cauldron. Atri Ottomans. Do you guys want Delhi Chinese or Atri Ottomans? Do you think AoE4 will be at Wallo? I've heard rumors it could be. I think it would be a crime. It would be one of the biggest mistakes Microsoft could make to not require AoE4 to be at Red Bull Wallo. Red Bull. So here's the thing that kind of jars me off from a marketing perspective, from a communication perspective. We just saw the most successful DLC in the history of the franchise. That was what they said. There was no DLC ever in the history of AoE that has sold better than the Sultan's Ascent. And yet there's silence on these things, and there's not clarity on like new features. There was that terrible live stream, which, by the way, for a start, have someone on with the big streamer. I know you want a big streamer, but literally have a two-person stream. Hire a host. I know I'm setting myself up to be hired because I don't think there's anyone we have in AoE4 that has more hosting experience. But yes, hire a host to be with them. Makes a lot of sense. Because then you have that nice back and forth flow of conversation. And the reality is, I've watched a lot of these big streamers. Big streamers, when you put them in their own environment, they do a great job. When you put them on someone else's show where everything's different, I'm not going to say you've done a terrible job, but you can tell that it's like a different ecosystem to what they're used to being in, with different expectations, right? So bring someone in who literally understands that for a living. I spend so much of my career on other people's channels. So, that issue aside, and if I was there, I bluntly would have told them, on the AoE4 segment, just say honestly, there's more stuff coming, but we can't talk about it right now. They didn't do that. Between that detail and the fact that like AoE4 hasn't been confirmed for Wallo, it's a weird time in Age of Empires 4, is all I'll say. It comes back to our early point about marketing not being on point and not being really in existence for AoE4. So to kind of come back to the original point, there has to be AoE4 at Wallo. If there isn't, I said this to a few people behind the scenes. In my POV, if they do not have Wallo, AoE4 rather at Wallo, if there is not an Age of Empires 4 presence at Wallo, I will see that as a death sign for the game. And I will start looking for a new game. Because, like, it's already hard enough when you're fighting against the Tide. Right? When the devs are, like, maybe making choices you don't agree with, or their marketing's not on point or whatever. But, like, when you go to that extreme, I was just saying earlier how you already got a situation where AoE4 can only support a small number of content creators full time. All of a sudden, the prospects look even grimmer when you take AoE4 at Wallo out of the equation. So, like, I guess you could look at the other way, that if AoE4 is not at Wallo, then opportunity presents itself in a grim situation. In that, like, fine, if they're not going to do it, I'll do it, right? And maybe that's something I'll explore. If Wololo ain't gonna happen, then we'll have to explore getting a LAN for Age of Empires for ourselves. I know there's going to be the Norwegian LAN, but obviously, it'd be nice to try and get something bigger together. But my eyes is, I've said this as well, I don't think you can have the prize pool be lower than AoE 2 if there is an AoE 4 presence. I think that's another big mistake. Because you're once again sending the same message that the new game doesn't matter as much as the old game. And don't get me wrong, AoE 2, they've worked hard, put a crown on a king. Amazing the scenes existed so long. The reality is, though, whether people like to admit it or not, Age of Empires 2 is not a game that's going to grow in the coming years. AoE 4 is a game that has the potential to grow. And I'm not trying to create an AoE 2 versus 4 scenario here. I have a lot of love and respect for both games. My point is, though, as a development standpoint, as an ease of access standpoint, it makes more sense to hedge your bets on AoE 4 as a developer because you can get the mass audience in a way that 2 can't. The issue with 2 is new players can't come in easily. New players come in, and the level that players are playing, the noobs are playing at gold level, is miles ahead, right? And you don't even have the advantage that someone like Dota 2 has to attract new players. Dota 2 is insanely old, right? If it was a solo game, a full solo game, and you as a new person tried to experience it, you clock out straight away. Because the people you're against have over 10 years, potentially, of playtime advantage over you. The reason you hang around there, at least, is team games. AoE 2 and AoE 4 both do not pit themselves around team games. They pit themselves around 1v1s. For that reason, you're putting a person in a vacuum, in a one-on-one, where they do not understand why, how they just lost. And the reality is most people don't want to face the fact that they suck at video games. They want to have their shoulder rubbed, their cheek kissed, and papa, mama, developer tell them they're amazing for whatever reason, right? Same reason why so many people love the idea of skill-based matchmaking is because you're not just getting crotch stomped. You have a chance. And the problem is AoE 2 puts you so far behind the starting line when you're a new player, you do not have a chance. CSGO is the same way. But CSGO at least benefits once again from being a team game and from a complexity standpoint, at least to pick up it being clearer, right? I'm not going to say simpler because I think AoE 2 is actually just as advanced. Possibly, no, I'd say CSGO I'd say is more advanced potentially than AoE 2 in that for anyone who's watched a lot of CSGO, the amount of tiny differences that you can make in terms of rotation, position on the map, and the branching effect that has on the possibilities in the game are almost immeasurable. It's crazy. AoE 2 has big scenario scene, though. AoE 4 is just 1v1s. Does AoE 2 have a big scenario scene? Because I think, like, every single tournament I hear about outside, as an outsider from AoE 2, because, like, I keep an eye on it, but I'm not in it, it's 1v1. Hidden Cup. MEMS Warlords Cup, I think it's called. You've got Wololo, right? Like those are some of the biggest ones that come to mind straight away. They are all 1v1s. All of them. You don't hear about scenarios they gather on Discords. Okay, but like you know they play on their own. Still though, like so what you just kind of emphasize my point there, Bandaro. That's not easily accessible for new players because it doesn't like exist in their realm of existence, right? Like it's even further out there, even further away from them. So you're kind of proving my point, right? Like gone are the days where someone wants to hop onto a forum to discover an IP to join a fun server. That's not how the gaming industry works nowadays. People want to get in a game, click a button, find a game. AoE 4 fits that role better than AoE 2 for sure. What's up, Myriad? Yes, we've got the castle background. Someone asked for a change. Petition for KP talk segments on YouTube like Grubby does. Maybe we should look into it. I don't know if they'd be good or not. I feel like my thoughts would discombobulate all over the place, maybe. I need an editor for that thing. Like, I've been training my nephew to basically do the thumbnails, and I wanted to start doing something else with the video editing. But I think navigating these conversations would be way too difficult for him, as he's only a kid. So I'd really need someone to do that. Because I hate editing myself. I love the streaming. I hate sitting down and doing YouTube editing afterwards. I don't know. I feel like I go all over the place in a way that maybe doesn't suit having these clipped like highlights, but maybe I'm wrong. All right, photo, dude, photo. You got editing software, right? grab the stream afterwards and edit it down and send it over to me, and I'll see how it is. I can't promise much pay, but, you know, like, we can figure something out. I don't like people working for free, but I'm not rolling in money. You enjoy my in-between rants a lot? That's not too bad. I mean, I don't know how long that conversation was. Was that conversation long enough to upload? I guess it's like a clickbaity one where it's like, AoE 4 must be at Wololo. Right? Yeah, I think I just came up with the title for that one. And yeah, AoE2 scenarios, games are fun, but you do need to go out your way to find them. Exactly. Right? Like, I would say StarCraft 2 is more accessible for that element than AoE2 is. StarCraft 2 has more unique mods, and they have a built-in system that's quite easy to find people with. What's your thumbnail face for this video? Oh, it's going to be like, and I do declare! Like, it's going to be that type of like, you full on, and it has to be this way! Right, you got to be really aggressive, like. Gonna look like I'm going to get into a freaking knife fight somewhere in London. Myriad's going to be there in the background backing me up. Myriad sounds more British than me. That's always my... I always just find that very comical. A lot better mods to explore. They never got remade in new versions. Yep, but I mean, what do you expect? That's what happens because scenes don't support the modding community whatsoever. Like, dude, AoE 4 is guilty of this. We've lost really talented modders because they're sick of the fact they don't even get communication to let them know that their mods are going to break in advance. That's not a big ask, by the way. That's not a big demand. That's not them asking for pay or whatever. They are doing unpaid work to create content for your game to keep people engaged with your game, and you can't even be bothered to tell them that the update will change things that will fundamentally break X or Y. Like, for example, a lot of modders recently discovered that, I don't know if most of you knew this, the change to the UI system, you know how you now have the compact UI system? Really cool change. I think a lot of people enjoy that. What people don't realize is that breaks most mods. Where it breaks most mods, it's not in a way that will crash the game, but in a way that will confuse you to play the game. For example, Foxplot. I think Foxplot has done more single-player scenarios than anyone else at this point in AoE 4. Foxplot, all of his UI setups now don't work properly. So when you're in the games, you don't know what your win condition is for the objectives unless you turn off condensed UI. So you had to go back and in the descriptions for every one of his mods, remind people to disable condensed UI in the settings, right? Because the devs didn't think this ahead, right? They didn't, oh, what's the impact on mods? We lost Woprox last year because he had enough. When Swords Ascend came out, he was upset that they didn't even bother to include the modders at all in the creator outreach early access, but they were fine with including, for example, players that wouldn't stream content for a content patch, or that in some cases wouldn't even give feedback on features. That's not to target certain pros. I think there's a lot of people at least giving feedback, but like these are the things, right? It's like, why were the others not included? And yeah, you know, the other thing that I've been begging for is a modding competition, right? It's difficult, like, because also the other issue for a lot of modders is they have cool ideas, but because they don't have state tree access, they can't do much. They're handcuffed pretty hard into what they can add to the game. But the interesting thing is, like, for a very long time, back when there was a different guy in charge of tournament funding and events organizing on Microsoft's side that you talk to, I proposed the idea for a modding competition where we marketed through Microsoft's official channels. You get modders coming in from StarCraft, from Fallout, from Elder Scrolls, from all these different games, because they'd be creating mods to make money. Because the idea was that there would be $10,000 in total prize pool, and there would be either 10 people whose mods were good enough to make money, or 20 people whose mods were good enough to make money. So either $500 or $1,000 each. And here's the thing. People are going to say, whoa, but what if those modders come in, they take the money and leave? Doesn't matter. You've now got a quality mod. Have them a requirement be that they upload it all to GitHub so someone else can take over the mod development if need be. But they've now created that mod, and you've paid them for it. And the value of that is immeasurable because all of a sudden, people have very unique options, right? That was my goal in mind because I think that's a genius idea. Because right now, if you think about the mods, getting diverse mods is difficult, right? Unless someone comes at it with ideas. Like, I'm fortunate enough that I have some amazing modders that are fans of the stream and work with me. Most notably, Hosin Rasselbach at the moment are doing wondrous jobs. Rasselbach is the guy who created the Meat Grinder mod. Hosin has created a nice little Nomad tuning pack that starts you off with 12 villages, even if you're just playing standard Nomad. He also created the New Ways mod, which added 3... Now, I think it's 5 now. I think it might be 5 total units to every single civ. New units. Complete new units. They use existing models, but they function completely differently. He even created like the big boys out of the Temple of Quality, which are just giant-ass men-at-arms the size of gilded men-at-arms. Then, outside that, we've had Kavayu is actually another one that's helped a lot on the stream side, because they make the mini-maps. They make mini-map Dry Arabia. They make mini-map Baltic. These are the maps that are small enough that actually an 8-player game isn't crap. It's good. So, you know, I'm blessed to have those people working with me to create these things because they like these ideas that we put out. And they also have ideas of their own that I want to endorse and show. But when you go beyond that, a lot of the mods that are getting created right now aren't very creative. A lot of them have terrible marketing because the players who make them don't bother to upload an image or a description on the mods. But actually, a lot of the mods that are appearing at the moment are resource increases, population increases. Not very imaginative things. And then the maps that are getting created, crafted maps is still difficult to get right. Crafted maps is something I want to do a tournament around because I want to get people into making crafted maps because I actually have an idea for a tournament I want to do, which is I want to have an entire tournament played on crafted maps. So the logic is people would practice for it, they'd come in, they'd play the time, they'd figure out really weird strategies which would be really effective. It would kind of be like watching StarCraft where it's like, oh yeah, this timing on this map, I can get to this location to build a proxy base, right? So it's going to be that evolution, a new layer of discovery. And every time I'd want to do this tournament, I'd have to have brand new maps made for sure. But I think it's an interesting thing to explore for sure that just doesn't exist in AoE4 either. But, you know, those things require funding, which sadly I'm definitely in the dark on, and I know I'm not alone in being in the dark on when it comes to the Microsoft side. But fingers crossed, that'll change soon. Any more games today? Yep, I think we're done with the conversation now. We can get into another game. I don't think it was a bad conversation to have, actually. I think it's nice. It kind of breaks up the content a bit. I mean, people didn't disappear while I was talking about it, so guess people liked it. Then again, there was nowhere to disappear to. Will there be community games later? If there's enough people, quite possibly. We'll weigh up how many people are interested before I go to eat and then figure it out. Okay, I was about to load the game and my game just crashed. So let me restart the game quickly. Crafter maps, I let the RNG in factor in AoE, but for special events. Like, this is the thing. No one's explored it. No one has actually explored it in a competitive setting. Everyone has just accepted generated maps by default. And the amount of times I then see people complain about sheep spawns or marine lord spawns, right? And I'm just like, why does no one at least try to make a crafted map tournament? The difficulty, first of all, is getting people who are good at making crafted maps. That is difficult to find. A lot of people are confused by the tool. I tried to start making some micro crafted maps, and I couldn't even figure out how to spawn trees because it's so badly designed. And remember, I have a development background, so getting those tools, I should be able to look and go, yeah, this makes sense. I still can't figure out how to spawn trees because they made it so complicated. So unnecessarily complicated. All right, let's do Cauldron. We're going to do Hatchery versus Ottos. Yeah, I think, what community games could we do later? Have we got some new mods that we need to test? I'm trying to remember. Oh my god, dude, my game keeps crashing. Let me check if I'm pretty sure I've got Kawasan downloaded. Something seems to be having a heart attack, though. Good thing we're checking this, because War Chief Club's going to have to know. Otherwise, there might be an issue casting those games. So, yeah. Sorry, just sending a message quickly. Their background create a crafted map from the docs and was like, what? Exactly, dude. And imagine my POV. I'm trying to do it on a micro map scale. I create this really cool map, which is like you have high ground cliffs you can walk around the flanks, or a valley through the center. I was like, now all it needs is some stealth forest and some wood. And I was like, now all it needs is some stealth forest and some wood. Now all it needs... And I gave up. At that point, I was like, pass. All right, so let me double check. I've got Red Bull Wallow Cauldron downloaded. I think I did, but maybe I'm wrong. What was the IRL word ban point redemption? It basically bans me from saying a certain word for 5 minutes. Some people like to have fun with that when we're casting games. I will not accept bans on connector words, so things like of, the, at, whatever, I'll just ignore. Because, like, those ones get really silly. But yeah, we've had people ban the players' names, the players' civs before, to try and throw me off. That's also where people quite often discover my unique nicknames for different civs. For example, you ban horse archers, and I'm just saying pew pew ponies all game. Stormgate's editor literally has a paintbrush. When I saw that, I literally said, thank you. Yeah, dude. Like, Stormgate's editor looks the right way done. The other things, like, most RTSs do really bad... they do really, really bad editors. Very outdated ones, because it requires you to render the entire map to check anything. That's something cool that they're doing with Stormgate, is they've said that you're going to be able to basically test on the go. So change something, test, and you will immediately be in the game to test it. And then you can come out and resume what you were doing, which is so refreshing to hear. Okay, so I'm going to unsubscribe and resubscribe to the Cauldron maps. I don't know why they're playing Red Bull Wallow Cauldron instead of EGC Cauldron. Must be nice to have all these great features. You know, that's one of the big heartbreakers is coming from, like, Dota 2, where we have all... Especially on the Observer side. Not as much on the modding side, but that's the thing as well. They have some cool mods. But the Observer side, all the amazing features they have there, it breaks my heart every time I just think about how many of these things would be doable in AoE4 and just don't exist. But just don't exist. Like, the things we do have don't work correctly. Oh, for God's sake. All right, we can't do the Cauldron game. There was another game between them, though, so we'll hop into that one instead. Just give me a sec. As I've crashed the 4th time. For some reason, that game is not watchable. Practicing for Wallow. Hopium. Oh, dear. If there's a trade boom or TC boom, just ban booming. No, I'm just going to say TC escalation. I love the word escalation. It's such a good one. TC scaling. He's pumping triplets if he's got 3 TCs. The Caravan Boys. The Donkey Lover. There's loads of ways to refer to it. Especially if you're looking at it in game, it makes it so easy. I mean, that's the infinite question, Camian. Like, there's... The thing is, they have people here willing to do the work. And it's sad, because I know, I've talked to some of the devs. And I can't say exactly who they are or whatever, but, like, the ones I've talked to, when I suggest these ideas, we talk about these things, they're like, oh, man, I love that idea. I'd love us to be able to do that. I think it's the bureaucracy of it all. You have to keep in mind, it's not just a development team on its own. It's a development team that's then part of Microsoft, that's then part of this, that's then part of that, right? So there's a lot of different fingers in the pie when it comes to what can be disclosed, the direction they go in, so on and so forth. And I think that maybe makes it difficult for the game to take the directions that would serve it so well. But it's heartbreaking to see. I've even offered before to, like, get involved behind the scenes with the dev team, with the Microsoft publishing team. Like, I still, I'll stand by it to this day that I am very much open to the idea of, like, getting involved in the role that Nearly had. I'd love to do that. I'd love to help them find the way, because I've said before that I think AoE2 needs a bit more structure to its ecosystem on the esports side. It's great that you've got the community events, but I'd love to see them be able to scale into stadium events one day. And AoE4 actually needs more community-focused support. It actually needs, like, what AoE4 needs is events that involve outsiders. Lyrics, Shrouds, Pokemains, these type of people. Show off this amazing game to their communities, and you'll see the numbers grow. You know, the funny thing is, actually, guys, often when you propose fun, like, elements, fun strategies, fun formats, people are more inclined to get involved, even if the rates aren't that good. Midas Mode proved that in Dota 2. We've been seeing that recently, like the fact that, you know, players are willing to hop in for, what was it, $250 for a 2v2 tournament. Why? Because they never get to do 2v2 tournaments. If it was a 1v1 tournament, they'd be like, $250, I don't know about that. So we're going to be hopping in for some more of these scrims. We've got Team Elephants Louis MT over here on the Delhi going up against Marine Lord and the Chinese. Really good matchup, actually, for the Chinese. This is a tough one, man. I feel like a lot of the games we've been looking at, Louis just hasn't been getting good picks compared to what Marine Lord goes for. Chinese, to me, just absolutely stomps on the Delhi's dreams. The reality of this Civ is not only does it block your win condition around Sacred Sites with a Barbican drop, which should probably be happening in this game, but Chugi Nu scaling feels so easy to do, and this Civ on the other side doesn't like rushing castle often. I think that's the way that Delhi could potentially win this game, though. Louis, if he tries to play a long feudal, I just don't like his shots here. I've cast quite a few Chinese Delhi games recently, and every time it plays out the same. Chinese either stay 1 TC with Song or go 2 TC, then they build Chugi Nu, and then they end the game. And the reason they get away with it is because of where the Barbican goes. Interesting detail from Marine Lord, you may be noticing he's gone for the Imperial Academy first. Little bit surprised by this. I find usually you're going to see a villager pull to the center to get a Barbican up. Feels like Marine Lord is up to something different here. And of course, Tower Victory is going to be standing on the other side. You could realistically play into Dome of Faith for a fast castle, but most people will go for TOV, even if they want castle as a win condition. Not a fan of this map. That's interesting. How do people feel about bridges? I quite like the map. I think it's a very unique design. The bridges detail is really cool. I think actually AoE4 benefits from having more elements like this in it. Interactive elements on the map, right? Deer, ball. These are interesting mechanics you can interact on the map to get an edge. Deleting these bridges to restrict movement onto parts of the map is another cool way of doing that. Stealth Forest, right? Like, I still maintain, like, I know people, some people don't like Stealth Forest, like, oh god, it's so annoying to play. But I actually think Stealth Forest was a very good, active addition to AoE4. And thank you for the gifted sub, Camian. Appreciate you, buddy. Trying to think, like, what other mechanics could be introduced. I still low-key kind of like the idea of laddermen. Maybe that's just a stronghold in me. I guess that doesn't matter as much because Stonewalls come a lot later. I like the idea of things that exist sooner. So it looks like we actually have got some laming going on. Louis expecting a second TC, it would seem. I love how this has just become so meta. I'm just so proud of myself because I remember before EGC happened, I was like, the next big evolution in competitive will be deer plays. It's just like it happened. I can't really take credit for it though. That comes down to I think Wham and Poppy Paw more than anyone else for pushing that whole narrative in recent tournaments. Everyone seems to be switched onto it now. So essentially stripping away any good value here. This is especially painful for the Chinese because if Chinese want to come out here, they want to be able to supervise a single mill, not build 2 mills in separate areas and gather. So it's a lot more micro-intensive now if you do come out here to mill here, then mill here, then mill here. And remember to keep supervising to the different locations. Did you like the map monsters? For me, the problem with the map monsters is they felt very underwhelming. But I guess the concern was they didn't want to make them too powerful. Otherwise, you'd absolutely need to grab them. The problem I think I had with the monsters on the map in the end, the biggest issue, that type of thing makes more sense if it can keep happening over time in a controlled ecosystem. I'm kind of reminded of chests from Red Alert 2, but the issue with chests, at least from Red Alert 2 and implementing here, is it adds an insane level of RNG to the game, right? But I think I gave an example of this in free-for-alls that would be incredible. Imagine if in free-for-alls care packages dropped. So you got an early warning on the map of 5 minutes, and like when you're playing Rust, when a plane comes overhead and drops out a chest, you just have this drop-off of resources in an area. So players would come and fight for it, right? I love the idea of these type of things. I don't think that one works that well in 1v1s, although if someone could find a way to script that into a map, I'd be intrigued to see how it plays out. I'm always up for these new kind of creative designs. You know what? Here's another one. Imagine, and we're going to steal this right from StarCraft. Imagine, and Warcraft, right? Imagine if you had cliffs that you could destroy. That's kind of a cool idea. I guess you could kind of achieve that by having stone outcropping spawn between like cliff areas. But the problem is getting those spawns consistently is difficult in generation maps. But those type of elements are a cool thought experiment, right? Like, how could you productively implement that? I don't think you want cliffs because cliffs are permanent. That's a problem. But imagine if, for example, this tree line here had a breakable wall between it. Because the idea there is you start off with options, but you open up more options, right? It's giving you more choices to make, especially in the early game. So yeah, I'd love to see those. You know what else I want, guys? I want a hot air balloon civ. Never going to let go of this. Imagine if a civ had gliders and the towers, you could garrison units in them and then deploy them from the tower. So you could jump over tree lines. All right, I'm going to stop, dude. We could call... Yeah, no, we made that Venice. And we just go... Well, actually, no, call it... It can be the Florentines. We're going to get full Da Vinci on this. All right, anyway. Ghazi numbers are starting to scale up. Marine Lord is only 1 TC, but remember, he went Song Dynasty, so gradually he will be scaling a villager lead. So it does kind of light a fire under his opponent's ass. Actually, wait, no, it's not 1 TC, 2. Okay, Marine Lord did go for it in the end. Dude, I got so immersed in our discussion. So pretty standard play, what we were expecting to see. The difference here is the Barbican. I'm surprised he didn't drop it on the Sacred Site, but it seems Marine Lord's thought process is he needed the deer. The deer were way too far out. So if he Barbicaned the Sacred Site, he's not getting any value. In fact, the Barbicaning of the Sacred Sites fell off a little bit for the Chinese in the Delhi matchup when the boar spawns got manipulated a bit. It used to be when you more frequently saw boars spawning near the center of Dry Arabia maps, you'd more frequently see these Barbicans coming out. Oh yeah, I agree. Red Alert 2 is to this day one of the absolute best RTSs of all time. I think, okay, I know Warcraft fans are going to attack me for this. I actually think Red Alert 2 may have had the best campaign in RTS history. Maybe, oh no, maybe that, top 5, top 5. Now the reason is not necessarily like the story itself or any particular mission. To me, it's the characters and the way that you get cinematics. The only way I could describe it to anyone who's not played Red Alert 2, when you watch it, it's like cringe Hollywood, but it's done in such a marvelous way and of the time that it makes it good. I don't feel like you could do it now and it'd hit the same. Red Alert 3 maybe would have if it wasn't for design issues. So nice little dive in there. Oh, he's going to find more. So Spearman actually contesting. I think Louis hung around a little bit too long there. He gets a villager kill. Notice the Imperial Official kill. Someone's getting hyped about it. Ezra, like, that's not a big deal anymore. I've said this before, say it again. Sniping Imperial Officials is not worth it anymore. Killing villagers is. Because now, all of a sudden, oh, you killed an IO. Yes, I have to spend double what I would for a villager, but I have this building that just does Imperial Officials. Right? And because they're only 105 resources now, it doesn't hurt me. If you take a villager away from me, I only have 2 buildings in this game that can build those. So yeah, I think Louis also jumping the gun on that type of raid. Don't feel like he got as much value as was intended out of it. And now Marine Lord, with the amount of spears he's got, the Chukinu, I don't think you're going to see Louis being able to attack again. In fact, Louis, I feel like the best thing you could do right now is just go castle. Instead, if I'm not mistaken, he's just going to reinvest. Yeah, he's adding in the scholars. And yes, Red Alert 3 is the one with George Takei as the Japanese emperor. They also had Tim Curry as the leader of the Soviets, with the line that I just keep on playing non-stop live because I love it. It's... Oh, what's that? I will get it because it's that bloody good.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
That's exactly how Louis is feeling right now because the capitalist Chinese are taking over. They've got bank on everything here. Breakthrough to decap the central sacred site. Resources are looking good. I actually think now Louis has a bigger problem, which is the Marine Lord's going to mirror the Castle Age timing. Louis spent way too many resources on units here. I don't like where this is heading for Louis. What's his way out now in Castle? Well, step one's going to be relic rushing, right? He's got enough scholars for that. I think that's why he invested in additionals. After that, though, I think we're going to need to see a fast keep drop in the center. It's just not doable fast here. This is the problem with this state in the game, and it's actually why Delhi players more often end up going towards the alternative choice when rushing Castle, the House of Learning. Is because when you're at 40 villagers, you can't drop a keep. You can't rush a keep. It's too big of a percentage of your economy gathering stone. It kills your game. And I think Louis is going to have to wait until he's 50 to 55 to start gathering stone. Any earlier, he's not going to have enough meat in the army to hold. And yes, we have casted floodplains. We've been casting Marine Lord Louis games for the last few hours. Although I think a lot of it was podcasting as well. We already cast the floodplains one, which proved to us that actually English can beat Malians now. Check that game out if you haven't. Ghazi Raid coming in. It's just not going to work here, man. I think Louis, he's fishing for any small kills he can find. I do at least like the way he's walled the map. This is going to force Marine Lord into a farm transition quite soon, actually. He's got the berries at the back, and that is at least an 8 stack of berries, but after that, he's out of food. He's got the board to the south side, which is kind of playable, but still, when you start surging to this mid-game, Palace Guard Flood, Spearman Flood, they add up quite quickly for food. So, wouldn't be surprised if we see a rush onto wood in the next 2 to 3 minutes, and then a grab of granary. And for now, it's going to be the wall up. Marine Lord will just look to start getting those upgrades in. As soon as he gets that tech up kicking. In fact, I'm wondering if he just doesn't bother, right? Just going Palace Guard here makes a lot of sense. You know your opponent's probably going Men-at-Arms or Lancers. Palace Guard plus Spears basically solves all the issues. You went Dome of Faith into House of Learning today versus China. Felt pretty good. He went 2TC Song, though. Yes. But, like, I think that's... If you're going to tech up before you're around 45 eco anyway, House of Learning has a lot more value. Ashton will clock down the way. Myriad, why are you struggling with OTD? Just pick HRE, Kappa. I actually think HRE struggled with that matchup, by the way. I'm going to stand by that. People trying to hope him was like, HRE just win everything. OTD are actually pretty good against them still. Sup, Hermes Prime? Thank you very much for the sub, my friend. Welcome to Swarm. Hermes Prime, he sponsored one of BC's tournaments. I believe it was the Winner Stay is on one. Good job on that tournament, man. Flash in the center. That Sacred Site is not going to be holdable. The Chicken Umass should be good enough to hold this. And notice the supervision coming in. So Veterancy in just 10 seconds. I mean, Louis, he's going to lose control of the Sacred Site win condition. And if this timer resets, another 10 minutes is all Marino's going to need to get a win. Behind this, I imagine we are going to have a farm transition on the way in probably the next minute and a half maximum. In the meantime, though, Marine Lord has got an opportunity to keep striking. Men-at-Arms have now arrived, so that's going to reset him. But this is fine, right? He's thrown away his crap army to get rid of Louis' crap army. And although it is now mass Men-at-Arms, you're now also trying to Men-at-Arms into a civ that can rapidly produce the counter. Supervision coming in, crossbows being produced every 9 seconds. This is getting more and more difficult. Louis, have we got a move on the stone? We have. 540 gathered so far. Oh my god, no! It breaks my heart anytime this happens. I'm not sure what I hate more. When a certain player clicks Court Architects first, he will not be named here. You'll just see him when we track his time since last win. Or when you don't pick at all. Either way, it breaks my heart. No Village Fortress is coming in, so there's no redemption arc here. Louis, despite what he's going to do in the next 2 to 3 minutes, that won't end the game, which means he's not going to have any TC escalation afterwards. Dude, this is brutal. Men-at-Arms are at least going to march south side to try and break in. At this stage, you wish you just actually had your hands on Home Blades, right? At least then you'd be able to just dive in much faster. Walls on the short side is going to condense him into the center. Boar has been stuck on the south side of this, and it looks like Louis is none the wiser for it. He's going to be diving towards the second TC. Even if he takes this out, it's not going to be enough. He needs to hit the villagers and hit them hard, because right now is the weakest point in Marine Lord's game. Granaries are being set up. But if you waste too long in this town center, the army is going to be too big to contest. That's the breakaway. Doesn't even get the town center. And this game is slipping further and further away from him now. Louis going in for the farm transition. Interesting choice to not play Deer on the north side. A little bit shocked by that, considering how free these resources should be. I don't like that he's rushing a farm transition. This is, I think, if I had to highlight one area I've noticed recently with Louis that's kind of a weak point, it's this shift towards late game earlier than is necessary. If that makes sense. You're in a game where you have full map control still. It's a bit risky, but right now, if you're trying to play an eco game against the Chinese, you're going to lose. The best way you can try to skirt this issue is by going onto the pocket resources continuously. Deer, deer, deer. Otherwise, it's going to be a big O deer and a big O no. Because the problem you're now having is you're going for a farm transition. That's enabling Marino's farm transition. Something that should be hard for him has become easy because Louis is matching it. And guys, we have indeed got those keep drops coming in. Sacred sites have been relocked in, but this is going to take a very long time. And also, those flank sacred sites aren't even secure properly, right? It's only wooden walls. You tried the men-at-arms rush before and it didn't work. It's a tough one, right? Because of the fact that your opponent just has all this eco spread out, right? So you can't just shut down one location, kill them. It's not like, for example, if you try to men-at-arms spam against, I don't want to say H3 because they do men-at-arms themselves, but as an example of a Civ that condenses in one location, where you find you get a bit more wallop. I feel like Lancers just might be the better call for Delhi quite often here. But the problem is, you know, you kind of look at this and you say you got Tower Victory. Men-at-arms feels better, right? It feels like something that can fight directly. And it's not an issue of fighting directly. I think it's just an issue of you're now playing against an eco-inflated Civ that doesn't need quality on the side. They just need quantity that they're going to have every day of the week. Marine Lord should be adding in the additional granary soon. And at that stage, it's pretty much GG. Yeah, second granary immediately queued up. About 15 more farms being added in. And if Louis cannot find the win in the next minute and a half, it's going to be too late. He still doesn't have village fortresses, does he? Oh my. Okay, guys. I know how we fix players forgetting to get these techs. I have the grand solution, because I've watched multiple players, whether it's in scrims or in competitive games, completely forget to queue Delhi techs. I still remember that infamous cast of Poppy Pool, where he beat his opponent, but he failed to get a single Delhi tech, and you couldn't help but criticize it. Here's the solution. You put shock colors on the players, and anytime they fail to get the techs, the coach shocks them. Now, some of you may call this inhumane, abusive. Do you want to be the best, is my question. Buy a KP-branded shock collar today. Oh no, I feel like this is going to take one of those, what was it, Rule 35 or whatever it is, OnlyFans type directions, so I've got to be careful with it. Wolves coming up in the meantime, Louis got decapped again. And now I think he's facing decapitation. Military Academy's been queued up. Marine Lord should be going up to about 2k food income shortly. He's got triple granary layered in now. He's also gathering the stones, so we're going to be seeing some keep drops to contest in the center. And at this point, with the amount of torches that Marine Lord has, he could quite easily just try to blitz even castles. SCB's now arriving, and that's an even bigger raw issue here. Louis has at least got the spring odds, but I don't think he's got the width of line to easily protect that siege. SCB shots coming in, it's going to bait him out of position. You see Marine Lord is waiting on the flank with a pass guard. And I think this is just going to be the death push, right? Like, behind this, Louis' food income is not impressing me. He's got 930 food to 2,000. His farm transition is very early days. I think he's got about 9 farms, make that 10 total. There's no way he can afford to replace the Lost Army. And guys, it is most definitely going to be a Lost Army. Nestabees gets another flurry out before going down. The Chuganu, the crossbows on the backside of this, are just mopping the floor with Delhi's face. Louis' face, to be exact. And I'm wondering, does Marine Lord now just go Imperial? Because this is a strong point, right? That's probably the strongest Louis is going to feel for the next 10 minutes. Keep drop on the center suggests we are heading into Imperial Age. That's the only reason Marine Lord didn't end the game here. He was holding on to a few thousand in resources. Wait, what? Wait, what was that? What? Did he just hit the mining camp? It's depressing to watch a Nesta Bees beat 2 Mangonels. I just can't with this. It's so stupid. If we removed China tomorrow, sometimes I feel like the devs make China so powerful because they are really hoping they can get a sponsored LAN in mainland China. It's the only logic I can come up with for Chuginu and Nesta Bees at this stage. Full farm transition now from Louis. Problem is, by the time you're about 30 farms deep, we should be seeing Imperial Age out of the Chinese. What a balanced civ. In fairness, there is a Springwood here. Honestly, I think I said this earlier, you could either take chemistry away from Nesta Beast by default, or you could even just take away the Clock Tower's health effect, give it something else, and I still feel like Nesta Beast would be fine. It's insane how hard these things are to kill. Attack up. Should be ready to go. Marine Lord, unless he's planning to save for a Wonder. Then again, like, wait, don't you... Dude, I hate how China hides the default UI. I can't show you it right now. I can't even hover onto the final things. You need Imperial Age, right? Does anyone else find that kind of comically weird that you need Imperial Age to get a Wonder? Just saying, if someone in Dark Age manages to build a Wonder against you, you have bigger problems than the OP-ness of Wonders. Take out complete. Louis, I think this is over. The flood's about to begin. There's no real comeback now, right? Like, your current army, everything you need to be upgraded. You've got a decent amount of scholars. The problem is, I think Louis is still about 2 minutes away from being at that point. He's got the scholar spamming coming out, so he had the right idea. But the farms just aren't anywhere near as powerful as his opponent. And now, I imagine we'll be looking at Yuan Dynasty in a rush, and then Pascal to flood the field in a game where Louis has not prepped walls whatsoever. Traps now blitzing for the keep. And I believe we are looking at a Pascal flood now commencing. Louis will try to make his stand here. Unfortunately, his army is not looking up to scratch. Shard Triggers is about to come through, and at that stage, you can't even win the siege war. Right now, you're struggling because of the clock tower effect. This thing is insane. Nesta Bees hits not only the infantry, but the anti-siege as well, and that is going to be the breaker. First wave has pretty much reduced him to nothing. GG is going to get called. It may have not been your Barbican drop on a sacred site, but Marine Lord once again able to remind us why actually China is a pretty solid pick up against the Delhi. Why is Louis sticking to men-at-arms when there are 28 crossbows already? Because he needs a front line. If you don't have a front line, like, you just die. Here's the thing. If you literally... What are you suggesting? Just do crossbows? Great. If you're just going to do crossbows, then I'll add in Chuginu, because I've already upgraded them. And also, another issue is if you just add crossbows, you can't just use Springwheels to clear Nesta Bees because you have nothing to protect. It's simply you need a front line. You literally need something to stand there. You could say maybe Horseman, but if he goes Horseman, he doesn't have enough food to Imperial Age, right? So what Louis is trying to do is trying to be cost efficient to catch up. Sup, Hamza? Am I a full-time streamer? No, I am a full-time freelance commentator and host. So I'd love to one day just be able to be a full-time content creator to build a big community here. Maybe that one day happen. We'll see. But I make most of my money currently from esports casting and hosting on other channels. Although, admittedly, 2024 has been, for lack of a better word, a trash year. But yeah, hopefully it'll pick up. If that doesn't pick up, hopefully the stream will continue to grow. Because I've been really impressed with the continued support we've been seeing. It's actually really heartwarming. So I appreciate all of you. Alright, so what was Myriad complaining about? Or the dragon, it suck. Is that what we're getting towards here? Oh, thank you, Hamza. Appreciate so many people enjoy coming here. I mean, you have so many options. That's the thing, right? Like, there's so many possible streams on Twitch. The fact that so many of you choose here really warms my heart. Because the reality is, statistically, I think in the middle of COVID, the streamer to viewer ratio went down to something like 5.5. I think it's up again to about 9.2 or 11.2. Even at that number, though, that sounds kind of crazy when you say it out loud. to think that for every 10 viewers, roughly, there's a streamer. That's wild. A game versus Kyo. All right, I'll catch up on chat and then we'll check that out. Seriously, though, why are Wonders locked behind Imperial Age? That's so lame. What about the Ultimate BM? Imagine you just somehow get matched against a gold and you're a Conk level player. You should be allowed. You should be encouraged, in fact, to go for a Wonder Rush from Dark Age. Oh, dear, dear. Am I going to King of the North? I may be considering it, McKay. I might make a appearance there. If I don't have any events that clash at the time, I think I will go and check it out, yeah. Wonders are generally in the 1700s or something? I'm sorry, what? Remind me when the pyramids were built? I'm gonna have to check you on that one, dog. Are you trying to argue the wonders they use in game? Why don't the Abbasis just build the pyramids? That's a good question. So, do you guys want to check out the game that the Mirab was talking about? Should we have a look at that? There are pyramids in this game? No, but there should be. I mean, you didn't specify the game's wonders, to be fair. You said wonders. That's a bold statement, sir. Why don't the English have a Stonehenge? I feel like it would be more embarrassing to lose to a Stonehenge than a giant cathedral. Just saying. Like, eventually the game will have Egyptians. I think that boat was kind of already sailed by the fact they've gone Ayyubids and Abbasids. And Ayyubids are basically the Mamluks. Almost, right? We got Deerstone. No, dude, it's not close enough. I can't win the game with Deerstone because I'm a noob Mongol player. GG. Alright, so we've got Lipany. No, that's versus Kiljadi. Kyo. Is it Elazar? Is that the account that you're playing on, Myriad? Elazar. Great. It's very important that Myriad's told me that because now I have this little trick that completely screws over pro players once I discover them. Because, guys, what I've started doing is I go to their profile. I mean, in fairness, like, AoE4 World's done it for me already. But, you know, here's the thing. Even if AoE4 World hadn't done it for me already, what I can do... One sec, I'm going to hide that so you don't see the spoiler. Is I could very easily just go like this. And then what you do is you go like this. And then you just call it Myriad. Boom. Oh, wait, that's interesting. So apparently the pop-up window of favorites doesn't show when you capture this, but what I done is just basically favorited the page, which is a player ID with his name. That's how you make sure they can't hide from you, chat. They don't get away. All right, so let's open that game. Myriad's your beastie number? Damn. What did you beat him with? How did you clap him? Evasion beat Myriad? Wait, what game was that? Your match history is like Netflix to me. What does that even mean? In a good way, I hope. You know who's got boring match history now? Crackety. Lame guy. I mean, what happened to that guy? Do you all remember when he just used to Barbican rush all the time? Order the Dragon Outpost Barracks rush? Where'd that guy go, huh? Huh? This Sweat Lord is like, I need to keep top 10 now. I must do optimal strategies. No. Give me the meme lord. All right. Should we get ready to go? How would you rate your level playing AoE? Do you play 20s? No, I cast 20s. I would say I probably cast more tournaments than anyone in Age of Empires 4. I think that's accurate. So, yeah. In fact, I would say I've cast more games of AoE4 now than anyone else in the scene. Because I'm a degenerate. I spend way too many hours streaming casts. And then I work tournaments. So, yeah, I don't really play the game. I spend all my time watching the game. Which, it's kind of interesting that conversation comes up sometimes. One thing I've heard kind of brought up is the whole idea of you shouldn't be able to talk about the game if you don't play the game, which I totally disagree with. A lot of the best analysts in the world genuinely just watch other people all the time. And then they figure out what they're doing. It's a very different skill set. It's similar to the logic of like, you know, good players don't always make good coaches and good players don't always make good casters, right? I knew one TI level coach who was basically the equivalent of gold rank in AoE 4. But they were good enough to cast a TI team to like top 8 finish. Assuming player beat Plat Diamond if he actually played? Yeah, I mean, I can beat Conk players. I beat Conk players. It's... I reckon Diamond's quite an easy bet. I could probably just like follow a good build order. I think I could maybe just sliver into like Conk. And then if I wanted to Sweat Lord, maybe a bit better. Don't know. I don't think I'd like maybe given enough time, maybe I'd sliver up towards like top 200, but that would require an insane amount of grinding. So, knowledge doesn't always equate to skill. So, Mr. Professor, Mr. Myriad, use your great knowledge to explain to me how this is going to be a skillful pick. Myriad came into my chat and started ranting about how Order of the Dragon sucks. So... Oh, wait, no, it's the other way, wasn't it? You were saying that they were broken, right? Wait, make your claim right now, Myriad. Is OOTD broken? Or are they going to be broken by everyone else? They're awful. There we go. So that means GG already, right? Kyo's going to win. Kyo's a pretty talented player, actually. I wouldn't discredit him. Playing on the Delhi on a map like this is pretty easy peasy as well. I find Delhi are super effective on a map like Cliffside because of how hard it is to hide what you're doing. Think about what you're getting here compared to Dry Arabia. You're too far away from the edge of the map to wall yourself to the edge of the map. You've got one fat wood line and two smalls, which means you have less things to hide behind in general. I think overall, Delhi take an edge here on top of the fact that they can then easily wall on the sacred sites. If you think about the amount of wood they'd invest to successfully wall a sacred site, it's insane. This short ramp is such a high value point. Like, mark my words, if you want a little tip, anyone who's playing Cliffside, who's looking for a way to get an edge, look no further than here. Controlling the central ramp is paramount to succeeding in most Cliffside games. I'm saying most to cover the basis of anyone who's playing like bronze or gold level that likes going an hour in. Your games are wild. Yours are different. The weird part actually about Cliffside is when this map released, a few players, I remember talked to them, and their thought was that this was going to be a very campy map, a very slow map. Glad to say, couldn't be much further from the truth. This is an incredibly aggressive map. The crazy thing is because you spawn close together, this short ramp is the world. And you will see, if you ever want to try and actually get good flow to attack, or even just to try and turtle up, walling this off is a high value play. And that's another reason why I like the Delhi here. Because they don't have to waste villager time doing that, right? They can instead just send out an infantry to do it. Those infantry are going to be less powerful this game because I'm seeing something quite interesting out of Kyo. Dome of the Faith instead of Tower of the Victory? That's an interesting way of putting it. No Tower of Victory here is surprising. What I like is actually, because we've got Myriad in the chat, and Myriad is Elazar in this game, by the way. Kind of want to get your thought process on this. Do you like Dome of Faith over Tower of Victory against Order of the Dragon? Because my feeling is that Tower of Victory still feels really good. I imagine Kyo just wants to go fast castle. I'm just not sure if that's necessary here. Because if a dragon player sees you're going fast castle, he should be able to get there quicker, right? Because he builds a horseman, which is going to block your scholars and can snipe them out easily. And then you've got 28% base gathering speed. So everything's just gathering as good, if not better. Never go Dome of Faith? You think it's inferior? Yeah, that's my thought, right? It's like, if he goes Tower of Victory, I actually think Delhi Archers can destroy Order of the Dragon Archers. Because although yours are Gatling guns, actually TOV is kind of insane in what it does to the attack speed of normal Archers. And the scalar point is just so much better, right? Because the Delhi edge, to me, is in their production speed in the early game. Well, one of the many edges. But in this matchup, the thing they have, the leg over you they have, is they can convert into a new unit type and spam it a lot quicker. It puts you behind his dragon. And it's surprising to me in this game that Kyo didn't take that opportunity because he's already opened racks. Opening an archery range racks here, I usually don't like to see anything but Ghazi, but I 100% think it could be the correct call here because you're going to be able to just remain a step ahead. And also, remember, this is not HRE. So all these infantry reactions that Dragons are now going to build aren't fast. They're slow-moving units. The M-Lord game just finished, so I'm going to update the title for you there, Game TN. You can watch those in the VOD. This is Myriad versus Kyo. Kyo, if I remember correctly, is from Vietnam, and Myriad is actually Hungarian, masking himself as a Brit. I still love the fact that he sounds more British than me. Outpost coming up, great detail. This is something that's very different about Order of the Dragon versus HRE. OOTD will play flank resources a lot more efficiently. We were saying earlier, the cool thing about Dragon, like if I had to highlight one really good good thing Order of the Dragon brought into the game, it's the way they change people's perspectives on pocket economies. For example, earlier today, we watched an English player with the King opening play 5 villages onto a boar and outpost. That's something that people wouldn't have figured out if it wasn't for Order of the Dragon. Because Order of the Dragon are efficient doing this with just 5 villages, right? That started to wake people up to the value of doing it with other civs as well. Because although you don't exhaust the boar very quickly, for example, you have this safe resource for a very long time. And you don't have to camp it with infantry to keep it alive. It's funny people keep coming in and saying they're really bored of FFA everywhere. See, here's the thing I'm just going to highlight. Subscribe to this channel, follow this channel if you're not. Because if you are bored of FFAs, I can entertain you again. Not just 1v1s, but actually with good FFAs. The style of FFAs we've been running are 10 times superior to the ones you're watching in Quick Match right now. I promise you that. So when you do see us doing FFAs, hang around. You will be pleasantly surprised by them as well. A little bit of poke damage coming in. Kyo has decided to just go Spears Ghazi, which is surprising here, actually, considering he already saw Spearman now, as well as the opening Stables Horseman. And now we are going to get the progressive 1-1-1. Gilded Archers, to me, is the backbone of a healthy comp for Order of the Dragon. If you want to one-pump it, Meta Arms, never-ending, right? But if you want a diverse comp, Gilded Archers should be the backbone that forms it all up. These units are insane. Look at the attack speed on them. They're Gatling guns. I love the fact that Kyo's like, but I have scholars. Where is my herbal medicine? Sir, you're a few years late to this build. You need Castle Age for that. Looks like the Ghazi. Argus start turning up, but enough Spearman left alive. Myriad. This is kind of interesting, actually. I think that wall I talked about is even more high value now. Kyo's comp is terrible against walls. So I actually think it might be worth a laser just pulling a villager and building a short wall here. It's a little bit of out of time to warp, but you've got wheelbarrow, right? And the reason that's important is now that you know your opponent's scaling into Ghazi, if he gets massed together, and let's say you miss micro on the fights, the healing's just too good, you lose your frontline spears, all of a sudden you now have this nice little wall to fall behind that your opponent can't do anything about. On top of that, it guarantees that he never gets to sneak out onto Central Sacred. So, yeah, I highly rate these walls. I'm surprised I haven't been seeing more of it. A little bit surprised that Kyo did try to get it up ultra early, but I think that Horseman opening caught him off guard. You're subscribing on Mira because if you pay, you can trash talk. I mean, you can trash talk him here as well if you subscribe. That's how that works. It's statistically proven you're less likely to get banned in my chat if you're subbed. What can I say? I'm a sellout. Scholar is going to capture on the South Sacred site. That's a good move, actually, by Kyo. It's delayed the arrival in his base, and now it's forced an infantry comp on the wrong side of the map. However, what I'd love to see from Myriad now is just to turn this into a raid around the back. The problem is sometimes Order of the Dragon players get very hesitant about that idea because this army is very expensive. If you make a mistake and it gets caught and ambushed, you're not losing 9 units, you're losing the value of 18 units. Scholar not quite going to be chased down. Archer reaction now coming in. The more I'm looking at this game, the more I'm perplexed by Kyo's choice to go for the Dome of Faith. You could argue that he wouldn't have had this many scholars if so. I think what happened is Kyo saw his forward gold spawn and got paranoid. Which is weird when you consider he had the back spawn gold anyway that he played onto the deer for. Tower of Victory to me just would have looked a lot better at this point. Especially now that it's turned to Archer. Right, again, that 20% buffer is pretty insane. Takes you down to, I think, it's 1.38 movement speed, if I remember correctly. Attack speed, rather. Somewhere around there. Whereas, yes, these ones are better at 1 attack speed, but if you think about the production pacing I talked about, with military efficiency, it's almost impossible for an Order Dragon player to keep up with the production of Delhi early on. They just get swarmed. I think there's a missing opportunity to swarm here. Movement in the center now. If he gets a wall up here, it's actually perfect. Because here's the issue now. Myriad can't fight here if this gets walled off, because reinforcements can't arrive. In fact, right now, the way that he's going into this fight, I'm not a big fan of. Gilded Spearmen are going to try to charge forward. Men-at-Arms are going to lead the way, though. And these are the beef eaters I was looking for. Now, do we have Golden Cuirass? We do not. We will be getting it soon, though. The interesting thing about Golden Cuirass, I do think quite often people rush it before it's needed. You should only be queuing it up at this moment. That's sick by Myriad. He waits until one of the Men-at-Arms takes half his health and damage to queue the tech, because then it has some value. He does, however, then completely defeat my point by going in with the Men-at-Arms early. That's a little bit unnecessary. I think he could have waited this out a bit. But I think he's getting a little bit paranoid about the flank Sacred Sites, right? So Myriad likely wants to try and enter the base soon. Gilded Archer numbers are getting good, though. We're up to 11. Undermesh is already there for Kyo. That's going to be very important for the die. But the Ghazi mass is underwhelming here. Can't emphasize this enough, by the way. If you're playing Dome of Faith, you should be playing Majority Cavalry. Because if you're not playing Majority Cavalry, the Tower of Victory buff being missing does hurt. Hurts more, right? There are matchups actually where Dome of Faith can feel really good. For example, we've seen in the past Ottomans usually devolves into Sipahi spam versus Ghazi spam. So if you're both doing that a lot, and let's say 2/3 of your comp remains Cav, that's a situation where Dome of Faith can make a bit more sense. It still feels bad because you'd be giving up the attack speed buff across the Ottomans, but it'd be more justified than what we're seeing here, where Kyo, his army is over 75% archers, and he doesn't have an attack speed buffer. Myriad needs to split the micro a bit more. I think he's somewhat overkilling a few of these archers. Men-at-Arms are now going to arrive, though. Behind this, we are getting the Ghazi raids into the main. These Gilded Villagers are insanely hard to kill with just a small group, though. Men-at-Arms now showing up. Golden Cuirass is there, remember, so once you get them low, it takes a very long time to kill. And all of a sudden, Kyo has lost half of his archer quantity. Yes, it looked like a good trade because he got rid of the Spearman, but now he needs to double down on the Ghazi to make it worthwhile. I'm wondering, though, will Myriad spot that detail? I think Myriad, if he relies on Men-at-Arms to frontline for him, he's going to be sorely disappointed here. You definitely need to add in a few more Spearmen. Gilded Archers back in the choke point. Good micro down, though. Kyo just taking him down one by one. This is actually working. Order of the Dragon might have a problem here, guys. Even though he lost a lot of archers, I feel like at the tail end, these Men-at-Arms, there weren't enough of them, right? Like those first 2 or 3 going down. I genuinely think the extra Men-at-Arms being lost screwed him. Because like, here's the other problem. Men-at-Arms, I usually talk about how great their stats are. If they're standing still, yes. If they're not standing still, the attack damage is heavily reduced. Like, this is a thing that you always have to keep in mind. When you're talking about attack speed differences, any time you have to move a lot, low attack speeds don't really matter. 1.12 attack speed only matters when you stand still like this. But what Kyo done so well there is he said, okay, if these Men-at-Arms are going to keep coming, I need the archers gone first. He ignored them. He walked past them. It's like when you play Achery versus the English and they build Men-at-Arms. The Achery doesn't react with Men-at-Arms, they just build more archers. Because what they do is they kite you, they run past you, and they snipe out the Lombos. That was a sick play. And, you know, it's an interesting thing because the issue with Gilded Archers, I only think they work once you have enough to stand still. One of the big problems that players have had with Gilded Archers is that Gilded Archers don't really benefit from starter stepping because they have more range, and their attack speed is so low you don't get extra attacks. That's right. For those that didn't know, if you time it right when you're attacking with archers, when you see players doing what I call orb walking, which is where they shoot and move, shoot and move, shoot and move, not only is it about staying away from melee, the other reason they do it is if you time your attacks right, you can actually kind of frame skip a bit, which means you can get extra shots out. And that's another interesting element here, is like Kyo kept moving, right? He had to do the Men-at-Arms. So his attack speed, even without Tower of Victory, is actually higher than 1.62. Yeah, I agree. I think this game does feel over at this stage. The Men-at-Arms count is way too low now, and Kyo is now starting to macro up towards Castle. We've got 3 Sacred Sites locked in. Mass Ghazi on the way. I don't want to say I think Men-at-Arms need to be buffed. Because if they get buffed, everyone is going to cry. Something has to be done with this Civ though, right? I mean, this is a suboptimal Delhi build in my opinion. You could argue the Scholar's done a lot healing, but I'd argue compared to 20% increased attack speed, did they do a lot, right? What? I don't know if we blame this on Delhi or Order the Dragon. Like, Delhi is absurd. The production rates, I think, is what allowed him to just keep rebuilding to an insane degree. Okay, hear me out. Maybe the fix for Order the Dragon, in Blacksmiths, they have multiple levels of Military Academy. And they get one in Feudal, one in Castle, and one in Imperial. And those production rates can be 25% each level. Basically what you get for Wheelbarrow Japanese. I wonder if that would be good enough. Because the problem I'm seeing here is, like, every time he lost a fight, Kyo was quick to rebuild. And Myriad's lead didn't really escalate. Because even if he had the economy, he didn't have enough production buildings to do it, right? Yeah, I think they're going to have to change production rates for the Civ. We highlight this already in the late game. That's another reason why they suck, is their ability to replace an army is difficult, because their army isn't big, and they take a long time to reproduce anyway. I think similarly, we've highlighted in the early game, they have the same exact issue. Like, to me, Order the Dragon thrive around 20 minutes-ish when you're in Castle Age, because you just have numbers on your side. But in this game, unfortunately, Myriad doesn't really have anything on his side anymore. He's trying to come up into Castle Age on a delay. I just don't see what you get with that Castle Age now. Knights are already being produced. You're still up against Mass Archers. It's a House of Learning build, which means you're getting Hone Blades. This is going to be a tough one. And correct choice made by Myriad. You might be wondering, ha, noob, why no Regnants? You're against Dome of Faith Delhi. If they haven't at least already started returning free relics in this game, they're playing it wrong. Might be the eco that still needs a bigger buff. I don't think that's the problem as much as the production rate. In a game that's based on counters, it's not just the cost, it's the rate at which you can get your counters out. It takes you 18 seconds to build an archer. It takes you 27 seconds to build a horseman. 42 seconds to build a knight. I'm hesitant to see a direct buff to any of the units. I feel like the eco could just get busted if it gets buffed more, right? It's tricky. I think there's like some matchups where the villages feel weaker, others where they feel better. Like, interestingly enough, Order the Dragon villages feel better against French Knights because it takes 3 hits to kill you, right? Need to buff units? I think you need to buff the production rates on units. That's my take. I think if you make these units cost less than 2 times, you're going to have a very big issue in your hands. You only guess you should have added Horseman. MAA feels bad. Yeah, but here's the thing. If you're going to add Horseman... So here's the thing. I'd say maybe in this matchup... Hindsight is 20/20, sure. But I'd say in this matchup, you should have went Arkin and Horseman. Arkin, Horseman, Gilded Archers. I know you really like Zornhau for the later game, Myriad, but in this particular matchup, it's not about Castle Age, it's about Fuel Age, right? Especially on a map like Cliffside. So if you have the Arkin buff on your primary tree line, adding in farms as well, Horseman becomes affordable, Gilded Archers get spammed quicker, right? And also, because you're buffing your wood by an extra 15%, you can build a lot more production buildings. Well, Myriad is going to be able to hold on for the first wave here. Unfortunately, Knights have now arrived, and I think this is the point where it's going to get unmanageable. Gilded Archers trying to do the best they can to snipe down, but it's kind of undeniable at this point, right? You're talking about 4 relics, 3 sacred sites. The Gilded Archers have at least been upgraded so they'll hold for a bit, but considering the amount of Knight spam on the hills, the fact that Kyo is just mismacroing an insane amount of resources, once he fixes this detail, it's going to be a complete crotch stomp. Yeah, I think Arkin's the way. I know that Myriad's cringing, because every time I mention Arkin on this Civ, he's like, but the Zornhau, it's so good. I just don't think it matters. I think Feudal is like your win condition here. It's a trade-off. With Arkan, you'd have more units earlier, but then you'd be behind the blacksmith upgrades. What? Because of Dome of Faith build? But I think the more units wins out against the Dome of Faith build at first, and then you come in on the blacksmiths. Like, if you map out the extra resources you get out of a 15% gathering rate with your whole economy in the first few minutes of play, which, like, what? You had the gold over here, right? So you could have Arkan here, gold, wood, boom. The extra gathering you get, I think, offsets the fact that you have to build a blacksmiths and then get techs. Because really, all you need here is Steeled Arrow. Steeled Arrow is your number one. Steeled Arrow, Undermesh, you're good to go. In fact, I'd say you just get Undermesh first with Horseman and then Steeled Arrow afterwards, right? I think it gives you more flexibility as well. One of those early fights because of blacksmith upgrades, the Arkan I'd have won them with more early units, but still have to get outscaled. Yeah, but the difference is if you have more eco, you have more horsemen, and the horsemen aren't just a fighter; they're a raider, right? So my point is, like, at that stage, you now have a unit that can flank more easily because you have more of them. Like, this is someone that's so underrated. Like, when you have more eco versus blacksmith choices, it's like, oh, the quantity matters, right? I now have more units. Think about that golden rule of having, like, 5 Ghazi versus 8. How much easier is it for me to pinch villages? So much easier. I'm not going to say it's not a hard matchup still. I think, like, Delhi are just good in most situations. But what I would say is I know you like Minework a lot. You build Minework a lot. Arkan, at this stage, especially when you're finding it this puzzling in matchups, has to be worth exploring. Maybe it is just the Order of the Dragon is absolute trash, doesn't work in its current format. But if you're always just gunning for Minework, you're never going to discover whether Arkan buff is good enough. Bergrave going down. And I think that's going to be the end of the game. I mean, anytime I see a Delhi player building Tower Elephants willingly, I know they're confidently ahead. And with 18 scholars to heal, there's no doubt about it. He could just dive the TC and murder him. Like, I think, have we got herbal medicine? We have. Get the pump going, get the boys in. He's even yoinking your berries, dude. At this point, just get out. Horsemen might be the potential answer, though. If there's no... Yeah. Well, Horsemen are just good raiders as well. They do 15 base damage. So you have 4 Horsemen, you kill a villager straight away. The only difficulty with Horsemen... And the reason why that extra Arkan buff is important is because of the golden rule of numbers. You want at least 5 Horsemen to pinch villagers, preferably more. But scaling that is difficult because they cost so much. So having more resource income allows you to reach that golden number quicker. Where instead of this being a unit you fight with, it's a unit you raid with as well. That's another part of why Delhi is so impactful. It's the Ghazi aren't just good brawlers, they're fantastic raiders. Courtesy of the fact that you can get so many of them so quickly. Not just because of the good gathering rate on berries, but also because of the good production rate with military efficiency. Yeah, TLDR, screw Minework. Let's see some Arkan gameplay, Myriad. Let's solve this problem. People have tried it, it's usually bad. For what? For Horseman spam? I mean, how much have people tried it, though? Legit, I have not seen many Arkan games. I feel like people tried it before it got buffed. I actually feel like, now that I think about it, people tried Arkan a lot before the Gilded Village's base rate got buffed and before the Arkan got buffed. I've only seen a handful of Arkan games since those buffs came in. The only pros you see going Arkan, Order of the Dragon are Canadian bros. Yeah, and they do 2TC, right? Could you 2TC there? What am I going to call that one? Order of the Dragon can't afford to lose. Maybe. What happened to the ramp up? Someone changed the background. So if you don't like it, change it back. That's what your points are for. Doot, doot. Okay, so Wonder, do we have any players playing live? Well, the thing there, though, Myriad, is maybe because he went for Dome of Faith, you can actually get away with 2 TC. It's an interesting idea. Oh, no, not the stupid ties again. With a T-shirt? You savage. Guys, look! It's Red Bull Wallalol in Age of Empires 4. It's just the banner. What goes well with Grey? I should know the answer to this. Ooh. This is going to look so out of place. Whoop. All goes well with Grey. I will end you. Jesus. It's your ult, so you don't care about it? Hell yeah. End you? If we ever meet, remember that. When we're at LAN and you introduce yourself like, hey KP, great to meet you. When I like ice pick you in the eye, remember you done that to yourself. Oh god, this looks terrible. Why have you done this to me? With this jumper as well. There you go, guys. Somehow, like, the t-shirt thing worked before, but this looks tragic. What have you done to me? Very fashionable. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's have a look. Let's see what we got on the ladder. Is there anyone playing live games? Yeah, it was quite funny because I remember Crackly came in and pointed this out the other day. It's like, for all this OTD suck at the highest rank, do you guys know that they're like one of the top winning civs outside of Conk? I find that so funny. Okay. So, hopefully we've got some games here. Do pigeons like chickens? They're finger licking good, baby. What? Killjody's about to get into a game then. Is he playing private games? Let me have a look. No, he's queuing. Do we maybe see who Killjody's up against? Played a few games today. Ooh, we had one against Anatan earlier. French versus Mongols. Dude, I feel like Killjody plays more Mongols than almost anyone else at the moment. Any of the players notice this? I feel like when I'm looking at players' datas, Killjody has more Mongol games than anyone. No, dude, no. Farman. Yo. Whoa. Clearly, someone only recently broke out of the retirement home. Buddy, Philisberto has reformed. He is reformed into an Orthodox nation. He doesn't touch Mongols anymore. Yeah, dude. Like, can you like, get with it? You're like out of date here. Philisberto plays solely Byzantines. Only Byzantines. Like, every single game is Byzantines. I think... Yeah, so... Here. I'll quickly show you. He's even been trying to figure out some System of the First Heal builds. Oh, sorry, did I not respond to Aaron Omar before when they asked how the AoE4 community is now? I think they're like small in some ways, but close. At least the active like element. I think there's a lot of people that play, but like of the active community that talks or seeing streams and Reddit, whatever. I say we're still quite small and humbled. All right, Killjady, can you launch your game, please? I want some live action. I get sick of just watching replays. Who's this? I'm not sure who this is. Is this Beastie again? with the eye? The Eye of Sauron? Oh, wait. Yeah, this is Beastie. He's changed his name, guys. He's evolving. You figured out his Japanese name, and now look what you done. The moment you done it, you shied him away. Okay, so is Killjoy in a game or not? Wait, did he get dodged? Dude, that's... They need to change this crap. I hate that players get dodged so much. It's freaking cringe. That's another thing that like has been a problem for years. I and many other people have been complaining about it. We've been begging for a solution. There's so many easy solutions to it. What was that roguelike game that this song reminded me of? I was talking about this yesterday. Every time it comes in, it's all I can think about is that game. Because this is from Undertale. This is like a remix. It's called. The roguelike game I'm thinking about, you have this path you walk around in a loop, and every time you run around, you level up, you get gear, and you keep adding things to the map to beat. I've forgotten the name of it. Does anyone remember what it was called? I'd find it in my Steam, but I have over 1,000 games sitting there. Yeah, I went a bit crazy in uni. I can't remember his name. Oh, wait, it was Loop. It was something Loop. And was it Endless Loop? Loop Hero! Yeah, dude, Loop Hero. This reminds me of Loop Hero. Have you guys not seen Loop Hero before? Loop Hero is a really cool game. Lube, Jesus Christ, farm man. Where's your head at? Actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not child friendly. Here. So this is Loop Hero. So you basically walk around, you get gear for your character, you switch in and out here, and then you basically keep adding cards as you go around to make the level harder and harder. This is really cool. I actually need to go back and play this. This is a really fun little game. Yeah, so you like add things in, which will introduce more mobs to make it harder, so you can get better gear and so on and so forth. And you keep going around, and you go around, and you go around, and your guy levels up and gets stronger because of it. You get better gear here. This is a really fun game. It's very smart by them. Is that a new patch? Yep, we've gone 2D pixel. Because like the 3D graphics before was too hard on people's PCs. GG. Kappa. Huh? Are they scrimming? Let's give it a sec, because we might have a Louis versus Killjoy game. Or we'll go to Anotand. Options, baby. Graphics look good? Hell yeah. I'll be up for that. I mean, you guys have seen Songs of Conquest, right? Like, you guys were going on about HOM and how much you love HOM. Songs of Conquest is like a modern HOM. Sadly, I think Songs of Conquest, it's actually a pretty cool game, reasonably balanced, but Songs of Conquest proves exactly the problem that I've highlighted, where it's very difficult for a game to succeed if it's not a known IP. So Songs of Conquest, like, if this had been called Heroes of Might and Magic, I actually think it would be big. Pretty cool game. I don't think it's as good as HOM 3, but it's pretty good to play. It's pretty decent. One of the issues I've discovered with this game is late game's a bit weird because like trying to move back across the map takes a long time. They at least offset that because you can build a building in your cities that lets you recruit from across the map. But yeah, I recommend checking that out. Definitely when it goes on offer, grab it a little bit cheaper. I think it's £25 new, but wait for the summer sale, give it a grab, give it a try. Right, is this game viewable now? It's not. Anno, what you got for me? Oi, Bliet. I do not think we will be watching an Anno game. Did you think the dual PC setup out? No, Cameron. I haven't tried to look into it more. Something's just wrong. Like, I don't know why. It just... I think it's... Part of it is an issue with AoE4. AoE4 has some weird stuff going on that makes encoding hard. This is something that has been noted. Like, this is something all channels have struggled with. I know I've talked with Pesty about this before. It's very difficult to get AoE4 to look good with the bitrate limitations anyway. But then the encoding load is just insane. Hom3 now has 2,000 players average in multiplayer, so no reason to switch. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I think Sons of Conquest, if it was called a Hom game, it would actually have like a player base that rivals it. You know, some games struggle even then. Like Age of Wonders, I think, has been struggling to keep relevance, despite the fact it has that name. But yeah, it's like, I think Songs of Conquest, even when it's a complete game, is sadly going to flop unless 2 or 3 big streamers love the game. 49 still struggled to encode 4K. I mean, you shouldn't be encoding 4K. That's on you. 2K is good enough. I think people are overkilling at 4K. My game runs at 2K, and then I record. I'm recording in 1080p, but the quality is like, I'm putting 40. It's like a 45K bitrate for recording. If it wasn't for Nvidia's NVENC, I think I'd be screwed. I need a new PC, basically. Yeah, so once again, anyone who happens to work out or know someone who works at one of these PC building companies, please do hit me up on Discord. Always looking for that sort of link. Because I was hoping to have something worked out in terms of sponsorship, but those people have gone kind of quiet. So unfortunately, the plans of KP Road to Conk might be delayed. Let me have a look at Kiljardi and Louis' game history. We'll find someone to cast. Oh, funnily enough, those two just had a matchup on Cliffside, so that works out nicely. If you have Stormgate type ground textures, you don't need much bitrate. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, there's no way of removing that ground texture, right? Not properly, from what I've noticed. It's very difficult to get rid of it. Even more difficult to make it look decent. I think AoE4 is like, it's weird. It's a fairly pretty game, but I genuinely do not believe there's any logic behind how hard the game is to encode. I think they've just, in some ways, optimized the game poorly. And that has leaked into production side when it comes to recording and whatnot. "4K Mana Lords" was fine. There's something there. That's what I'm saying. Like, look at this. Look at this. It's not to say it's an ugly game. But explain to me why this is so hard to encode compared to some of the other games we've seen. Right? I think it's trees more than anything else. I think they've just done a bad job optimizing. Like, this is what happens when a game gets made over too many years. How many years was AoE4's development? It was over 5 years, right? 5 years with an entirely new engine. Nothing was an ache. Dude, like, they know, and this is the crazy thing, they know that Forest is a problem, and I'm kind of baffled that there's no attempt to redevelop that element of the engine, like the technical team. Because if you think about it, they already acknowledged it's a problem when they had to hollow Hideout, because Hideout had too many trees, if you remember, on team games. Which is why, if you ever look at a map of Hideout, the center of the map is hollowed now. It's shallow. It's stealth forest. Because of that problem. Yeah, like, it's funny, so many people want to play free-for-alls, but I feel like a lot of people can't because of the performance of the game. Because of that exact issue. Anyway, let's get to it. Alright, moans about trees aside, let's moan about the cliffs. It's time for Cliffside. We've got Kiljardi going up against Louis MT here. English against Irobids. So, interesting matchup, actually, because the King, we discovered the other day, he's really not that good against the Desert Raider opening. So, I'm wondering if we're going to see that atypical 2TC build the English have been coveting here. I still don't mind it. I think it can work quite well against the Irobids, but it's going to come at a cost, and that cost is typically going to be relics and the fact that you're going to be fighting Feudal versus Castle. Louis, I imagine that is going to be his #1 goal. This build, typically, I think what you're going to see here is Desert Raider into Growth Wing. Desert Raider is a little bit risky because there's always a chance that Killjoy is doing a council haul, but honestly, if he is doing a council haul, in some ways you kind of wipe the sweat from your brow. It makes the game a bit easier. It does mean that you're sacrificing eco earlier, but ultimately, if your opponent is going for a Lombo timing, he has to end the game in 12 minutes. And the tough part about that is I feel like with the English having no beneficial economy in the early game, that's difficult to do. In fact, I'd say if you're looking to do that Lombo rush that GG's the game, you'll get more value out of the Byzantines than you will out of the English. Crazy to say that, right? The only way you can get value with the English on the opening of this map is if you go for the Rax rush, but we haven't had that from Killjoy, which is always comical to me because I know that this guy's aspirations as a pro player began with Rax, Dark Age, Men-at-Arms rushes of the English. He was one of the most prolific spammers of that strategy back in the day, actually. Good graphics card can help with a lot with encoding. Yes, but I have a 28 graphics card, and I'm a poor boy. I live in a country where my mortgage rate is absurd, and the cost of living is absurd. So I can't afford to go get myself a fancy new 4080, as much as I'd love to. I could. I just think Freya would be without nappies for a while. Abbey of Kings on the way. See, that's the thing, right? Like, my goal is to grow as a content creator to the point that I can be like Abbey of Kings, where I just get it for free. That'd be nice. Yeah, this king being for free is just such a big difference maker. Like, what you have to really think about here is the reactions it forces out your opponent, whether it's outpost, spin, whatever. Puts them a step behind. It's why that 2TC build is usually quite popular. What's interesting to me is that Killjoy has not moved for stone at all. Now, this is not a be-all, tell-all sign that this is a 1TC all-in. What you need to remember is it's always possible for an English player to just get the wood first and then go for the stone. You don't really lose much optimal timing by doing so. But one thing that I'm usually a fan of when I see this option is it gives you options. If you go stone, you're locked in. If you start wood, you can see what your opponent is doing and react. And the cool thing in this type of game, sometimes when you go stone second, it kills you. Against, say, Zhone, it means your stone isn't free, you'll get intercepted. Against a Civ like the Ayabids, they're not going to attack you early, at least not hard. So you get that flexibility. And guys, it looks like it is actually going to be the Growth Wing. So no Desert Raider. This is perfect for Killjoy. This is actually everything you need. It means your unit isn't countered. And for Ayabids, the thought of building Raxus for Spearman feels really, really bad. The upside is at least you can turn it into Golems later on. And in fairness, this is the map to do it on. With such a short distance to your opponent's base, if you now see this reaction in open Rax, you've got a solid solution. Unfortunately, it looks like Ayabids are going to have to start off with the atypical Archer build here. Outpost is at least coming up. In fact, Louis, yeah, what are we... Okay, yeah, he wanted that little lean over. I'm not sure why he was that obsessed about it, because Louis actually has a bigger problem. Killjoy is going for the Lombo play, which is so smart here. The reason the Lombo play is pretty cool is because it's a 4 spawn in gold, and you have to double outpost, and Louis doesn't have the stone yet. In fact, he's trying to rush out the stone now. My worry is that you're not going to be able to stop this. Because right now, it looks like Louis is reacting to this play as if it's just a king play. I think a mistake has been made here. Louis' scouting is off the point. He's going to discover it in a second as well, because these Lombos are going to make this defense impossible. Tech up complete. Growth Wing has at least spawned extra villagers, so you'll get a bit more wiggle room there. But considering it's just a bunch of villagers walking out to gather the arrow slits, okay, it looks like he has realized Louis is going for the second outpost now. Well played. That's really smart. Really quick reaction coming out of Louis, and he had the flexibility of mind for that, right? Because he was gathering the wood, which could have either gone into production or into the second outpost. So first Lombo, not going to hit hard enough for Killjoy. And second one, a little bit too late to get any real impact. One villager is going to go down, but the rest are now protected. And this is a stage where you feel pretty confident that Killjoy is 1 TC all in. There's not really going to be much flex, because if he now goes on the stone, it means you're getting cast stage for free. Especially considering its advancement win. And yes, the king is indeed free. That's why, by the way, the English have been getting so many wins at the moment. Remember, before the king change got made, English was one of the worst performing civs in competitive play. Like, it was trashed here. In EGC's Elite Classic 2, it had a 30% win rate collectively across the tournament. With, I think, about 25 picks, if I remember correctly. It was actually picked quite a lot. Ever since this king buff, ever since the flexibility they now have in terms of builds, it's a much more difficult civ to beat. Now, one thing I like about the Ibid's outlook is if this turns into a scale into castle on both sides, a lot of English players are trying to open into knights right now, and camel lancers will beat you there. At the same time, if it turns into men-at-arms versus Gulems, can be a little bit difficult to get that scale together. If you can get the numbers up, though, armor-clad is going to be the advantage for the English. I don't think that's the goal at all for Killjadi, though. He's trying to end the game now, so I'm expecting a blacksmith drop, and it is coming in. So siege engineering needs to be first. I've seen this so many times, and I genuinely want to get a beating stick for it. When I see Steeled Arrow queued up, or Undermesh, I shake my bloody head. Killjadi agrees. Siege engineering has been prepped, so we will be getting immediately into the ram. Probably could have been a bit sooner about this. I'd say if I had to find like a criticism detail here, I think Killjadi, the moment he saw the outpost going up, he should have halted longbow production, prioritized blacksmiths. He should have been into blacksmiths by the time he had 4 longbows, so that siege engineering could have been researched, and he could have started building up early. Right, in the meantime, it's just going to wrap around the backside. So berries are getting idled out a bit. This is pretty good considering how many berries are left. This is a good choice. Louis, it looks like he went pretty hard onto the sheep. Credit to him, though. The lad has an insane amount of food. This is kind of cool. I feel like we've had so many things to talk about at the beginning of games recently that we haven't been just focusing on the sheep hauls. But that is insane. 5 sheep to 17. Even with the berry detail in mind, when you consider how much this hasn't been gathered still, that's an incredible haul coming from Louis. Gold sneak on the flank. Not that he needs it, but this is sick. Because now Killjadi is going to waste all this effort on the front, and it's going to be for now. Wow. That's crazy. You know what? I don't know if Killjadi is going to be able to win this. He's going to have to kill economy in the base. That's the only way this now works. Advancement wing will be on the way soon. It's about to be triggered. Just an extra 100 gold to go, 100 food rather to go. And plenty of gold to work with. So could very easily be looking at camel lancers here. Makes a lot of sense. You can hunt down the king and completely eviscerates the longbows. Killjadi hasn't made a move out onto that gold. He hasn't scouted out at all. The king is now sniffing it out, though, so this could be big. Wait, no. You've got to be kidding me. He's checking everywhere, but if I'm not mistaken, he's not going to scout this area with the scout running by there. So Killjadi needs to realize the mistake he's making. Otherwise, Louis is going to get everything he needs and more. In fact, he's not going advancement. We're getting a logistics play, right? Could be Master Smiths, but Master Smith sucks in Castle Age because you haven't got any blacksmith upgrades yet, right? So you'd have to get blacksmiths and get the level 1s to get the level 2s. Don't ask me why it's that way. All I'm going to say is, it's stupid. It is really stupid that it's that way. Are you kidding me? Okay, so Louis gets scouted on the west side, but this crafty son of a gun moved out onto the right as well. This is going to be double Rax Golem, I think. What? Why? I'm not going to hear anything along the lines of, but KP, this is good. This is just Louis in experimental mode. That's all I'm going to say. This is the guy that right now keeps doing Temple of Equality. I'll at least give him that one. That's smart. But this hard sucks. Master Smith doesn't work very well because you have to get a blacksmith, which is 150 wood, and then you also have to get the level 1 text. Now, Louis is going to get that. He's got Undermesh on the way, courtesy of the proxy blacksmith, so maybe that's just the Giga Brain that the kid has. This is looking more and more like Golems to open. Camel Lancers. I mean, you get similar value out of the Undermesh. I just feel like this is the type of game where Golems makes a bit more sense. The reason why is Master Smith with Golems, you at least have the justification if you get the melee tech level 1 as well, and you get double strike. So you basically get your tech up, and then you immediately get +4 damage to your Golem's output. Camel Lancers are only going to get the +2. And that's if you go for the melee tech, which you're less inclined to do so because of the fact that Camel Lancers don't benefit as much. He has no food for Golems. He has no food for Camel Lancers. He has no stables for Camel Lancers. Oh, guys, will you look at that? Louis agrees with me and not Gully. It was a bait stable. Are you honestly telling me There's no way that was intentional, right? There's no way he just done this tables to bait his opponent. He's going to produce both. Camel Lancers and Gulems are now on the way. Also, hold on a sec. How are you going to tell me that I'm not letting Gully get away from this? I don't care that he's 16 years old, right? We're going to scorn him. We're going to be Papa to him right now. I'm going to give it that old school teacher with the ruler that beats you. There's no way you're telling me he has no food with 11 sheep left over. Naughty. Double stable's coming. Gulems to follow. Louis could also now just sneak the deer, actually. Like, the initial Lancers are going to push this away, right? So then you just get the food for free. Not enough. You like the overall play? I mean, it's cool because he counters everything, right? So, like, you have the Camel Lancers, which now forces the Spearman, which keeps Killjardy in this age, and then you have the Gulems, which beat the Spears. It's a really smart one, too. And then the Camel Lancers aren't meant to win the main fight. The Camel Lancers are meant to flank. And the other reason why this is really cool is both of these units can contribute to building Siege. That's the other thing I like about it. Is like right now, Louis has a lot of gold and has decent wood access. His opponent has built mass longbows, right? You get one Manjanique, he's dead. So we've been preaching gotta go both. I've been a big fan of this on Cliffside and Gorge, actually. Like, I'm face-palming so often because players are just going Camel Lancers for no reason. Gulems are so underrated. Insanely powerful unit. Also just gives you a nice snowball point into Mamluk's Bravery. Like, when you're against a feudal army like this, they're all unarmored, right? So you get more triggers of Mamluk's Bravery here this way. And that's important because it means Gulems are always going to be gap closing. Always be closing. This is a sales boy build. Spin been cleared up. Camel Lancer is getting ready for the charge now. And this is where it starts to fall apart for Killjardy. He's only halfway towards what he'd need for a tech up. But he's pretty much lost any stranglehold he had in the base. And this is a problem because now, all of a sudden, although your opponent can't go to the berries easily because you're on the back, he can go to the deer instead. Gulems are better for defense. Yeah, well, the logic here is any situation in which you're playing against a feudal all-in, if you go for Lancers, your opponent can counter you an age behind, right? They can build spears. You can't solve for Gulems. Gulems, just like in Lord of the Rings, are absolutely critical to the story here. And on a map like Cliffside, I think it's just more than justified. So it looks like this is perfect timing. Louis is about to run out of gold. He has just enough Gulems and Lancers to push this away. On top of that, he's now playing for relics. This is crazy, right? Like, he's in a game where he's 9 villages down. Yeah, I feel that this has already been determined. The Gulem count may not be insanely high, but 5 is enough to dent this entire army. Camelot's, in the meantime, just going to waste all the spears time. And that means you can send Gulems in to clean them up and also chase away the longbows. What an interesting play. This actually might be the only time where I've watched Master Smiths in Castle Age and come out thinking it was a worthwhile play. Even when I've seen Master Smiths win, it's not because of Master Smiths, right? It's like something else. This legit might be the first time I've seen Castle Age Master Smiths, and I'm just nodding in approval. This is a really cool build. What an interesting strategy. The Gulems makes it so worthwhile, especially against English all-ins. Lance is now arriving to raid the eco, and all of a sudden the Gulems are in your base as well. Another beneficial thing of playing this on Cliffside, just such a short map. Gold now being gathered in the back, Deer's also being exhausted, and the Dervish is picking up the relics. Honestly, I don't think Killjardy's getting out of Feudal Age. I think this is done. What an amazing build. Not only that, dude, he snuck the gold workers onto the berries. I still think Master Smith's overall is a silly tech, just because the blacksmith requirement and the previous techs. But I can't discredit him on this one. Louis done a phenomenal job with this build. King's Pass now on the way up. Luckily for him, the Gulems are looking everywhere, but unluckily for Killjardy, he is now behind on villager count, and even more so when you consider the relics, which are gradually being pulled back home. Albeit a little bit slower than intended. In fact, does he see it now? I think he does. Gulems Still killing more villagers. Tech up is at least going to complete. But, like, what is your way out now if you're Killjadi? You've got 1 archery range, so crossbows are going to be slow. You're going to have to rely more on Spearman, and you're still against Gulim at that point, right? So, to me, this is a game where Killjadi might have his tech up, sure, but it's going to come at a price. And that price is going to be paid in relics and eventually blood. Gulim's now marching in a little bit too late, so TC is at least going to go up. However, behind this, we're now seeing 2 relics return home. The other ones are all insanely close to the base. This is looking like a 5 relic Iber game. Killjadi, does he even have gold access? Okay, he's rushing out to it now. 13 on the backside. It's kind of crazy, actually. Those sort of elements are really good for him. Like a 4 spawn gold, this game's already over. But I don't think it matters too much now. The Camel Lancers are back in on the back of the base. Double them, in fact, this time. And I think if you just now beeline for that gold source, Killjadi's not going to have a chance in hell of getting the defense together. Like, you need 10 crossbows here. He's got 2. Oh, sorry, 2 more on the way. He's going to have 3 in total. And then he has enough extra gold for another 3. It's a little bit short of what you need. What a sick build, Louis. I mean, I was ready to write this one off. But I love that we're seeing it. Like, Krakeny, you know, he's like, I've been telling people. It's like, I agree. I 100% agree. Camel Lancers and Gulims, insanely powerful build. Especially when your opponent's playing along Feudal. This is just a great read. And, you know, this is Killjadi doing what was expected of him in a way. He tried to be very creative about it, though. I won't give him credit for that. Abbey of Kings opening into the longbows on a delay. It makes your timing a little bit later, but it kind of lulls your opponent into thinking the outpost alone would work. His reaction to going to Siege was correct, but the reaction by Louis is one I cannot criticize. Sick read. Master Smiths in Castle Age actually looking good. Didn't think I was going to say that today. I think that's an uploadable game. Yeah, I don't know. I think 11 sheep is good enough to get the Gulim together. Like, I've seen those type of strangleholds, 6 or 7 Gulim break out, right? So, the Undermesh plus 2 detail, I think, makes it a good play, even on limited food. I get where you're coming from, but I see the logic of what Louis is doing, where it's like, I'm going to break out of this stranglehold, and then I will have food anyway. If you micromanaged in and out of the battering ram, maybe you could do more. What? Maybe snipe more villages is what you're thinking there? Possibly. I think like Clown Carring is underrated against the Ibids because they'll always just go for the rage up, right? So you might be in a point there. Let me see, what we're going to call that one. I guess I got that Newcastle Ibid build just go because like I said, I genuinely don't think I've seen a single game where I've been convinced Castle Age Master Smith was good. So, well played, Mr. Louis. Okay, I'm trying to think if we keep going. I think food's going to be soon. I'm just weighing up whether I want to come back because I said I'd have to keep an eye on whether there was a bunch of things to manage behind the scenes. Help them run a campaign, and we are getting last-second changes constantly. The stupidity. Anyway. Community games? I think maybe we save the community games for Thursday. Because in fairness, I've done a stream today, I've done a stream yesterday, and I think we're still aiming for Thursday and Friday. I haven't really given myself much time to work on behind-the-scenes things today. So, we'll look to do some community games on Thursday and Friday. I feel like I'm going to go away. By the time I'll come back, there won't be as many people here. So we probably won't have enough for commie games. That would be my guess. So if people want to do community games, be sure to tune in on Thursday and Friday. And probably Saturday as well. We might look to do some community games on Saturday. Maybe I'll make that like some of the milestones for charity. But apologies if you want it today. We will aim to do it on Thursday and Friday if we have enough people. But the only way we have enough people is if you guys keep turning up. So let me find someone to raid for now. Because I've got to go eat soon. And I've got all this crap to sort now because we just got thrown a silly last-second requirement on the campaign that wasn't there before. So, no comment. All right, let me see who's online. So we have got... We got any new faces? Wait, is Lyralia not live? That's unfortunate. The Warmans League game is going on right now. Would have been great to have gotten a POV watching that. There is, I think Nostromia is streaming it, but I don't think they speak English. They are, well, I mean, their entire title is in Cyrillic. Sorry, not Cyrillic, it's Cyrillic, right? So, do I send you guys there? I mean, it is a tournament game. Could be cool. Is anyone casting it? I don't think so. The funny thing is, I think there's someone casting it in French. There's no one casting it in English. I didn't even know this one was going on. You guys want to watch one of the Warmers League games? Like I said, I don't think I'm not sure if they speak English. The chat is speaking in Cyrillic. I screw up. I'm going to send you guys across there. We are in luck. Why are we in luck? What have I missed here? Nani? I can understand most of it. Okay, so you're in luck is what you mean. Guys, I'm going to raid through to them just because I think it'd be cool to shine a light. For those that don't know, Warmans League is a women's league. So all the competitors are women. So you're seeing some new faces, some rising faces, some familiar community faces. I think like Lyralia is one that quite a few people know of. I don't know if Angelica was playing in this one. I think she might have been. But also, I know that Marika Warman has been playing it as well. So what's the charity stream on Saturday? The charity stream, we're going to be raising money for Alex's Lemonade Stand, which is a charity that puts money towards researchers committed to basically curing child-based cancers. So there's a lot of focus around, children with cancer, aid as well as research. So pretty cool little charity. We're going to be doing that on Saturday. Should be live around midday my time, so somewhere between 12 and 1 p.m. Probably go for like 4-6 hours, see what we can raise. We have things in there like add ties for like $20. I think the last record was 16 ties in total. That looks stupid. Loved it. On top of that, there'll be shots which can be redeemed. There's going to be 8 times cast, because I know you guys used to love me doing that, where I literally just cast through the game at 8 times speed, rapid firing it off. And there'll be a few other things in there. If you guys have ideas, !Discord, definitely go across there and let me know on things that would get you inclined to donate. If you guys also want to see more show matches, I have now added the Ko-Fi link down in the panels. I've added it just below Patreon. I need to add a new panel for Ko-Fi, coffee rather, specifically like on Ko-Fi. The coffee specifically, because I noticed a few people said they wanted to try and donate some money towards show match prize balls. So that's how I'll look to use that. But for now, I'm going to go chill. Love all the people turning up. Fantastic support today. I will be back on Thursday. Around middays when I go live, we'll look to do a long stream potentially. Depends if enough people turn up. We'll look to do community games later. But that honestly is up to you guys. It's all about whether you turn up for them. So right now, I'm going to raid through to Nostromia. Go and give them some support. They seem to be a CIS streamer. They are a woman aspiring pro playing in the Warmers League. They're playing right now up against Lyralia, who I think is either second or third in the group stage. Nostromia, however, last time I checked, has not dropped a single game. So they are absolutely on fire. So go be entertained by a new aspiring pro in the scene. I'll see you all soon. Toodaloo.